this season on Sister Wives.
You know how long I've been waiting for this? Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself here. You just make sure people know what happened here today.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Are you breathing?
You know what it is. You know what it is. Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. I'm your host, James. What's going on? Go ahead, give me that one in the chat to let me know that you guys can see me, you can hear me, and everything is copacetic. I see some ones. Awesomeness, awesomeness. Thank you so much, Mama Cat. What's happening? What's happening? Yes. We have some stuff to talk about with tonight's show. Hopefully, everybody had a fantastic week, a wonderful and safe new year. We kept it popping. We kept it moving. Everything is good. We love in life, all that good stuff. I got to tell you, I'm so happy to be here. Hopefully you guys have seen some of the videos that I've been dropping all week. I've been trying to step up my video production, get that on the move. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying that. I dropped one today that was actually talking about the trailer for the episode tonight. And I got to say, I pretty much stand by everything I said in that video. Pretty much stand by all of it. Yeah, thank you so much, Cowgirl. Make sure you hit those likes, guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, tonight's episode, man, I got to tell you, I've had some epiphanies and some thoughts about this situation that I want to share with everybody. Got my mic showed up a little bit. Hopefully my sound is okay. Kathy Ferran said that just like we thought Kody is a lying mother. Hush your mouth. He's lying about what? What's going on, Tanya? Yeah, I stand by everything I said. The one thing that I will say is that if you notice, I got a little craziness going on. Let me drop this down a little bit. If you notice, I think that Kody and everybody who is on this show is kind of right at that moment. They're at that moment where things could go horribly wrong. Mario said it is fake as hell. Okay. But here's what I would say to you. Marlo, I'm sorry. Yeah, Marlo. Here's what I would say to you. How many people think that we're actually on a precipice of what could be the best Sister Wife season yet? Now, I know it started off slow. I know it's kind of dragging on and we're kind of retreading a lot of ground in this, especially in this first half of the season. But, you know, as they used to say in track and field, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So they could start off kind of slow and steady, but there's a possibility that they actually might pick up the pace and things could get very interesting. Why do I say that? I say that because as it's been revealed, Tim, who used to be the producer of Sister Wives, especially early on, he was a producer from I think day one all the way through up until about season 18. He was a producer. And as it turns out, Tim was very friendly with Kody. So, I mean, which makes sense because you start off and you have the show moving in a direction. It becomes a very popular show, probably greased a lot of pockets over at TLC, including Tim, probably made his career. The fact that he started the show. So he's in a situation where he doesn't want to kill a golden goose, and he becomes friends with Kody, the leader of the family. And as such, he does a lot of things, puts a lot of things in place to make sure that Kody and Robyn don't look bad, even though they look horrible regardless. But they were given, and no matter what, you have to admit, I think that everybody has to at least acknowledge that Kody and Robyn have received preferential treatment as far as the show was concerned, as far as the edits were concerned, as far as the follow-ups were concerned, especially on the tell-alls. They really never got pressed on any of the actions or behaviors that they exhibited during the course of the season. They were always kind of given a free pass, especially in situations of late when Suki was on board and she was doing the one-on-ones and they were asking questions. And this is the time when Christine is ready to peel off and they're having problems. She packed up Kody's stuff in season 16 and put it in the garage. And Suki never really delved into what was going on and really kind of held Kody's feet to the fire. Then in 17, when she actually left, it was the same thing. Kody got to come out and, basically bash Christine without receiving any real questions or retorts as far as Suki was concerned, using receipts. I'm not saying that Suki should have just outright attacked Kody to protect Christine. I'm merely saying that if you saw something on the show, you address the things that we've seen on the show. So if you're going to say that Christine is a rough baby, it's a horrible baby mama or whatever, or she's a terrible mom, and then we have 19 seasons where everybody on the couch, including Kody, has testified essentially that Christine is the one who was primarily in charge of taking care of the kids. You can't have it both ways. So which one is true? Did she primarily take care of the kids, or was she a horrible mom? And if you stand on what you said and she was a horrible mom, why the hell would you give her the purview over taking care of the kids? Those kind of questions. I'm not saying just attack Kody because he's Kody. I'm saying just give him those reinforcement with receipts. And we haven't had that. When Janelle left, we didn't get it. Now that Mary left and Tim is no longer there, I think anybody who watches the show can pretty much see that there's a substantive difference as to how they address what's going on the show now versus how they used to do it in the past. Because now Kody and Christine have said things. All right, thank you so much for the thumbs up. Appreciate that. I don't know how you did it. It's awesome though. But but Kody and Christine, or Kody and Robyn, will say things now, and right behind them making their couch confession or their statement out in front of their prepared statement, which we're going to pretend to have a fight, and they'll make their statements. Right then, the editors will back up and basically contradict what they said using footage that we've seen. So essentially, it's almost like they hired a bunch of YouTube reaction channel people to edit the show. So I give them credit on that front. And because that's happening now, it gives me hope. And this is, I guess, a long way around to say this. It gives me hope that moving forward through the rest of this season, and including the tell-all, that we're actually going to get a real bare bones, bare knuckle, drag out, smack your mama in the face type of conversation where we just going to tell the truth. We're going to be, I need somebody not so much kissing Kody, Robyn, Christine, Mary, or Janelle's ass. I just need somebody that's going to get up and basically call shots for shots, fouls and balls and strikes. I need to admit a lot of sports metaphors mixed up in there like a salad. But I need somebody who's just going to basically be an arbiter of the truth. And that's, I think, as the fan, that's all we can ever ask, is that, you don't have to get up and beat somebody up, but I just want to hear the truth. And if they want to run afoul as to what actually happened or what we've seen happen, and they try to create or recreate history, we're not playing that game, because we're smarter than that as a fan base. So I'm just saying to the production team, respect us and respect our time. Don't lie to us in our face. Don't try to reinvent or reimagine things that we've already seen. It is what it is. What I'm also kind of hoping is that when they do that, I'm hoping, because I know a lot of folks have been calling for Suki to get let go, and I can respect that. Okay, I was kind of like, Suki, I think I even put out a video, especially after season 17, where I was like, Suki, you dropped the ball. What are you doing? Right? Not happy with the situation. But I mean, if I'm going to be honest, we have to understand that Tim wasn't just who is Kody's friend, wasn't just Kody's boss. He's also Suki's boss. So if your boss has a friend and you're asking that friend questions, you don't necessarily want to embarrass your boss's friend. And I think that a lot of it is, they directed or instructed Suki to take it easy on Robyn and Kody. And if they don't want to answer something, you don't ask them that thing. Whereas now, if Suki is coming back, if she's coming back, or whoever they get, I don't want them just to let them go. I want you to let them off the chain. Let them bad boys off the chain. Let them do what they do. Because Suki, I'll say this: Suki built a career on being a reporter. She's a reporter professionally. That's her job. She's a reporter, and I dare say, I want to give her an opportunity to rehab her image, because you don't want to be the type of reporter who's afraid to ask questions. You don't want to be the type of reporter who, there's clear follow-up questions that could happen, and you just let that go because the person doesn't want to talk about it. Look, we're here to talk about the show. We're here to talk about your life. It's not like I busted in your living room when you were sitting there eating a bowl of Cheerios, scratching your toes, while you watching the Tonight Show or whatever. You signed up to do this reality show to discuss your life. So let's do it. And if you don't want to do it, then we need to talk about your contract. And that's where it is. Before I get too far afield, I want to say what's up to my fabulous moderators. Lizzie B in the house. We have Carmel Cuties. And of course, we have Brittany, not Brittany. I heard there's some talk of a birthday. So I want to wish you a happy birthday. I want everybody to give guys, I'm gonna be frank. I gotta do something. I gotta come up with a membership thing, because from what I understand, if you have a membership, like if I had memberships, I could give out emojis and stuff, and I want to do that because that seemed like fun. Because I definitely want to throw up some dubs or some love to Brittany, not Brittany, on a birthday. And we've had a few members who come in and they've shared some personal things about their lives or whatever. And, some of their big victories, I don't want to, make it my own, but we've had some people who've conquered illnesses on this chat, and I want to be able to give them a little something special from the members. And I want you guys to have the ability to do it. So I got to come up with a membership. Hopefully you guys will join and we'll get it going. I see somebody say, bye, Suki. I don't even want to take no chance. She had an opportunity and she blew it. Sorry, Suki. I tried my best, Suki. I tried to save your job. You were about to lose your job. Lose your job. Suki, I tried. But I think that's what it comes down to. Overall, I'm hoping this new production company gets serious about the show. Because if you don't get serious, and I'm speaking directly to the production company, just from my experience, if you guys don't get serious about your show, you won't have a show. Point blank. This is part of the reason, you've received tremendous numbers as far as your viewership after season 17 and in season 18. Coming into season 19, you had a little bit of a dip with the tragedy which happened last year, but you guys are experiencing your highest numbers ever. And with this greater exposure, you're also exposed to losing those people if you are not honest and true to your word. You told us when you introduced the show way back when, and there's an existing promise that we would be involved in, we would know what's going on. that we would be able to peer into these situations and circumstances surrounding these individuals. If they don't want to share what's going on, then there's no purpose for this show. And you're going to lose people are going to lose interest in this show. And that's just the way it works. So I think that if we're going to do it, we got to do it and do it all the way. One of my Brittany got engaged. Is that what it is? Oh shoot. Let me see. What the heck? Also got engaged on New Year's Eve. Okay. If you like it, you better put a ring on it. Brittany was singing those single ladies. All the single ladies. That's what's up. Congratulations, Brittany. Oh shit. Oh, pardon my French. Oh shucks. All sugar shucks. All right. Looks like if we got hearts or something, throw some hearts up in there for Brittany. Throw some hearts up for Brittany. Wow. Okay. Congratulations. Isn't that something? That's the circle of life right there. The circle of life. All right. Well, you got Brittany about to start a relationship to get married, and Kody about to get divorced. Like, it's like reality show people recycling. What is going on? Okay, I see them hearts. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, Brittany, awesome. Congratulations. Amaze balls. See, we do have some stuff. Maybe I don't have to do that. You guys can throw up some hearts and stuff. Fantastic, though. Loving it. Yeah, but one of the things that I noticed I thought was funny was actually when Kody had said, well, before we get into like the more lighter stuff, there was a scary portion of the show where I was like, holy shit. And obviously, because we saw the wedding and we saw the day, everything is pretty much fine. But when Avalon got lost, woo-wee, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, why wasn't nobody watching these babies? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have all kinds of hazards. We got the fast running river. We got the crocodiles. We got the leopards that eat people's faces. Yeah, let the kids run and play. Like, yeah, please understand. I'm a Gen Xer, baby. I'm Gen X all the way. And we were probably the most free children, most feral children ever to exist in humanity. And I'm telling you, like, if there was stuff like that going on, somebody would be watching your ass. So it was just, I don't want to criticize like parenting because things can happen. Like, I don't want to come down too hard on like, oh, somebody should have been watching. Somebody should have been watching her. And it turns out somebody was watching. Apparently, McKelty didn't know, though, which is, you should know who's watching your children. But when I saw that, I was like, oh, please, if you go places like that, please, somebody watch these babies. Because no matter how good a time you're having, you don't ever want something to happen to your children because that will be the last thing you remember. The only thing you're going to remember from that day is when something happened to your baby. So that just, woo. When I saw that, my heart dropped. And I knew, that's the crazy thing. I knew that she was fine. Like, because they would have put that on the, that would have been on the blogs or in Reddit, and we would have been doing videos about that already, like the summertime, if something would happen to that baby. But whew, that was scary. We got some super chats. Let me get those super chats in. That's my shoe. $5 super chat. Picture of shoes. Kody doesn't have Timmy boy to hide behind, and you can see it this season in the edits. Suki won't have to hold back. That's what I'm hoping for. That's my shoe. That's what I'm really talking about. Like, I'm hoping that they let her off the chain. And what's even crazier, part of the reason why I say that it should be Suki is because if she's been kind of chomping at the bit and they've been choke chaining her, like every time she start moving forward, ready to get us, they come down on her. You don't be asking them hard ass questions. If you don't want to answer, you don't be asking that. And they giving her, the business. I'm hoping that when, the reason I wanted to be Suki, and I'm kind of leaning towards Suki, is because she might go off. Like, because even a couple times during the tell-alls, you could tell Suki had more to say, but she was holding way back. When Kody was sitting there and he gripped her leg up and was talking about, Mary, I think we could do it again, when he was telling that bullshit lie about how he was thinking that him and Mary could possibly reconcile or whatever, which was never a thing. And he grabbed Suki's arm. You could tell Suki was ready to say something to him. She was about to hurt his feelings. Okay. So with that being said, I think that if you give Suki an opportunity, no holds barred, able to ask whatever she want to ask, and production is going to back her up, because that's an important part. It doesn't really do Suki any good if she unloads on Kody and then winds up on the editing floor. Okay, because we'll never see it. It'll be like halfway through the tell-all, all of a sudden it'd be somebody else. Suki wasn't unable to complete the tell-all, so now we're going to have little Joe Bob take over for her. And then he's going to come out and ask like softball-ass questions. So I want somebody who got something, like Suki got something to lose. Like she might come out there with a little chip on her shoulder. And that might be some good TV, TLC. Just saying. So let that dog off the chain. That's my shoe. Thank you so much. Let me give you a little something. That's my shoe. That's my shoe. Raspberry, $10 super chat. Yay, chat, hit the likes to play Angel's devil advocate for Suki. She read Kody's body language and doesn't want to be the reporter known as the reporter Kody walked out on her CV resume. I can see that, but I think it was more Tim. Like, don't you ask him anything crazy. Don't get too personal. If he doesn't want to go there, don't push him, because he is the star of the show. But now you got somebody else like, look, he's not really contributing. Because like I said, if you notice in these episodes, and I'm going to stay on this for a moment. If you notice in these most recent episodes, Kody and Robyn are contributing way more than they've contributed in the past. I made the observation, I think Sarah also made the observation, that they were never shooting in Robyn's house. They haven't shot in Kody and Robyn's house in a few years, like with the cameras and stuff. But they're in the house now. They're filming with Kody and Robyn. They might not be in the house all the time, okay, granted. But they have Kody and Robyn out there talking about more than just Christine. And they have them talking about their relationship, which is different. That's completely different than what we've seen in the past. So I just want to acknowledge that too. But thank you so much, Raspberry. Let's give Raspberry a little something to show our appreciation. And by we, I mean me. I'm going to show my appreciation for you. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Awesomeness. We have Audrey Bringinger. Okay, what's going on, Audrey? How you doing? $1.99 super chat. What do you think about Kody's co-ed secret? Yeah, Kody came out and revealed that when homeboy was in college, he messed around and he did some things. He did something strange for a little change. He got himself a little girlfriend, had a fling. I didn't know he went to college, much less that he was there and he was spending the night, doing things that he shouldn't be doing according to him and his faith. But I thought it was weird. Like, might be more secrets that homeboy might have more secrets that he can't share. But when push him down and shove, I think that it's unfortunate that you feel ashamed of that type of expression, that you feel like that's something that you have to hide. Like I'm that's a little troubling for me. 1, 2, the fact that he only shared that with Mary, and then he said that it probably took him years to share it with Mary, or maybe he shared it with her when she was like, "That's it." And he was like, "Look, I'm experienced." He had to prove to her that I know what I'm doing. I've done this once. So, which is also a weird thing too, because He could have got up. He made Robyn get up and tell that purity story, about how she threw away her purity and she gave it to somebody who didn't want. They threw it on the ground and danced on it or whatever the hell she was doing. He could have got up and said, I too, kids, I want to let you know, I too was in college and I went astray and I did the wrong thing. And I gave my purity to somebody who didn't deserve it. And wouldn't that have been interesting if he would have balanced it out by not just saying that women or the ladies have to protect their purity, but fellas, young men, sons, you have to protect your purity as well. If that's what you believe, I'm just saying, if that's what you believe and you're going to walk the walk, why don't you, you're going to talk the talk, why don't you walk the walk, in other words. So, I don't know. But yeah, I think that was, I get where he was coming from and why he thought it was deep. Doesn't really blow my skirt up, though. Like, I'm not really like, ooh, Kody. Oh, I got the vapors. Kody had some premarital intimate moments with somebody. Who gives a shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm at that point. Like, we all adults, okay? And the fact that you're 50 years old and you're ashamed of it, like, come on, man. What's wrong with you? I was about to say something crazy. Oh, I gotta pull it back. I'm telling you guys, I think some of these lives, as we move through this season, some of these lives might get too real for TV. I'm just letting you know. So I'm just kind of say, buckle up, Buttercup, because we heading down that road. I could feel it. I could feel myself about to let that one go. I was about to let that dog off the chain. So, but thank you so much, Audrey. I appreciate you. It's good seeing you too, Audrey, in the house. What's up? Amazing. All right. Then we got Michelle Woods in the house. Michelle Woods, the $4.99 super chat. What's going on, Michelle? How you doing? I was angry with tonight's episode. Avalon was missing, only to be found with Tony's mother, Mariah, the whole time. Did people forget where she was? Right. That's why I was like, you know what, Michelle, we on the same page. Like, I was like, it can happen. Kids get lost. Okay. I wish they were better at it, but kids will turn around and they will run off on your ass. You know what I mean? You be talking, you turn around like, Bobby, where'd you? Oh my God. Shit happens. I get it. Right. That's why I didn't want to come down too crazy. But if somebody is watching your child and you don't know, like, kind of what that says to me, and I don't want to be a jerk about it. All right. But like, guys, you can't be that wrapped up in the moment that you're not paying attention to your children. And if Tony's mom is specifically there and she wants to watch her granddaughter, because that's who that Avalon is to Tony's mama, that's her granddaughter too. And she wants to take it upon herself to watch the young tenders, then let her do that. But if she needs help or she needs assistance, or your child, and you know that if your child is too much for a person to really, because she's busy, that's what they used to call it back in the day. Your child is busy, right? And they're always into something. They'll take off running, and that the person who's going to be watching them isn't in shape enough to chase their ass down as necessary, and that there are hazards, like real hazards around. It's not just the river, which is like everybody kept saying, it's a fast moving river. It's a fast moving river. Kids can drown in a puddle of damn water. Okay, a fast moving river. I don't know why y'all keep going down to the river. Because if she go in there, she's going to be half a mile down the road anyway by the time y'all got to the river. She's long gone. I'm talking about long gone. Okay, she is gone. So that's a reason why you would want to keep up with what they're doing and what's happening, because if she goes in that water, she's gone. And you're not, like, in those kind of rivers, they have a tendency to it's not just the water on top. It's not the fact that it's just going to push you down the river. It's underneath. It's that undercurrent that's going to pull your ass under. Like, those rivers are hard as hell to swim in. Like, if you are a gold medal Olympic swimmer, you will probably not make it in that river. Okay, because them things will pull your ass under the water. And you run to the riverbank, you looking to see if she's out there. She's already under the water. She's under the water traveling downriver underwater. So yeah, I mean, I'm 100% with you, Michelle. I get what you're saying. I didn't want it, Michelle. I didn't want to do this. I was trying not to do it, but Michelle pulled it out of me. Okay, I'm just a big proponent on, like, with stuff like that. You have to keep an eye on your kids, especially when you go into it knowing that there's hazards and stuff. You know what my mom used to say, the term my mom used to say, if something were to happen, you will never forgive yourself. Okay? You trying to be cute with your mom because she's acting like a young girl. You know, Christine's living her best life. She's doing her thing. She's happy for her day, which is awesome for Christine. Christine don't have any babies. Okay? You do. So you got to make sure that you're taking care of your babies. I understand you want to be there for your mom, but you organize a proper babysitter for your kids. And if, you know, they're off with her, and they were looking for a while, and, you know, and especially in venues and stuff, I guess I'm a little more paranoid. I guess that's a bad way to say it, but I would be super concerned with having a young child and not knowing where that child is, because they hire people at these venues and you don't know these people. Somebody, you know, I would not only be running around on the property, but then you got to send people out to the parking lot because you're afraid, like, you got to hit all the bathrooms because somebody could have pulled your child into one of them bathrooms or one of them rooms or one of them cubby holes or one of them closets. You got to check all that stuff, because it's not just them going off, running off by themselves, but you also got to be careful of the people you have around. So yeah, I mean, that's where I was. That's why I was like I said, I understood that nothing happened, but the way my mind works, that's the first thing I started thinking about. It's not just that water you got to be worried about. You have, you have basically the elements of every good conflict in a story. You have nature, then you have man, where you have to be afraid of the people who are around your kids. Like, some things you have to be able to control. So yeah, if Tony's mom had the baby, I'm glad she did. And I'm glad she was assigned. They tried to make it sound like she was assigned to watching them, but it sounds like she just took it upon herself to watch them. Because if she was assigned to watch them, you would say, "Where's Maria at? She's watching Avalon. I don't see Maria or Avalon. We need to find one or both of them." Okay, hopefully both of them. But if we don't find Avalon too, we need to ask Maria, when the last time you saw her? What the hell are you doing? Why ain't you watching her? Right? And if you need a break or if you need help, because like I said, if she's busy, then ask for help. There's no shame in asking for help. It's better to ask for help than for something terrible to happen, because, side note, if you are watching a child and something happens to that child, okay, they are going to blame you. It's going to be on you. So if you feel like, this kid is bad as shit, I can't watch this kid. This little hammer just running everywhere. You know what I mean? Then you need to tell people, like, look, if you can't watch that child because that child, don't be afraid to hurt people's feelings. Nope, I can't do it. This kid is too busy. My leg, I got that trick knee. I ain't trying to run up this hill. That child full of energy. And that's the thing too. Like, when you have young kids like that, them kids are full of energy. Like, as adults, we might feel like, I'm bigger and stronger, but them kids have energy for days. Okay. You might be stronger. You might even be faster, but they will outlast you. Okay. They will run your ass in the ground. Cause you get out there, especially you middle-aged, 30, 40 years old, and you out there with a toddler. Shit. By the time you get done, you're going to need a nap. Okay. You're going to need a nap. You watching them kids all day and they busy. You're like, don't call my house because I'm going to be sleeping. Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate you. Hopefully I answered your question. Yeah, I was not, I was very concerned with that situation. Like I said, I knew nothing happened, but it was just one of those things that was just, I hate to see it, because I know, like, between that water and strangers and you know, the kids, I don't want to see them, like, they could fall down and get hurt. It's just a lot, especially as big and as vast as that place is. They can go off somewhere and get lost. You know, they have animals out there, you know, and she's little. So she messing around and get bit or something, grip her ass up and snatch her up into the woods or something. Like, you don't want that. So yeah, I was not happy about that situation. But thank you so much, Michelle. It's good seeing you, Michelle. Holla at your boy. Holla. All right. Just do a couple more and then we're gonna roll through. YouTube is my time machine. Back against $5 super chat. James, what do you think about the goal was behind Kody wanting his third t-shirts back? And why did Mary oblige him? I don't know what the fuck that was. Pardon my French. That was one of the things I had in my notes. Thank you, YouTube is my time machine, for the super chat and bringing up this point. I don't know what that was. I'd have sent his ass that blanket back. Unless I had something in there that was mine, okay? I'd have cut his damn t-shirts out and sent him his shit back in a box. You want them? You cut them free, okay? I would cut out my stuff, my little sections, and I'd send them back the thing with holes in it. You got it. You want it, you got it. And the fact that you gonna ask for it, oh, you dusty ass. Like, what? If you wanted that stuff, you should have got it before you left. You don't use my house as no storage. Are you crazy? You should have packed your shit up. Like, you knew you was leaving me. You better make sure you got your stuff. Especially don't get it in your mind that you're gonna help me move from one state to another state and think that I'm transporting your junk. Oh yeah, I was wondering if you saw my blanket with my t-shirts on it. Yeah, I saw that shit. You know where it is? It's either in the trash at the dump or it's still on the banister of that house you moved me out of. That's where the hell it is. You want it, you go get it. You better call the landlord, because I don't have it. What, I look like a storage facility? No. You know what I mean? Store your junk? No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. we are. I know. Look, I'm gonna keep it all the way a stack. I say fuck it. Look, we're gonna keep it all the way a stack. When she did that, Mary is the kindest damn soul. Like, I know she get a lot of shit for being a nasty person. I know she gets a lot of stuff. And even she said, like, I have that tendency, a propensity to be that woman, be that chick. Okay. And I can respect that. Okay. She probably do have that tendency, and I can see it in her that Mary got that thing. Okay. Where she can be nasty. But when it comes to Kody, this woman has the patience of Job. You understand me? Because I would, what? You want your t-shirts back? Oh, whoa. I forgot about them t-shirts. Okay. The worst thing you can do is remind me that I got something of yours that I could use as I'll wash my car with your shit. How about that? Like, you do not tell me that you got, oh, James, remember when I drug you out for 15 years, embarrassed you, humiliated you, demeaned you on TV? Yeah, I need you to do me a favor. Oh, you do? Oh, please do tell. How may I assist you? Oh, baby. Them t-shirts would have came back in strips. Okay, Kody would have to sew them t-shirts back together, fucking around with me. You better get some super glue and some strong tape or something, because these, after I'll send you your t-shirts back, Kody. After I run these bad boys through the washer and bleach, he gonna get back some white shirts. Like, what the hell? Why she sit back these dish rags? Because that's what I would use them for, dish rags. You want my dish rags? Like, oh man, you want them rags I was using in my sump pump? Sure, I'll send them to you. They'll be marked in a box called biohazard. Yeah. You are crazy. I give her, like I said, I give Mary a lot of credit. She put up with way more stuff than I could do. Like Mary is, woo, she's trying to get into heaven. Mary's trying to get into heaven. I think that that's exactly what it is. I think Mary came to us and said, I have nasty ways, and now I'm trying to get into heaven. So when Kody asks me stupid shit, I'm just going to pretend like it's normal and do my best not to lose my mind. And I'm just going to go ahead and send him his stuff back. And she's still like, she's sitting there while she's cutting it out. See, here's a part that tripped me out. She's sitting there cutting the stuff out for him, right? And while she's cutting it out, she's describing scenarios in which he's humiliated her and embarrassed her and told her some wild stuff. You know, what was that one thing he said? I think I wrote it down where he basically said to her in oh, here it is. He told her he was going to be nasty to her for the next 20 years because she was nasty to him for the previous 20 years. They moved to Vegas and she's sitting there remembering, okay, fine. You know, 10 years ago, maybe you sat there and took it. But I'm in the process of doing you a favor and I'm remembering this. Oh, see, I might have started out. Maybe I lost my mind. I had like a head injury, like Robyn when she went off that damn ATV. We'll talk about that in a minute. But maybe I got a head injury and I forgot. I lost my mind. And you asked me, will you send me my t-shirts, please? I believe you. You crafted them into a blanket. And I'm there cutting that blanket out very gently. She was very gentle too. Very gentle. Oh, them shits would have been. I'd have cut them out with a machete. I don't know. Like machete. Mary built different. Mary is built different. Like she's not Mary. I'll give you a little give you a little insight on James. Mary is different. I don't know a lot of women like Mary. I just don't. I don't know a lot of women like Mary. Most of the women, my wife included, if I was to do my wife, my lady, if I did her like Kody did Mary's ass, I wouldn't ask her for shit. Okay? If I was on fire and she was holding a bucket of water, I wouldn't ask her for it because I'd be too afraid that it's not water, it's like a bucket of gas. Like I would just be too scared. baby, please put me out. I'm on fire. And she would pour that bucket out slow right in front of me. Like I don't know. I don't know. Like Mary just don't hold a grudge, man. She different. She built different. Like I said, I most of the women I know, they're not nasty women. They get a shirt off their back. They will sacrifice for you. They will give so much of themselves for you. It's ridiculous. Like my wife, she's the kind of woman who, like I have to almost force stuff on her because she's always thinking about what she can do for somebody else. And she doesn't think about what she can do for herself. That's the kind of person she is. But even with that being said, she is not the one. Okay. She is not the one. I'm going to go off, get me a younger woman, leave her ass, and then drag her out for 15 years, then talk shit to her after I do it. The whole time I'm talking shit to her. And then I'm going to tell her some old crazy stuff. Yeah, girl. Yeah, you want to get back? Well, I'm going to make you suffer for the next 20 years because you made me suffer for 20 years. Oh, could you do me a favor? Oh, hell no. Hell no. She is not the one. Like I said, Mary built different. So God bless her. Yeah, I mean, she's awesome. Like I feel like at this point, I'll never be able to say again that Mary is nasty. Because apparently I'm way more nasty than Mary is. Yeah, I mean, I'm throwing stones in the glass house. Because Mary, boy, she, like I said, she cut it out and put it in a little cute pile. Right? So gentle. So gentle. Them shirts would have never saw the light of day. She could be looking. Most of the women I know, they could be looking right at that damn blanket. I don't have that blanket. Well, girl, you know that blanket was like super warm. And they'll call you from that bonfire where the blanket is burning. Tell them, oh, that blanket will keep you warm. That blanket is warm. It's warm as hell. It's hot. That blanket is hot. Okay. It's just different. Like, I don't know. It's just built different. It was the Mormon upbringing. Like, we criticize them all the time. Like, oh, Mormons, maybe they better. Like, they might be better Christians than I grew up Catholic. I wouldn't do that. I would tell James, you got that blanket. You don't want that blanket back. Because the minute you left me, when you walked out on me with that man, you should have saw the things I did to your stuff. Okay. You leave me for somebody else. The way Kody left Mary, oh shit. You don't have stuff in my house no more. Nope. No, you do not. No, you do not. Of course, some people will be like, James, Kathy Ryan, James, I can't keep sweet. Like, yeah, I'm with you. I can't do that. Keep sweet and keep quiet. What is it? Keep sweet and whatever the hell it is. I'm none of that. In other words, don't get on my nerves. Shut up. Don't get on my nerves. No. No. Thank you so much. YouTube is my time machine. Oh man. Was it Sharon D? What's up? It was interesting when Robyn called Kody out on him rewriting history regarding his love of the OG3. She seemed to want an answer and he deflected. Your thoughts? I think they're all crazy souls. I think that you're sitting there watching a gaggle of crazy motherfuckers. Like, these people, pardon my French, these people are so delusional because Robyn will sit there and criticize Kody for rewriting history because the narrative that he's telling doesn't fall into what she accepts to be true. But while she criticizes him for rewriting history, she too has rewritten that history. And because his history doesn't match the history that she rewrote, all of a sudden she's criticizing him. That's how crazy works. That's how crazy works. Oh, your story don't match my story, even though my story comes from my head and isn't real either. Your story should match my story. What? You know what I mean? Like, the fact that you think I should buy into your delusion is insane to me. That's insane to me. Right? Call them rewriting history. And, the whole thing with that, because I did have a big point. Thank you so much, Sharon D. Because I did have a bigger point that I wanted to make on that, where I was talking about Robyn's position in this whole thing has been, I want the sister wives to come back and be a part of my situation because that's what I want. Kody, I wanted the family to move into one house and be one family. And that was my dream and my goal. And because I couldn't realize my dream and my goal, they ruined that for me. Robyn, they ruined that for me because they found dignity and self-respect, and they didn't want to sit there and play second fiddle to my first fiddle. And all of a sudden, they ruined my dreams and my hopes. That's not love. That's not compassion. Like, the whole thing that they say, like, they're treating the problem that Kody and Robyn have in the more contemporary variants is they'll say that's not right. Well, in a more contemporary terms, they want Kody and Robyn to be considered the main characters, whereas the OG3, the OG13 are NPCs. They're characters who are just there to fill a backdrop of Robyn and Kody's world. And so they can't understand why they're not happy playing back or supporting roles in their life. And that's the craziest stuff. That's the craziest thing ever. and they wonder why nobody likes them. It's not just the fact that you guys are saying things and doing things that we don't necessarily care about. It's also the fact that you guys seem so oblivious to other people's feelings and emotions that you can't consider anybody but yourself. That level of selfishness is what turns people off. I can, the truth of the matter is that people can come around to liking a villain. In fact, there are some villains that you like more than the heroes of the story. I keep coming up with the example of Silence of the Lambs. Anthony Hopkins is Hannibal Lecter. He was a more likable character than the protagonist in some points. Scary dude, but he made the movie interesting. So he was likable because he was charismatic. With these two, they're so worried about themselves and how they look and how things should go their way. And the fact that they're dealing with other people, especially they call these people their family, people that they should care about, but clearly they don't. It just creates all kinds of problems. So, him rewriting history, she rewrites history, he rewrites history. I mean, if we're going to be honest, in some regards, OG3 rewrite history. Everybody kind of does that. But it's it's the reason why you're doing it and the impact that it has in you doing it. And then how hard do you hold on to it? Oh, I'm rewriting history. I never loved them. Do I think Kody never loved his wives? I think he loved them how he understood love to be at the time. I think that that's probably the fairest thing that you can say. Like, I believe Kody when he says that he didn't really experience love or what he thought was love, which is probably closer to obsession, but he didn't experience that until Robyn came along. I believe him, because the other ladies might have been something he thought he had to do, or he's playing a role and they're kind of filling that role. They're the backstops. He wasn't really worried about them the same way he was worried about Robyn. So the feelings he had for Robyn are different than the feelings he has for the OG3. It is what it is. But the one thing that I will say is that even if that's true, be honest with yourself and be honest with them. It's not their fault. And this is the part where I think Kody and I, split hairs. If you didn't love them and you didn't have feelings for them, and I take you at your word, that's the case. If you didn't love them, that's on you that you stayed with them and you were miserable. It's not their fault that you didn't love them. That's your fault. If you stayed with them and you realized you didn't want to be with them and you stayed with them for years, making yourself miserable, that's your fucking fault. That's not on Robyn, Christine, or Christine, Mary, and Janelle. That's on you. So why are you mad at them? If anybody has a right to be angry, it would be the OG3 because you told them that you cared about them. You told them that you loved them. You told them that you were giving them your commitment, that you were going to stay committed and faithful to that relationship, and you lied. So if anybody should be angry, it should be them, not you. You don't have a right to be angry. In this situation, you are not the victim. I'm not even saying that Kody is wrong for feeling the way he feels, okay? Because I remember what it was like. I mean, usually for me, it was when I was younger. Like, you fall in love for the first time and you think this is the end all be all. But then you get a little maturity, you get some experience under your belt, and you realize that this might not be the type of relationship you want to be in, or the types of relationships that you've had aren't necessarily the type of relationships that are going to last in perpetuity, or they don't have any longevity to them. So you realize that you have to change things. It's not that you love these people or you're really you feel compatible with these folks. It's just that they maybe make you feel good at the time. And you recognize that, and you say, you know what? Now that I realize what I want out of a relationship or my partner, I'm going to change gears and I'm going to pursue something else. There's nothing wrong with that. And if that's the case, have the decency to say to your partner or the person you're involved with that they are no longer the person that you want to be with. Let them move on. Set them free It may hurt them and it may hurt you at the time, but you set them free so that they can find happiness for themselves. What you don't do, and I'm a big proponent of this, what you don't do is you don't hold on to them until you can find something secure to jump into and you can move on safely without any pain and your transition is easier. Meanwhile, you leave them high and dry. That is not fair. Okay, fuck fair. That's not, forget fair. Fair ain't got nothing to do with it. That's not right. Okay? That's not right. Okay? Like, that's just where I'm at. Like, if you're going to do that, if you're going to be a man, you're going to be an adult. That's a part of being an adult is you have to make decisions and you have to do things that you don't necessarily want to do. You have to do things that might be uncomfortable. If you don't want to be with them, then you tell them you don't want to be with them. But you damn sure, and here's that bitch made shit that I'm talking about with Kody. And pardon my French, I'm going the hell off, but somebody got to damn say it. Here's the thing that annoys me with Kody, and this is where I hold him accountable for the dissolution of his family and destruction of his family. Straight up. When push comes down and shove, I don't give a shit what Robyn said to you. I don't care if she begged you. I don't care if she commanded you. I don't care if she ordered you. As a damn man, you take control of your life as an adult. You take control of your life. If she say to you, I want you to keep dating Janelle and try to work it out. I want you to keep Mary around. And you know you don't have feelings for her. You say, look here, this is what it is. I'm not going to keep chasing her. I'm not going to keep leading her on. I don't want to be with her. It's never going to happen. And even if it does happen, it's only going to make her miserable. It's going to make me miserable. And eventually it's going to affect what relationship we have. Now, if you respect me, then you will respect my decision. But you don't get to pimp me out. You don't get to pimp me out because I'm trying to get you to like me? What? Are you kidding me? This is what I got to do. I got to keep dating Mary and keep dating Janelle and keep going over Christine's house where that's not where I want to be. Be a fucking man. That's what it comes down to. Be a man. Be an adult. And I would say the same thing if the situation was reversed. He's trying to push Janelle to go out there. He's in the cuckoldry, and he's trying to push Robyn out to go date a bunch of dudes, and she don't want to date dudes. Don't sit there and cry, oh, Kody made me date all these guys, and I don't want to date these guys. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But be an adult and take that on yourself. It's not Robyn's responsibility. That was your relationship to have and maintain. Robyn wasn't even alive. Shit, she was alive when you married Mary, but she was like in grade school. You made that commitment. That was your commitment to keep. It was your commitment to keep to Mary. It was your commitment to keep to Janelle, and it was your commitment to keep to Christine. And if you couldn't keep your commitment, you couldn't keep your word, it's nobody else's fault but yours. It's not on Robyn. Now, Robyn plays a different role, and she's culpable for her wrongdoing in a different sense, because she does encourage things, and she's not right, and she's not, sanctified in this situation. But at the same time, when push comes down to shove, she can't make decisions for Kody. Kody made those decisions. If she suggested something and he went along with it, he still went along with it. You don't get a pass because she offered it, she suggested it, or even if she ordered you to do it. You don't have to follow these orders, especially you the patriarch. Come on now. What are we talking about? So that's where I'm at with that. Like the whole rewriting the history and stuff. Like, I think that it comes from a selfish place. Both of them spent a lot of times talking about all their hopes and their dreams, their aspirations, all the things that they want out of life and everything else. But what I noticed, none of that takes into consideration the other person. And I want to go even a step further. I apologize, you guys. I'm going the hell off. But I gotta get this off my chest. When it comes down to it, when you start dating people, because I hear a lot of this, like these debates, and I was actually debating it with somebody I knew, talking about this, well, if a guy goes out and he meets a young lady, you got to ask her what she bring to the table and all that bringing to the table bullshit. Like, let me tell you something about bringing to the table. And this is from a guy that's got some years on the odometer, okay? some experience under the belt. Here's the fucked up thing about relationships. Pardon my French. When it comes down to it, and I'm gonna have to put a pause on the pardon my French because this might be one of them lives. I'm gonna tell it straight up. This is one of the things that happens in life. When you get into life, there's no such thing as status quo or stasis chambers or everything stays the same. Okay? Things change. You could start out your relationship. The guy could be making a crap ton of money. She's making very little money. You go on 5 years, she gets promoted. They both making a crap ton of money. 10 years later, the relationship is still going on. He gets laid off his job. She now is making most of the money. And then it goes back and forth like that for years. So this whole bringing to the table who's the breadwinner, who's not, that's all bullshit. That's stuff that you see on TV. Okay, because at any time you could be on top of your game, and the same time you could be winning, you could turn right around and start losing. But the power of having a partner is that when you up and you're riding high, if they're doing okay, then you can lead as far as the money is concerned. You can start filling in those gaps. You can make those things happen. But if anything were to happen to you and you fall off and your partner is right there, you have somebody who you can work with and y'all can figure it out together, and that makes your relationship better. And that's one of the benefits of having those types of relationships. That's the benefit of being in a relationship, is that you get a partner, somebody who you can work with, a teammate who you can tag in when you get tired and you can't keep going and you can't keep moving forward. You got somebody who will pick you up, put you on their shoulders, and help carry you over the line. That's what having a partner is. Okay? But what you have in Kody's situation and what we see on Kody's situation, at least as far as it's expressed on TV, what we have is a guy who sits there and pretends like he has all this money and he's got a cute little pretty girlfriend or a pretty wife who don't know shit, and she's Miss Innocent, can't be bothered because she doesn't know what's happening in the world, and everything is fine. But what that tells me is you're not a man who thinks forward, because if something were to happen to you, what's going to happen to your babies? If you forget your wife, if you should be concerned about what's going to happen to your partner, but when push them down the shelf, she's an adult. But if you have somebody who can't work with you and can't pick it up and can't keep it pushing, if you fall out dead tomorrow, Kody out there cutting down a tree and the tree fall on top of his ass, what's going to happen to your babies if you got an idiot sitting at home? That's why you invest in your partner. That's why you want your partner to do as much as they can. That's why you want your partner to meet your effort. This doesn't make sense to me. Like when I hear these guys on these shows, especially a lot of the manosphere stuff that Kody be talking about and the stuff that he be watching, I don't understand when you sit around and talk about you should be the breadwinner and the one who making all the money, and they should be willing to stay home and not have nothing to do, and they should just be worried about raising the kids and taking care of the house and cooking you meals. What happens if you fall out tomorrow with a stroke? What happens? You can't work anymore. You can't make money. Most people aren't sitting on top of some kind of entrepreneurial business that they receive royalties from, or they receive a check because they have a partnership which allots them a certain amount of money each month, whether they go to work or not. Most people don't have that. Most people receive work for work done. They receive pay for work done. And if you don't work, you don't get paid. So what happens if something happens to you? You don't have to die. You could get sick. What happens at your house? She's sitting there 20 years, no work experience at all. And then all of a sudden you fall out with a stroke because, man, we have health problems because a lot of us don't go to the doctor like we should. Let's keep it all the way a stack. So it's not unlikely that something going to happen to you. You fall out, and now you supposed to be leaning on her, and you mad at her because she can't keep it pushing. This is why you invest in good partners. This is why you try to get somebody who can meet you where you are. And so the whole idea that you can't accept change in life is disturbing as hell to me. That's not you being dedicated or loyal or straightforward, because that's what they would say. Oh, I'm just really strong in my opinion. No, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Because you can't, you're an idiot and you're immature, because you can't accept that in life, life changes. Life is constantly changing. Even when things seem like it's the same, it's different. There are subtle differences in life. Okay, time is the great equalizer. Because even if you go out to back around the way and you see the guys who were hanging out on the corner 10 years later, they hanging out on the same corner talking the same stuff they was talking about 10 years ago. You know what happened? Over the course of the 10 years, they got older. And then during the course of that 10 years, not only did they get older, a lot of the prospects and a lot of the potential that they have is starting to fade. So now they're not these young bucks who are out there just being like these wild, uncouth gentlemen on the corner. Now they just a bunch of old ass dudes hanging out on the block. Okay, and time has done some wonderful things, but that's where I'm at. And if they can't accept change, oh, when I came into the family, it was one way, and I wanted to go back to that. Lady, it is never going back. That's the fucked up thing about time. Time only works one way. It only moves forward. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. If you could go back in time, the ironic part about that is, if you could go back in time, you would probably change some things. Robyn would say, if I could go back in time, I would change some things, and I would live in that time when I first came into the family. And because that's my time I want to be in. These ladies might look and say, if I could go back in time, I would have left so much sooner. I would have been around when you got to the family, Robyn. If I had the keys to the time machine, we would be talking about something different. I jumped in my DeLorean, I'd have got up to 88 and I'd have been gone. Okay, that would have been the difference. So like the whole thing Robyn's talking about, the fact that she can't accept the life the way it is and all that other stuff, there's a problem there. And to me, that's an immature thing. But there's nothing sexy. I don't give a shit what Kody's talking about. I'm not even talking about physicality. Okay, I'm not even talking about physicality. When I'm looking at it, for me, there's nothing sexy about Robyn. There's nothing sexy. I don't find any of that attractive at all. Not even close. I don't find any of that attractive. Like the fact that you're sitting there want to live in the past. I don't think that shit is cute at all. Like, stop it. Like, things are different. Oh, does Janelle want to come back? Janelle, forget Kody. She's saying like Janelle don't have a choice. Janelle got a choice too. Oh, does Janelle want to come back? I mean, is she done? It doesn't matter whether Janelle is done. Kody is done. And if Kody is done, the only thing that's going to happen is, even if Janelle did want to come back, kind of like what you did to Mary, even if Janelle did want to come back, all that would happen is Kody would treat her nastily. He would be mean and nasty and discourteous to her. He would make her life a living hell because he doesn't want to be with her. So at that point, the first question you should ask is, Kody, do you want to have Janelle come back? Do you want Janelle back, Kody? Is this what you're willing to work for, Kody? And if Cody's answer is no, it stops there. It doesn't matter what Janelle wants at that point. Just like it doesn't matter what you want, Robyn. If Janelle don't want it, Kody don't want it, it doesn't matter that you want it. And this is like the weird, like, I feel like I'm having one of them college conversations. No means no. Like, it's something that you shouldn't have to tell folks. This is something that you tell kids when they like in kindergarten. Keep your hands to yourself. If somebody don't want to do something, you can't make them do it. You can ask them to do it. If they say no, that's no. Then you move on. You let it go. That's something you start teaching kids in kindergarten. You're 50 fucking years old and you're still trying to learn that no means no. Then when somebody say they don't want to be with you, that's it. That you got to let it go. You can't keep pressing them and I'm going to keep asking about it. I'm just going to sit here on my motorcycle and cry. What? Stop that. Stop it. Sharon D, thank you so much. Sorry for going off, but we're going to go ahead and give you a little something, Sharon D. I appreciate the super chat. Let me give you a little something, Sharon D. Oh, man. What is this? Sassy Experience. $5 super chat. Y'all catch Kody's false justification for the new house? Restless, anxiety. Dude went from remodel to moving to Europe and landed on a new mini mansion. Bye, boy. Boy, bye. I'll say this. Kody, and thank you so much, Sassy Spirits. I appreciate you. I'll say this, Kody. If you move to Europe, we will never hear from you again. And what do I mean by that? You go to Europe, there is no connection to Sister Wives anymore. That's Kody trying to get his own show. That's essentially what it is. Because there's no connection. He has zero connection at that point. He's not seeing his kids, and they live in the same state as him, or they live a couple states away. He's not seeing most of his kids, and they were right there. Up until now, I think a lot of them, like a lot of Christine's kids, are going to North Carolina with Janelle and Maddie. But for the most part, as it stands right now, when he did this whole like I want to move to Europe, oh God, that would be almost out. When he was doing all that, Gabe and Garrison lived right around the corner from him. He wasn't seeing none of them. So you go to Europe. Do you think the film crew from Sister Wives is following you to Europe? And Kody, if you're not shooting Sister Wives, how are you gonna pay for Europe? Just curious. I mean, that's what I was thinking when he said that. If you go to Europe, Kody, you just quit your job, bro. he just quit. And trust me when I say this. If you go to Europe, here's the jacked up thing about it. As far as I know, they don't have do they have the AUB in Europe? I don't think the AUB is in Europe. Let me see. Nope. Yeah, are Mormons in Europe? Let me see. Mormons in Europe. Are Mormons in Europe? The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay. As of 2021, there were close to 280,000 Mormons in 821 congregations across Europe. Okay, maybe that's just my prejudice. Okay. But I don't know what he would film in Europe. Like, because I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be interested in watching it. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, you just quit that show. And if you quit that show, bruh, you think you having problems with Robyn because you don't want to take on another wife. You think you having problems with Robyn because you ain't getting the other 3 wives checks. Try not getting 0 TLC checks. You just... Your relationship right now, as it stands, is on life support. If you move your ass to Europe and TLC say, well, we're not going to come to Europe, follow you, good luck with everything, see you later, bye-bye. Robyn, you just kick that life support cord clean out the damn wall, and Robyn's going to leave you for sure. I know she's talking that good shit right now. I would never leave Kody. Cody's my special lover, and we're going to be together forever because I'm committed. Tell her that she got to start taking shit back. Because let's be honest, the one thing I noticed about them, they slowed down on filming in the house. Kody talking about moving, getting his shit together, so you want to move and everything else. And so he slowed down shooting in the house. Did you see them ATVs? Those are not some bullshit ATVs they were riding on. Those are expensive ATVs. Okay? And then they sit up there with you get a pair of them. And I think that, like, by the looks of it, it looks like that ATV might be even a little different than the one he had before when he rode out to meet Mary and Robyn and had that conversation on Kody Pass. So, I mean, that's corny. Like, you can't take a wife and you giving her everything that she wants, and all of a sudden you call yourself moving to Europe with no money and no savings. Like, you get a little bit of scratch. I mean, no doubt you got some scratch. You maybe had some scratch from selling Kody Pass, ripping the wives off and things like that. But you don't have retire money abroad. Like, move abroad and retire money. You have move abroad, get a nice house, have a nice start, and try to maybe have a little time off so you could look for work money. But you do not have retirement money, bro. Trust me when I say that. You do not have retirement money. Europe is expensive. Like, and if you get over there, the best part is you get over to Europe. Kody talking shit now. First of all, you think the IRS is serious about taxes. Over there, they tax rate is high as shit. Okay. I'm talking about nosebleed high. It's so high, you will pass out when you get your tax bill. Especially Kody making like big money. He over here thinking he doing some things. Oh, I make some things happen. I'm getting paid from TLC. You get over to Europe, they take half that shit. I mean, granted, you gonna have free healthcare. You have free healthcare. You know, so when you have that heart attack, when you get your check, you'll be fine. You ain't no money out your pocket. The ambulance ride's gonna be free. The life flight ride, where they put you in the helicopter and life flight you to another hospital so you can see a specialist. All that shit's gonna be free. You can stay there 2 months and you'll walk out of there no bill. But you gonna pay for that. Like they're gonna hit your pockets. Europe is notorious. Okay. Hell, we had a revolution about not paying European taxes. Like, I'm just saying, you know, look up Boston Tea Party. I'm just saying, son, don't fuck around. But thank you so much, Sassy Experience. Let me get a little something. Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts. Kitty, 1838. $2 super chat. Keep sweet and obey. Hell no. Me, hell no. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's where I was saying, Mary, with that blanket, you know, keep sweet and obey. So you keep your mouth shut. And as long as you stay quiet and you don't complain, and here's the jacked up part about it. As long as you stay quiet, you don't complain, they don't mind you staying quiet and not complaining. They don't mind you not doing that. You'll be upset. You'll be upset. But they don't care that you're upset. You know? You as long as you don't complain about it and voice your contention with anything that's going on, they're fine. They consider that you being loyal. They consider that you healing the family. So, yeah, keep sweet and obey. Yeah, hell to the no. Well, Mary, I don't know. Like I said, Mary, boy, you got to give it to her. She's an angel. That dude got his t-shirts back in strips. And I wouldn't even put them like together. So if you have like 15 shirts, I'd have cut them things into strips and I'd have mixed them all up and I would send them like mismatched strips back. It's going to take you months to figure out which shirt belonged to which shirt. It's going to be like a jigsaw puzzle. So you got to figure out which shirt belongs to which shirt. And they're going to be all different sizes because I'm not going to cut them like even straight strips. I'm cutting them shits all crazy. It's going to be a jigsaw puzzle. You're going to work to get them shirts back together. Oh, man. Let me get one more. Jenny Jet, 999 super chat. Robyn's alter ego, She-Ra. My kids don't know I rode ATVs and more back in my day. Lady, your son Dayton almost lost an eye riding ATV under Kody's supervision. What more are you hiding from them? Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk about that ATV accident. We'll touch on it a little bit. I want to do a video on it, talk about it more in depth. But that ATV accident, thank you so much, Sharon D. Let me get a little something. Because we gotta get into the ATV accident. Let me just jump to this. Jenny Jet, hell yeah, 10.99 super chat. Let's talk about the ATV accident for a moment. Here's my thing with the ATV accident. I think that ATV accident, crazy sauce. Okay. I'm just gonna say it like this. If you get into, like, I ride bikes, because I remember, I'm gonna preface it by saying this. I remember when McKelty fell off the horse. And I said, if you see your daughter fall off a horse and you see her hit the ground hard as hell, and the horse is run off, and Kody decided he was going to chase the horse down. And I had some horse people say, yeah, because my thing was I'd be checking on my daughter. There's other people that can get that damn horse. I don't have to be the one to get the horse. Fuck that horse, right? As far as I'm concerned, he going to the glue factory anyway. No, I'm just joking. But it probably ain't even the horse's fault. It's like McKelty, she got on the back of the horse, and she shouldn't have been riding it. But I'd have been concerned about my daughter because, you know, falling off a horse is serious. Like Christopher Reeve serious. I mean, you got Superman riding, you know, spend the rest of his days in a wheelchair, couldn't move from the neck down from fucking around with horses. Horses are serious. Okay, they're not a game. Like, same. You know, or let me complete that. When I said that about the horse thing, I had people come out and say, James, I was raised with horses, and that's what you're supposed to do. You got to get the horse, you got to ride it immediately. I guess forget your kid laying on the ground broken. You got to ride this horse to make sure that other people can ride it. Okay, fine. I'll concede to your expertise. Motorcycles. I ride motorcycles. Motorcycle man. Motorcycle pilot. Okay. And I'm telling you, if you come off a motorcycle or ATV and you Robyn hit that ground, boy, she stopped moving. Okay. She wasn't moving. I was like, oh, Robyn fucked up. Like, she is not like the way they try to play it off, like they see the ATV accident and clearly like she went out and had the conversation after the ATV accident. They try to play it like, you know, she just hit the ground like, ha, everything's fine. And then Kody come over joking and stuff. So initially I was like, oh, they just gonna play it down. This was kind of a, you know, let down or whatever. It's kind of anticlimactic. But when she came off the bike, Kody comes over, and this dude is so bad in these types of emergencies. I can't speak to the horse stuff, but I can sure as shit speak to the motorcycle stuff or the power sports stuff. If you come off of a motorcycle, you come off of an ATV, and you're wearing a helmet, and you don't know what injury that person has, you do not move them. You don't move them. And depending on what's going on, you might tell them, stay still. You don't move you. You stay still. You know, and let them do an inventory of themselves to figure out if they hurt or not. You don't tell them that they hurt. Oh, does it hurt? Because if you broke something, you'd be screaming. Not if you're fucking paralyzed. You gotta stop. Like, they need to, like, I don't know what it is. Like, these people, boy, y'all need to stop with your stupid ass. Like, if it's broken, you would know it. Like, yeah, you know, having a broken bone hurts, yes, but that's not the only kind of hurt you could have. You could be jacked up. And then there's some cases, especially, he took her helmet off. Like, he didn't know whether she had a neck injury or not. Thank God she didn't, because she landed on a rock. If you look at that scene, I looked at the scene when they did it, and I noticed that when she rolled over and he took that helmet off her head, like he prized this helmet off her head, and she's telling him, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. And he takes the helmet. I'm going to get your helmet off. No, you don't take that helmet off. You don't do nothing. You are not a doctor. If that was me, boy, I flew off that freaking ATV. I'd be like, unless your last name, unless you have your name and an MD after your name, do not touch me. Okay, don't fuck around and get named in a lawsuit. Okay, do not get named in a lawsuit. Don't touch me if your name, your first name ain't doctor or your last name ain't MD. Okay, and I don't want no doctor like, you know, English or poetry. I want medical doctor. Okay, and even then, like, even as a medical doctor, they know not to mess with you or twist you around. But a lot of them will put you in traction and put you on a board. They'll board you and then put you in the back of an ambulance and go somewhere where they can scan you to make sure that you're okay and make sure that nothing is broken or damaged or you know, close to whatever. This dude is like, I'm just going to come over, and because this is what I want, and this goes back to what I was saying about their personal desires. You know, you don't just, I want you to be okay, so I'm going to do this. You don't get to make those kind of decisions for me. Not if I fall out. If I'm riding around and I know she did, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to look at it again to determine who messed up. But like, I don't know why you would cross in front. Like, why are you guys trying to do some trick riding when you crossing in front of each other? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Of course, somebody's gonna get hurt. Pardon my friend. I'm cussing a lot tonight. I don't want to cuss a whole lot. But what are you doing? What are you doing? You cross in front of this dude on a motorcycle or on a ATV, and then you run up into some rocks. Like, she fell into basically a rock pit on her back. And she's saying you could tell she was hurt. She was hurt, like, bad. Okay. That was not like I scrapped my knee. That was, she was trying to figure some shit out. Like, in that moment, she's like, "Oh Lord, this is it. I've treated people poorly. Don't let it end like this, because my feet are getting hot. You know what I mean? Because you know where you're going." But yeah, she was like, she's in a bad spot. So what he should have did was, if she says she's okay, you listen to her. And by saying that she's okay, you also gotta have somebody who you can trust. Because some people, I'm fine, and they be jacked up, right? They leg be going this way. You know what I mean? They thigh going this way, and they leg going this way, and they talking about they fine. Like, you are not fucking fine, okay? You are not okay. we need to call some people. You know what I mean? Got the cameraman throwing up in his hat because your leg looking all crazy. Like, no. So I think that they should, like, Kody went and snatched that, like, he forced that helmet off her head. And sometimes, like, in these types of accidents, the saddest part is somebody could get, they could be compromised. Nothing is broken yet. But and part of the reason why they tell you don't move people around is because nothing is broke, whatever, they're compromised. But you trying to force her neck in a certain way or move her body in a certain way, you wind up doing way more damage after the accident. And you don't want to be in the hospital and have that doctor tell you guys, both of y'all together, well, according to our x-rays, she's going to be paralyzed or whatever. And then, that was terrible. How did this happen? The motorcycle accident. No. It wasn't the initial injury. We've determined that it was after the initial injury when you started moving her. That's when you put her in a chair. That look, that's serious. And production should have stepped in too. Like, I'm kind of looking at TLC. You guys are not safe. Okay, somebody in production should have told him to calm down. And this, you can't handle emergencies, bro. Go sit over there in the corner. We'll take a look at her. We'll make sure she gets what she needs. We're gonna call somebody to come down here and look at her. Like, I would not trust, like, Kody's best judgment in that situation. But yeah, when she went off that motorcycle, you see, at first I thought it was a thing where, they had the whole conversation and they were up there arguing, and then, like, Kody went down there and she got in an accident, fell off a motorcycle. I'm like, bro, that looks terrible. Hey, you going to jail. Like, you can't get in an argument with your wife and all of a sudden she crash. She get in a terrible car accident. Like, bro, you talking to the police. You're going to be on an episode of Law and Order. Yeah, somebody said that. Well, let me click into, hold on one second, guys. Because somebody just said we had 2 people in my area killed on quads. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get to it. Yeah, hello. This thing is just spooling. Yeah, they said they had 2 people in the area killed on quads. Yeah, I had my cousin's wife. She fell off a quad. They went down to the islands and they were riding quads, and she fell off. Because you think, and here's the thing, like, if I ride motorcycles, and you would think that quads are safer than motorcycles, right? It's like quads and mopeds. Like you think, oh, okay, it's not as big and as strong as a motorcycle for the mopeds, even though it's on two wheels, it's not as big or as fast as a motorcycle, so it's probably safer. You know, an ATV or a quad, it's on four wheels, so it's probably safer than a motorcycle. Here's the thing with the mopeds, they go like I was always concerned about mopeds because of the power aspect. Like if I'm riding on my bike, 9 times out of 10, the first lesson you learn on motorcycles is that most accidents that are bad accidents are single rider accidents, meaning it's the motorcycle operator's fault. So if you are unsafe on a motorcycle, it could lead to you having an accident. The second thing is usually people not seeing you when you're on a motorcycle. So you have to be able to pay attention to your surroundings. And when people do things, you have to be able to get out the way. Because like I've had people pull out a driveway on me. I've had people pull out in front of me. I've had people turn in front of me, like all kinds of stuff. So you are always like, you have to be hyper aware when you're riding a bike on the street because people just don't see you. Like 9 times out of 10, even if your motorcycle is loud as hell, like I have a big bike, but you know, it makes some noise, you know, and people still don't see you, right? I say that to say this. If you're on a moped, my concern always with a moped is that you don't have the power to get out of the way. So it's, you know, something happens and you geese that, like what we call geese it. You throw that throttle back and you just don't have enough power to get out of the way. So I was always concerned that way. With a ATV, you know, you think that you have a lot more stability, but ATVs have been known to roll. Like you could roll an ATV, like roll over. You know, you could like the pop wheelies. You could turn over on them. Like you have to be very careful about your turning ratios and stuff on ATVs. They're not as like they're deceptively safe. They're not as safe as a lot of people expect them to be. So when she got into an ATV accident, I'm not surprised. When Dayton got hurt on an ATV, I'm not surprised. If you get on a powered vehicle like those power sports and you're going on it and you're not used to it or you're afraid or you're apprehensive and you're going and you know it starts to get scary because you're going faster than you wanted to go, then there's a possibility you're going to crash because you're going faster you want to go, then all of a sudden you don't think like just slow down, just ease up off the throttle and you'll slow down or hit the, you know, start braking. You know, you staying on the gas, just going. And I think that's probably what happened with Dayton. He just got, he got scared and he just rode through a barbed wire fence. You know, with Robyn, like you just get comfortable riding on the back of that thing and think you doing some stuff, trying to show some tricks and shit. And you get ate up. Like that's the one thing with those things. Like I say that with power sports, firearms, or shovels, anything. If you don't respect your equipment, working on cars, if you don't respect your stuff, you can get bit. Like you get hurt. You can get hurt. And what they were doing was like, I get riding and having a good time and racing around, like basically. And the jacked up part about it is, where they were. They were up at Kody Pass. So essentially, you guys are using Kody Pass as your recreational vehicle plot. So forget building houses out there. You just basically ride your ATV or your power sports from your house, or I think they have like trailers or whatever out there where they have a lot of those pocket bikes and the power sports equipment. So you go out there, you get on your stuff, and you ride around Kody Pass while you have these other women paying for it. Like that's how y'all rolling. But you get out there, you start trying to do some tricks. Go out there, have fun, but don't be safe. Respect your stuff. If you don't respect it, it's going to teach you. And you know, and Robyn, she learned today. She learned today. Yeah, somebody said they're riding in the retention pond. Low. Yeah, low. There's low. Riding in that retention pond, exactly. You know, so they're using, like, you have $1 million power sports area, because that's all Kody Pass is being used for so far. For them to go out there and ride the power sports stuff, whether it's the pocket bikes that he got the kids on Christmas, the ATVs that him and Robyn have. You know, they're just out there cruising around playing. That, like, you're using Kody Pass as a playground, and it's a damn shame. Yeah, wonder if the other land they are parading around on, if they have permission to do it. He don't own all that land. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does, Sarah S. That's what's jacked up about the whole Kody Pass thing. Kody's name, because his name appears on all the land, he has access and rights to every piece of land in Kody Pass. Stupid as shit. Yes, 100% stupid. 100% stupid. The stupid, like, and he's telling Janelle she got to get permission to move her little RV around from these other people. But Kody owns all of it. That was one of the big disputes that they had as far as Kody Pass. He owns all of it. So he has every right to go out there and play on that property however he sees fit. It's a damn shame. Let me see. Sarah K. $1.99 Super Chat. Kody and Robyn talk regarding the breakdown family, and OG3 did. Yeah. It's their fault. It's their fault, Sarah K. They did this to us. They broke up the family. They didn't want to be a part of the family. Kody, they're not following my dreams. You forget their dreams, their hopes, their ambitions. They don't deserve to have those things. It's so crazy. Let me get a little something. We got one more. Mika People, $5 Super Chat. Robyn was only on it to let Kody be her best customer. She's going to do all the things he likes now with no other wives. Yeah, right. And that's the thing too. Like even with Kody and them, like, this is part, like I said, with the whole idea of like having a partner. Thank you so much, Mika. I appreciate you. As well as Sarah K. Awesome. Jenny Chad, Kitty. Here's the thing. Like, this is when I did my whole rant about like partners and stuff, things happen. Like, what happens if you go out there? Yeah, you like hanging out with Robyn because she do a little something strange for some change and all that. She treats you like the best customer and she make you feel a certain kind of way. But what would have happened? Because we talk about Kody losing his job or losing TLC money and Robyn leaving. What do you think Kody would do if Robyn would have got hurt? Like, seriously hurt on that ATV. And she could no longer provide customer service. Do we think that Kody would be okay with having the diesel Gene model who everybody wants to now being basically a caretaker for somebody whom is physically compromised? Do we think that that's the case? I'm just saying, like, this is like where having a partner really comes into play, but you don't want somebody who, I twist their toes up because I do that thing. My wild side is all that, and I'll just bang them out or whatever. And I twist them up, and that's what they love about me. Because if you don't have that one thing that they supposedly love about you, you can't do that thing no more. What happens to you? And then that's the question. Like I give Kody a hard time because if something happens to his money or his job or his ability to be able to provide for Robyn, she's probably going to leave. But Robyn, if you got jacked up out there on Kody Pass fucking around with Kody because he wanted to ride ATVs or you trying to show out and you get hurt, I don't know if he's going to stick by you, sweet cheeks. You know? Like the saddest part is like Kody very well may like he might wait till you get out the hospital. Maybe you get out of the hospital, you got your nurse there, and he like, okay, you feel comfortable? Okay, well, Robyn, I gotta tell you that this ain't working out for me because I feel like you stand in the way of my goals. And he leaves you, just saying. So I don't know. The best customer would be like, be out of business. Thank you so much. I got another one. Michelle Woods, $9.99 super chat. The ATV accident reminded me of Gordon Ramsay's accident. For those who don't follow his Instagram, Ramsay was riding his bike and his helmet crushing ribs in black and blue. Oh, wow. I don't know how he survived. Ooh, woo. Oh, yeah, them ATVs, man, they are not like I said, I'm a rider, and I'm telling you, them ATVs are not a joke. They are not, they're fun, but they're not a toy. That is not a toy. That's serious business because you can get hurt on that. Like, I'm not talking about like scraped knees or broken wrists. I broke my leg. I'm not talking about that. Like, you can get hurt. Like Michelle said, like people, you get to the hospital and people like, I have no idea how he survived this. Yeah, I have no, like the Lord was walking with him that day. Won't he do it? Yes, he will. Like things have happened, what do you say? Every time a bell rings, the angel gets his wings. Your guardian angel, boy, be like, ding, ling, ling, yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Michelle Woods in the house. Let me give you a little something. Yeah, but I'm gonna talk. I just want to talk about a couple more things, and then we can jump right into some of these phone calls or whatever. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll talk about during the course of the week. I want to do some videos about like the whole him blaming the family because they didn't believe in his dreams and all that, like the whole one house, one family thing. We'll be talking about that this week. And I'm sure we'll be talking about tomorrow with Sarah, Reality Squad. Shout out to Sarah and the Reality Squad crew. Yeah, feeling sorry for themselves. Yeah, it's just the one thing I did want to talk about, and I think that this was one of the things that really stuck out to me was when they talked about Kody threatening to leave. Like apparently at some point Kody gets in an argument with Robyn and he threatens her with abandonment. He threatens her, I'm gonna be out, whatever. I'm tired of this shit, tired of dealing with you. It's ridiculous. But one of my pet peeves, I guess. It's not pet peeves, it's annoying to me. Is the idea that people will threaten you with their absence. Like, oh, if you don't do such and such, they give you the ultimatum. If you don't do such and such, I'll leave. Or I'm gonna break up with you. Here's the thing. Like, I have a rule, and my wife, she has that same rule. Like, we're in agreement on this. We argue, we'll disagree. If we disagree, it is what it is, right? But at no time have I ever said to her, because we've had a disagreement, that I'm gonna leave, or you gonna leave, or we gonna break up, or whatever. If I say I don't want to do this anymore, that I'm gonna leave, that we gonna break up, then I mean that shit. I don't want there to be any question when I say that it's over, that maybe I mean it, maybe I don't. He said that before. No. If I say it's over, it is over. All right. If I say I'm leaving, I'm leaving. I'm not threatening you that I'm leaving. I'm informing you I'm leaving. That's my thing. Like, I don't like that I'm leaving stuff. Don't threaten me with a good time, bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't threaten me with a good time. Because that's just, to me, I think that that's where you lose a lot of credibility, not only in your decision making, but the first time you say it, it's scary. Oh, don't leave. Oh, please. Oh no. Oh, please. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. The second, third, fourth, fifth time you say it, oh, you put the peanut butter and jelly on the same piece of bread, I'm leaving. Like, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It doesn't mean anything. And so when you're talking about something serious, they don't take you serious if you say that you're offended. That's why I don't do that. If it's something where I say, look, if you do this, I'm serious. Like, if this happens, I can't do that. I don't say I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna quit you and all that. You draw your lines, but your lines have to be your lines. And if you go back on it, then your lines don't mean anything. Your boundaries don't mean anything. And so one of my boundaries is you don't get to threaten me with leaving me. You don't get to threaten me every time you turn around and we have a disagreement. You don't get to tell me that you're gonna quit the relationship. Because for one, that tells me that the relationship doesn't mean anything to you. If you could just let it go because things ain't going your way or things ain't, and it doesn't mean anything to you, then what are we doing? I'm not going to sit up here and beg you to stay. But then at the same time, I don't do the whole, I'm going to threaten you every 2 weeks that we're going. And for him to threaten Robyn, especially when you've had these breakups, the fact that, these women threaten to leave me, part of the reason why Kody didn't really appreciate the threat, or when the women came to him and informed him that they were going, or part of the reason he didn't believe them and it took so long for him to believe it, is because this is what they do. They sit there and threaten each other all the time that they're going to go. Oh, I'm quitting you. This is over. And you leave, you go on for like a night, and then you come back. Like, of course he's not scared. Or, or he just takes for granted, every time you say it, he just assumes that you full of shit. Oh, she just talking. Oh, she'll come back. She's mad now. She'll go to her mama's house, spend the weekend, and then she'll be back next week. Meanwhile, and this is the hidden hand of part of what happens with that, is meanwhile, when you over at your mama's house, he makes you mad enough to go to your mama's house. You go to your mama's house, and while you at your mama's house, he doing whatever it is he want to do. Because he know next week you gonna be back. Y'all have some conversation. He'll apologize. He'll promise never to do it again. And then you'll come right back in the house and you'll pretend like nothing is, changed and nothing is different. Everything is the same, and things are different now, blah, 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 until he does it again. And all that does is just create a endless cycle of she does something, you get mad, threaten to leave him, her, whatever. Then you go or stay or whatever the case may be. And then everything is forgiven and you just go back to the way it was. What happens when you get serious and you say, honestly, if this keeps going this way, I'm going to leave. I've heard you tell me that you were going to leave 15 times last week. You're still here. Why would I start believing you now? I've been telling you for 15 times I won't leave. Yeah, but why would I start believing you on the 16th, 17th time? That's all I'm saying. So, but let me just check these real quick, and then we'll open up the phone lines. Matter of fact, let me drop the drop the link, post it up to the top. Yep. The link is at the top of the chat, y'all. So let me know when you guys want to come in. But just real quick. All right. Sorry, real quick. Okay. Raspberry. $10 super chat. If Robyn injured an eyebrow, Kody would have a testimony that he should court the 25-year-old blonde with the figure hugging jeans and a chastity speech. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, and that's the worst part about it. If Robyn was to get jacked up in that ATV accident, you know he's showing up to every one of them meetings in churches and the parks and everywhere else, and that's going to be his story. That's how he's going to hook half of the women he talks to. Oh, I was out. Oh, and my wife, we was on our property, because you got to throw in that you got property. See, that indicates that you have money. We were on our property. We were riding our recreational vehicles. And then she got in this terrible accident. Oh God. Oh, please. Oh, could you give me your phone number? Yeah, just let me know. What's your Instagram? Yeah. Oh God. But he don't tell you that she's fine. Like she's, she's a little walking a little slow, or she got a cane now because she fell off an ATV. He's not gonna mention that, but he'll use the accident as a way to try to talk to women. I guarantee you. Or when she came off the bike, things became different. Yeah, because she couldn't walk around the house and keep the house and clean the house and cook your meals and stuff because she's jacked up. Oh, things are different. She just became a different person. I need somebody who understands me. Just happens to be the 20-year-old. Let me get raspberry, little something. Hold on 1 second. All right. Then we have one more. We have Rosalind Davis, $4.99 super chat. Kody have become his father. His father was mean, thoughtless, and didn't respect women. You said it. I didn't, Rosalind. But I did hear that his dad was a piece of work. I did hear that. Like, you know what I mean? No disrespect to Win, but I heard he was a piece of work. So, you know what I mean? I guess what a crazy thing that they always say is like, given enough time, you become your parents. So maybe it's Kody's time. And as much as I would say that your parents influence you, sometimes it's really like I've said this on the channel before, but it's really the difference between a hero story and a villain's origin. Like the hero and the villain will go through pretty much the same traumatic experience. The only subtle difference is that the hero will experience these terrible things, and they make the conscious decision that they want to protect other people from going through and enduring the type of pain or suffering that they went through. And that's what makes them a hero. The villain, on the other hand, they just basically mirror back whatever travesty or thing that happened to them in the past. So that's kind of the difference. But yeah, I 100% agree. So big shout out to Rosalind. Yeah, pop Rosalind up a little something. Then we'll get cracking. All right. Thank you so much, Rosalind. And Raspberry. And Michelle Woods. But before we get started, let me bring up some folks real quick. Hold on. Before we get cracking on it, I saw Brittany. Not Brittany. Where you at, Brittany? You dropped out on me? Come back, Brittany. Come back. But oh wait, let me just make sure I got everything I want to talk about. Okay, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the stage first up. We got Brittany, not Brittany, coming to the stage because we gotta wish her a big congratulations. Congratulations, girl.
Yay! Thank you.
Living that life. What's happening?
Thank you. Not much. Just it's almost time for us to leave and come back to the States. So
Okay.
I'm a little a little sad, but not really because I miss my parents. But
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the one thing about
But,
going away that I found too is that as awesome as it is to be away and to have new
mhm.
experiences, there's no place like home. Like, you know what I mean? After a while,
Exactly.
you're like, I miss my
Exactly.
bed.
Right. Right. And we don't have like we don't have a suite. So and we also don't have a microwave. The microwave is on a different floor. So anytime we want to heat up food, we gotta
Oh,
go up to a different floor. And I just want a home cooked meal. I
there
just
you
want
go.
to toast something. That's it.
Yeah.
Um, but real quick, because I know you're gonna have a lot of callers with this episode. Um, first and foremost, I need Robin to go to therapy because her prayers are not getting higher than the ceiling. They're really they're really not. Because this whole I just don't know how to let it go. Girl, I don't want to hear that anymore. Go, where's Nancy? Go talk to Nancy. Because this is not conducive and it's not healthy. It's not healthy for at this point, like 3 years later, you don't know how to let it go that these women don't want to be with y'all. That
Hmm.
girl, you doing too much. And she keeps talking about like Kody rewriting history because Cody's saying that he never loved them or he's realizing that he didn't love them the way he thought he did and everything. And it kills me because she doesn't understand that, but that's what she does when she talks about how the family treated her kids. It's like you're rewriting history. I'm we are rewatching. Well, I'm rewatching. I'll say watching the show for the first time, and you see her talk about like how happy her kids are, how excited the kids feel to be accepted into the family, so forth and so on, season after season after season after season after season. And now all of a sudden they never liked your kids.
Right.
That goes against what you've been telling us for years. And she just it just frustrates me. And then she also thinks that she has this moral high ground for from everybody else. So you're talking about the turn back time thing and redoing things differently. Robin would go back in time and change the way everybody else behaved, but she
Hmm.
wouldn't change anything that her and her kids did.
Right.
She wouldn't stop Brianna from crying all the time. She wouldn't stop herself from crying all the time. She wouldn't go back and not kiss Kody. And like she just everybody else is stank but hers.
Hmm. Yeah, the ultimate justification. Everything I did was okay or it was right. Or it
Hmm.
wasn't that bad. If I did do something and it was bad and somebody was offended, it wasn't that bad. And that's just
Hmm.
them being offended. But if I was
Right.
offended, it's a great travesty and crime against humanity because they don't care
Hmm.
about me. You know, that kind of thing. So I agree.
Right.
I
Right.
agree.
It makes me think of Simpsons.
Well, I'm sorry, what'd you
It's like
say?
a Disney movie. I said, did you hold on a second? Um, okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh wait,
I got you.
hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my Bluetooth was like trying to disconnect and reconnect. I was saying, have you ever seen the movie Meet the Robinsons? It's a Disney movie.
I
Um,
think so.
okay, there's a scene. So the bad guy was like bullied as a kid, and so that's how he ended up. That was his origin story of how he turned about how he turned evil. And you
Hmm.
see in a flashback that he's like grumpily walking through school, and everybody's just like, "Oh my god, cool binder, Goob! You're so cool, Goob. You want to come over and hang out with me, Goob?" And then he goes in present time. They all hated me, and you're like, "What?" That's Robin.
Right.
That's Robin and her kids, where everybody is bending over backwards to welcome her and her kids into their family. And she's like, we were just so mistreated this entire time. And you're like,
Right.
but we watched it. I'm so confused.
Right. Right. Well, that and the fact that they never take into account why people reacted the way they reacted. Like
Hmm.
when she was mad at Hunter because she came out and she said, "I'm pregnant with Solomon, yay!" And Hunter didn't jump up and start smiling. And a lot of the kids, like including Maddie and them, looked
Hmm.
depressed and sad. You never asked why they're sad. You were so offended that they weren't happy, but you didn't recognize the fact that they just got out of poverty. Like these kids remember poverty, because it
It
only been
happened.
definitely was only like a year or two.
Poverty was poverty was like 2 months ago.
Right, exactly.
What do you even mean? And add to that, it's not like they, they moved and they were in in such a good mood about being there and they were so happy. And then Robin says this and now they're upset about it. They were already upset. What I'm sorry, but why should having a baby is a great thing, beautiful. But if I'm in a bad place, why do I have to change my entire energy for you and that not be considered like a complete be considered disrespectful or some sort of slight against you?
Right,
It's like she just makes stuff about herself when it's like, girl, nobody's thinking about you.
right,
But for
right,
Robin, that's the problem, is that nobody's thinking about her.
right, right. Or it's
Like,
just that
okay.
everybody doesn't agree with her, and because you don't 100%
Yes.
agree with her, all of a sudden it's problematic.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Like, again, like if I say that I don't like waffles, if I say that I like pancakes, and then it's just like, oh, so you hate waffles? No, that's not what I said.
Right, right,
That's not what I said at all. That's the opposite of what I said, actually.
right, right.
Um, and also, I've been watching Notes to Self 444. Is
Mm,
that the right amount of fours? Yes.
yeah.
And she talks about, and they were talking on the show. They talked about how within the religion you're essentially like supposed to suffer,
Mm,
and it hit me that it made sense to me about Robin. I think she's wrong, but it makes sense why Robin has to be so down all the time, because from like materialistic standpoint, she's not suffering
right.
at all. She's winning in Paris. You have a $2 million home. All your kids live with you. Like you got these women paying all your bills. You're not suffering,
Hmm.
but she has to suffer in order to, I guess, get to heaven. I don't know. Like it doesn't make sense. It just it I don't know. She confuses me.
Right, right.
She
Well,
confuses me because go ahead.
no, because I was thinking with the with regard to the suffering, I think that suffering is built into the. I think I said this before, but I think that suffering, the notion of suffering, is built into the uh diaspora of the religion, because it
Mm-hmm.
allows for people to because you recognize that people are going to suffer in this religion. So instead
Mm-hmm.
of you making it a weakness, you make it a virtue. So if I have
Right.
you suffering, then it's to be expected, and it's awesome that you're suffering because that shows your dedication to not only the religion but to self-improvement. So the
Mm-hmm.
longer you can suffer, the more you can suffer, the better you're going to be, because that means that you're getting stronger and better. And isn't that
Mm-hmm.
wonderful? So it puts them in a situation where now they feel like they're actually accomplishing something by staying in a relationship that they
Right.
probably should have left a long time ago because they're not
Mm-hmm.
having their needs met. So, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I hats off to the flipper and the fugazi of you
Yes.
tricking people into thinking it's something that's so bad for them and so negative towards them is actually a good
Mm-hmm.
thing. Congratulations on that, I guess.
I
But
guess.
yeah, I guess, but yeah, I think that that's part of it. And I do agree that I can see a scenario where she has to announce how much she's suffering because, I want
Mm-hmm.
people to recognize what a good soldier I am and how good I am as far as my
Mm-hmm.
commitment levels to the religion, because I am suffering so much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would
And
also play into the crying all the damn time too.
oh my God, her crying. It was just, I don't know, because I had to like dip out for a little bit. alive. So I don't know if anyone said it in the comments, but when after he almost like broke her neck, taking that helmet off, and they finally made it
Right.
up the mountain. Um, at first when they were talking, they were sort of flirting with each other and trying to be like romantic and everything. And then it's like Robyn prompted sadness in Kody,
Hmm.
where she was like, okay, that's enough joy. Now we have to suffer.
Right.
And I can't remember how she asked the question, but she was basically just like, are you okay? And then it's like Kody took that as his cue to just start being weepy.
Right.
And you're just like, I've never seen people just other than actors like Academy Award winners just like cry on cue like that every single time and still it be so fake.
Right. Right. Well, because I think it's interesting. I might actually have to do a video on that because I think that that's a interesting thing. But let me because I think that there is a point where you can't be happy. It's too much joy, so you have to pull them back. But there's also
Mhm.
the dichotomy of she makes him sad, prompts him to be sad because we're smiling too much, we're happy too much. So let me make
Mhm.
you sad. And then during the time when they're having a conversation about him being sad, she turns right around and says, "Yeah, but you're different now. Before you were so happy. You know why I'm
Mhm.
different? Because I spend so much of my time trying to be sad to make you happy. Because you're
Yes.
not happy unless we're sitting around crying, you know."
Right.
And so that's crazy in itself. But even then, like with Robyn, I said
Mhm.
a long time ago, every episode she cries. She cries.
Yes.
She cried every episode.
Mhm.
The one time, well, I mean, there's a couple times where it have been appropriate for her to cry, like anything with dating and all that with the ATP
Yes.
accident. Fine,
Mhm.
but the fact that you fell off of a motorcycle and got jacked up and you didn't cry then, like that would have
Not
been
a
the time.
singular tear.
Right. I'd have been, oh, Lord, please don't touch it. I told you straight up, don't touch me unless you're a paramedic or a doctor of some kind. Do not touch me.
And
Like,
then he's like berating her like as she you can tell that she got the wind knocked out of her. She was like,
yeah, she
I
was
don't
in
even
trouble.
know where I am. And
Yeah.
he's like fussing at her. And I'm just like, you couldn't wait until she at least got up off the ground.
Right.
She hasn't even sat up good. You haven't even he hadn't even taken off her helmet
Right.
before
Right.
he started like fussing at her. And you're just like, how did these women live with you? Like, he's such an aggravating human being.
Right. Right.
I
Well,
don't
because
understand.
the problem is, I think with him is that one, it's supposed to be all about him. And then two, she's impending, like she's encroaching on his fun and his good time because now she
Mhm.
has the inconvenience of getting hurt. So now that
Right.
you're sitting there, you're hurt. I guess we can't. I had plans that we were gonna ride up to the top of the mountain. I guess we can't do that now that you done fell off the damn
Right.
motorcycle. Like you ruined my day. Like
Right.
she can't feel her toes, and you talking about
But
she messed you up. You know.
so we're supposed to go up here and cry together.
Right,
And you
exactly, exactly.
crying down here.
Right. You talking about you can't move. Because she did say that. She said
Yeah.
initially, she said, I can't move.
I can't move.
And he's like, okay, let me get your helmet off. You stupid ass. If she says she can't move, that's the time you say, don't move, don't try to move.
Don't move.
So we need to
And
get somebody in here to get her ass out of here. And that was stupid
like here,
anyway.
let me sit you up after you said you can't move.
Right,
Like,
right.
sir, if you don't call the ambulance for me right now, because no. Also, real quick, two more things. I'm gonna let you go. So you're talking about Kody wanting to go to the UK or whatever.
Mm,
Also, what is he gonna do? Because here, or in America, the whole gun law is very relaxed. The amount of flexibility or whatever that he has here, he is not going to have that anywhere else outside of the US.
Right.
So whatever income that he be able to make from that, he's not going to be able to make that same kind in the UK. Like
Yeah.
that's dumb.
Yeah.
Again, he
That's
never
true.
thinks anything through.
That's true. Because
And then
they're very strict with firearms in the UK. Like that's
yes.
why they have knife like people get stabbed. Like they had like people went crazy. I forget where it was. It
Mhm.
was just recently, and they had a guy running around trying to slash people with knives. Like I think one person died.
Yes.
They don't have what we
Mhm.
have here,
Mhm.
but with
Right.
regard to that, they are very strict. That's why they have like everybody got a knife over there because if
Yeah.
you have a gun, you know you don't want.
Yeah.
I think the only people who have guns over there are like they're very strict
Like
as far as their
military people.
licensing, military, and police.
Mhm.
But other than
Yes.
that, like you just can't go to the gun store and just buy a
Right.
gun.
And just buy one,
Right. You definitely
So
can't go to no
that's
gun show where Kody does his business. So yeah.
right, right. And he strikes me as someone who, even at the gun show, is still not up to just the bare minimum of regulations. So even in the UK, it's just like, no, sir.
Right,
And
right.
then once again, to reiterate, you are correct. Mary is trying to reach heaven, because I would have burned that whole quilt and sent the video to him,
Yeah.
because
Oh yeah, you be getting
no,
back a box of ashes. For sure. For sure. You get a box
absolutely,
of ashes.
absolutely,
Oh, you
you
want this
can.
back?
Right, like I can't believe the audacity. And then you got me, and I don't even know if he asked her. I feel like Kody would ask her to take it apart because he doesn't want the quilt. But then it's like he also has the audacity to act like Mary did it in this creepy sort of way where, oh, she just wanted something hold over me. And then
Mhm.
Mary's just like, no, ho, you asked me for it. What do you mean? I did
That
what
and the
you
fact that
asked.
she was his first wife. So a lot of the stuff that he probably had, she received
Yes.
anyway. Because it was
Anyway.
stuff that like high school jerseys and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't playing professional ball. Like I could see if you were starring for the damn Pittsburgh Steelers or somebody. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? The Dallas Cowboys. They're like, yeah, she took my jerseys. Okay, fine.
Yes.
You know, all right, you were an adult. But like you talking about Polk High, Bundy. You know what I mean? Like he's like Al Bundy. Like what back when I scored 4 touchdowns in one game at
Right.
Polk High, like get the fuck out of here. Like, what are you talking about?
This
Yeah.
is stupid. And this like within the first 4 years. So by this point, I don't even know. I don't even know if they had fully decided that they were gonna have multiple wives
Mm-hmm.
in the first couple years. So it's not like she was holding on to something where, like, if they had got married like 6 months after, and she's holding on to all these shirts. Like, no, these are probably from like the first few years of y'all just being newlyweds by
Mm-hmm.
yourself, pre Janelle even.
Right, right. And then
It's
let's be
just
honest. You're like, and here's the thing too. Cody Dusty ass was sleeping under that blanket too. It's not like she made the blanket and probably put it up in the attic or something. Like this is a
yes.
blanket you both shared. And the
Mm-hmm.
only reason why she had it is because you left it at her house. And again,
Yes.
my thing is if you leave somebody, you better make sure you pack all your
Have
stuff.
everything that you want,
Right.
because I'm not giving it back.
Right. I'm not
I'm
storing it.
I'm not sorry. It's going in the trash.
Right. Right.
So trash comes on Wednesday. So you need to be here Tuesday night to pick it
Right.
up if you want it.
It might be on the
So
curb Monday evening. I'm just saying,
you
like,
know, either way.
yeah, as we get finished talking, because it really depends. And I'm gonna be honest, it does
Hmm.
depend on how we break up. If
That's
we
true.
break up and it's one
That's true.
way, okay, you might be able to give me that phone. All right, come on, you come through and grab that.
Hmm.
But if you do
Yes.
what he did to her,
Oh.
yeah,
Oh.
you better make sure you have everything you want in your car.
Absolutely. It would have got dropped off at the landfill with the bed springs, with the
Right?
box.
Like, oh, you want this
Mm-mm.
blanket? Oh, you get it back when your lawn on fire.
Absolutely.
Like, are you crazy? Don't you do that?
Absolutely. On fire with like coyote poop on it.
right. Don't threaten me with a good time. Like, are you crazy?
We having a great old time here. I'm
Yeah,
happy. Why aren't you happy? Because you're
right.
suffering for your religion.
Right.
That's
I'm about
why.
to cook some. Yeah, right. I'm about to cook some marshmallows on your blanket. Like,
Absolutely.
and I give her credit too, because like I said, she took the blanket apart. If I was gonna give it back, I'd have just gave him the blanket. You can take the
Mm-mm.
blanket, unless I have my stuff on it. Like I think she had her stuff on it too. Maybe I'll take
Yes.
my stuff off, and you
Hmm.
just get back the patch hole blanket.
Someone said, I can't remember who it was. Someone said that he could get the blanket back when she gets her money back.
Yeah.
And that's that's what she should have done.
That'd been an awesome conversation. I want
Hmm.
my blanket. Why? Because it's got sentimental value. You know what I have sentimental value for? My money.
My money,
Here,
my
my
money,
money.
hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know,
In
I
the
say
words of
Cash
Big
App,
Worm.
Venmo,
That's what
Apple
I'm saying.
Pay. We can set up a payment plan.
In the words of Big Worm, don't play with my money. You play with my money, you play with my emotions.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sad over here. I'm
right,
sad because I'm out of money.
right. Every time I look at my bank book.
Right.
So now, yeah, nope.
Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. But that is it for me. I'm going to let you get to the rest of the callers. And thank you. Thank you. And thanks to the chat for all the birthday wishes,
Yeah.
all the congratulations. And I put my ring on so I can show y'all. It's
Okay, all right.
nice.
Trying to blind the chat. Look
Yes.
at you. Okay.
Yes.
You did a
It's
good
nice.
job. You did a
He
good job.
did. Yes.
Okay.
But
Awesomeness.
yes.
Awesomeness. Well, congratulations once again. Happy
Thank you.
birthday
Thank
since
you.
I'm talking to you.
Yes.
Amazing. Look like you're gonna be doing some big things this year. So I'm looking forward to see
Yes.
what you got popping. You graduate this
Thank
year
you.
too, right?
One more time.
Do you graduate this year?
At the end of this year, yes, I'm supposed to graduate. So fingers
Okay.
crossed. Fingers crossed. There's one class
Ooh,
that I got to figure out if I can sneak it in.
right.
Otherwise, I got to wait till next semester, like the you know
That fall
winter
semester.
time to take it. But
Right.
yes, yeah,
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good for you. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a big year for you. I can feel it.
yes, big year for everybody. I'm wishing that for everybody. All greatness for everybody. Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you
Yes.
so much for calling in. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank
Enjoy the
you.
rest of your time overseas living that big life. I'm telling you, she's doing it big. Brittany's
Yes.
doing it big.
I'm
All
trying. I'm trying. All
right,
right.
fabulous. Take it easy.
Good night.
Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Yeah, Brittany dropping some good points. Yep, yeah, we're good, man. Yeah, I tell you what, like that dang on blanket. I might have to do a video just on that blanket because that thing is like the more I think about it, the more it bothers me. And the craziest thing, and then I'm gonna get to some more calls. But the craziest thing to me is that this only plays really one way, you know, because like Mary, she had the blanket, she saved the blanket, she kept the blanket, he requested the blanket, she turned it over. Like I don't see a lot of ladies, treating a dude like Kody treated Mary, and then the dude having her stuff and dropping it all for her. Like, you know what I mean? Like I just don't see it. Like Mary is a different breed, boy. Like I was giving her shit because she's loyal and she stayed too long and all that, but Mary's something else. She is something else, man. Because she's better than me. She's way better than me. But we got Renee Simpson in the house. What's up, Renee? How you doing?
Hey, I'm fine. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. What's happening?
I was looking at this show tonight, and I got mad, and I jumped up and turned it off.
They couldn't take it no more. Huh?
I was really pissed off because one thing, if you remember when Cody bought those mini bikes for Christmas for the kids,
Yes.
and Robyn was saying that, oh, I wish you hadn't did that. I don't like those. And then when her son was in an ATV accident, how she was afraid. She was afraid of ATV. And then look at the night. she's on an ATV and don't have an accident. But I thought you said you didn't like those things. Why would you get your butt on one? And
Right.
another thing too, those ATVs that they had, they were not $900 ATVs,
No.
$2,000 ATVs. You're talking about maybe $6,000 big time ATVs, because we have ATVs and motorcycles at my house, and my ATVs only cost what, maybe 1,500, and that was like 4 years ago. They
Right.
were on some expensive ATV riders.
Right.
And another thing that really got me was when I saw those ATVs, I started thinking, you mean to tell me you could buy expensive ATVs, motor mini bikes, but you couldn't even pay for your daughter to have surgery?
Right.
Christine had to hustle a GoFundMe. And not only that, what crossed my mind was this. When you was married to Robyn, Christine, Janelle, and Mary, those women had to get food stamps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that they had some good food stamps money because of the amount of kids they had to each other? They wasn't getting food stamps like everybody else get, maybe $200, $150. You're talking about thousands.
Mm-hmm.
The more kids you got, the more money you get. But you made those women go and get food stamps when you was busy running around here making money off your gun shows and get money off of TLC. So Kody, did you pay the government back for the food stamps those women were getting?
No. Yeah, I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. Yeah.
Don't you
Actually,
that probably was half of your money for the taxes you pay and anybody else that paid taxes. Kody, did you pay everybody back? Did you pay the government back? No, he didn't.
no, no.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And he's talking about going to England for a gun show. Let me tell you something. I traveled a lot.
Uh,
In a lot of European countries, they do not allow guns to be sold in a store.
right,
That's a no-no.
right, right. Oh, they're
That's
serious
a
about
no-no.
that. Yeah, they're serious
That's a
about that
no-no. And
regulation.
not only that, wasn't Kody banned? I heard banned in the United States for selling guns at the gun show because they said that he was buying guns and reselling guns. At one time, wasn't he banned?
I think he had from what I understand, there was some kind of complication he ran into. Because from what I understand, he was selling accessories. But I think
Right.
some of the accessories he was selling where he ran afoul with some regulations because he wasn't supposed to be selling the accessory. So it's something with that. Like they don't get super specific with a lot of his gun show activities, but it was something where he got into trouble because of some of the stuff that he was selling. Like
Mhm.
like his business kind of taking a dive
Mhm. Mhm.
a couple years ago as far as like the gun show business, but I think he's back into it now. And I
But
think he's
another
back at it.
but another thing too, I remember when he made the statement saying that he was going to go to church with Robyn because he didn't want the men looking at Robyn. That's
Yeah,
not the reason. Wait a minute, hold up. I'm a female. That's not the reason why he was going to church. He was going to church with Robyn so Robyn wouldn't be looking for another man.
right, right. Yeah, you
Come
don't
on,
trust
let's be
her.
for real. Let's be for real. Robyn is looking for the next bread, a piece of meat that she can find because she knows that sooner or later Cody's gonna go nut.
Yeah,
He's gonna go crazy.
right, right. So you saying that Robin's a biscuit? She trying to find another
Yeah.
man to stop up.
Honey, she's looking for the next meal. And
Trying to
I
look at
guarantee you, everything that is on that new house they got, Robyn name is on there. Insurance and everything, Robyn name is on everything. So it's just a matter of time when Cody's gonna go cuckoo.
Yeah,
He gonna go cuckoo, and Robyn's gonna be sitting real pretty. And another thing I
yeah.
wanted to bring, and there's another thing I want to bring up, and then I'm gonna get off. everybody talk about her kids, those girls. Have you noticed every time those girls came around the family, they didn't talk, they didn't say nothing.
Mhm.
It's like they did not know how to communicate with other people.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she keeps them locked away. Then they
Yeah.
just don't have that skill set. You know what I mean?
So that what tells me if they didn't know how to communicate with the family members that they were in front of, can you imagine how scary they are when they go out there in public because they don't have no communication skills?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's kind of weird that the mom went with them to go to church. So, like the fact they couldn't go to church by themselves says a lot.
But think about it is when you look at that, remember, Robyn said her church, their church, the LD, whatever church, was the best and only church that she wanted to go to. Then, Robyn, why would you be going to another church when you say your church is the answer?
Right.
Your church is the church that go get you closer to God.
Well, they don't have that church out there in Arizona. But the was it the prophetess's daughter from Notes 444? Notes to Self 444. She was saying that Robyn is actually close to her dad. Like she still has, like, Robyn has deep ties in the AUB. And this is kind of where it gets kind of sketchy because Kody has a problem with the AUB, but Robyn is still tied into the AUB. So if she divorces Kody, she can go back to the AUB and they'll welcome
Mm-hmm.
her back with open arms.
Mm-hmm.
Cody can't go back. So I think that when she does the whole thing, and here's my suspicion, little conspiracy theory time. Here's my suspicion. Is it part of the reason why Robyn is going with her daughters to the church is because it gives her an in to naysay the church. So if she does leave Kody and she goes back to the AUB, she's already embedded in her daughter's decision or experience with this new church, so she can make the help to make them make the transition back to the AUB, and she can fold them back into that fold. You know what I mean?
Or she went to church with them so she can keep an eye on them and make sure they do not know how to communicate with other people.
Right.
She went to church with them so she could keep them close so they wouldn't have any knowledge of trying to talk to people, be around other people, to learn anything, to have some sense. She wants to keep them close to her so they
Right.
can keep being scared, dumb, and don't know what's going on in the future.
Right. Right.
Robyn is slick. Robyn is smart. Robyn is smart. But that just part when I saw those ATVs, I said, "Oh my God!" And nothing. Why was they riding? I mean, on Coyote Pass, it's flat. Why was they up there riding on the edge of the mountain?
Oh, they were, yeah, well, because what they did was
Come on.
when she fell down, that thing that they called a pond is actually a retention, is a water basin. And so, like, they have like offshoot that comes from like the rain or the snow or whatever, that the condensation that happens up there on Coyote Pass. That's where it's collected. And every now and again it gets dry. That's why it's so weird that Kody keeps calling it the pond. Because it's dry. Like, it's dry now. That's why you guys are able to ride your ATVs in it.
Exactly.
You know. So,
Exactly. Like I said, something just didn't make sense to me.
right.
Maybe he told her to fall so she can get some sympathy because he knows that everybody can't stand him and everybody can't stand her.
Yeah, yeah. But his whole approach, if he orchestrated that was a stupid.
But at first he was laughing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That was a
He was
stupid.
laughing. He
Shit,
was
I'm
laughing.
paralyzed. Ha 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 ha.
He
That was
was
so funny the
laughing.
way you fell off. Like, what?
He was laughing. And
Yeah.
and what that lady said, yeah, Robyn did play the part. Well, she knows how to play that part. Kody, he may be all right. And she goes, well, let me go ahead and get him all upset. So he started talking about Janelle and Christine. And she'll throw that, well, how do you feel now? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? She she's smart at the game. She is smart at the game. And on the thing that Christine and Janelle and Mary, they were not smart in the game. Robyn knew what Kody needed. She knew how to get him. And what she did was, Christy, and I'm going to say this, y'all. Christy and Janelle and Mary, they just doing regular sex in the bed. But when Robyn got a hold to it,
She put
Robyn
that
threw,
real
look,
experience.
Robyn threw everything to him, to the kitchen sink, to the back seat. She knew. She was a young woman, and she knew what he needed. When he got a taste of Robyn, honey, he threw everybody under the bus.
Yeah.
He threw
Yeah,
everybody
right.
under the bus. So she was smart. Her mama taught her well. She just like a mama. Her mama taught her well.
Right.
But we gonna see. I'm praying. I'm hoping that Internal Revenue knock on Kody door and say, Kody, what you been doing? We want to see your income.
We say we've been looking for you.
Yeah, we want to. They knock on everybody else. They're trying to ask them about their income when they gonna pull his taxes up. Come
They
on,
might. They might.
I hope so. I'm praying for that for this year. But anyway, I'm gonna be leaving the United States myself. Got my birthday coming up. I enjoy you, and you keep it real, and hey,
Hey, I appreciate that. You
yeah,
take it easy, and thank you so much. Happy birthday if I don't talk to you beforehand. So you
thank
have a
you,
good time. Party like a
thank
rock
you.
star.
I'm gonna when I leave the United States, I'm gonna drink all the way where I gotta go to Europe.
All
Anyway, you have a
right.
good one.
You too. Have a good
Bye
night.
bye.
Bye. Awesome. Let me just check one thing and then we'll move on to our next person. All right, Betty, what's going on, Betty? How you doing?
Oh, girl, how you? Oh, sorry. Some people get offended that I call you girl. It's just the way I talk. I don't mean any offense by it.
No, there's no worries. Go ahead. How you doing?
Oh, girl, it's snowing here. Are you getting snow up there yet?
Yeah, I think we are. I haven't looked outside yet, but it's supposed to come down bad. I already did everything with my cars to get them ready to fill them up.
Well, I filled
check
mine
for
up,
the
but
vibration.
other than that, I'm not going
Yeah,
out in that cold. I
yeah.
done bought all my chicken and biscuits and gravy and all that stuff. I'm not getting out there in that. No. I'm a Southern girl. I do not like that stuff.
Yeah, it's serious. It got cold too. It's bad. Like
Well,
winter
yeah,
time has
well,
finally arrived.
yeah, I know they're cold and I'm hot, so I got the
Yeah.
heat on and a t-shirt on because I'm like, God bless. It ain't that bad.
The
Not
modern
yet.
times. Yeah, right. The modern times.
Girl, these people just got no blood. But it could be I just got 2 quarts of new blood, so I may be good.
Oh, there you
But
go.
on the blanket thing, you know what I was thinking about though while we're all talking about cutting up, and me included, talking about burning it, because I would have burnt that son of a bitch and sent it back in a little urn. Here you go. But you know what's really sad is if we stop just for a moment, they have Leon. What a beautiful gift that could have been
Mm,
to Leon at a time that his parents were truly in love, at a time that was young love, and they
right.
had all these different experiences. Kody could have said, you know what? I don't need it. You don't need it. Let's give it to our child.
Right.
Let's give
Right.
this to our child. And even though we're not together now, we have ill feelings. At this time, we did care about each other, and it's something that Leon could have treasured instead of
Right.
cutting it up.
Right. Right.
I
Well,
mean,
I
like,
think that
that's so sad.
right, because I think that that's a point too, because it does occur to me that while he's doing that, there is a point where it seems like he's just trying to take everything from Mary. So even like those keepsakes, the things that mean something to her, the memories, like he's just trying to strip those away from her
He's
too.
trying to, like, they didn't matter.
Right. Because I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, that would be something, that blanket, that would be something that is a part of Leon's childhood and their experience, but wouldn't be anything to, like, it doesn't mean anything to Solomon or Ariella or even the
It doesn't
older
mean
3
anything to
kids.
Robyn.
Right.
You
It
say one
doesn't
of
mean
his
anything.
wives. Who?
Right.
Robyn?
Well, because that's the whole
She's
thing.
not going to take the time to make a blanket out of it, but God, what an awesome gift that could have been for their child.
Right. But I mean, like with that's something that Leon would have grown up seeing. Because
Yeah.
if it was something that was like a part of their bedroom set or whatever, she would have saw it. So it's a part of her memory set. Whereas with like Ariella, Robyn, and the rest of the folks over there where he is, it's just one more bauble. It doesn't mean like there's no meaning to it because there's no experience surrounding it.
Mm-mm.
So it like if you have like you said, you have one child where it would have meant the world, but you have the other kids. Yeah, this is dad's old jersey. Like I think I have some stuff from my sport. How I got trophies and stuff. Like I don't think my kids give a shit about the trophies. I have a bunch of like a basement full of trophies or whatever. Something about like 6-7 feet tall and all that. Like I don't think my kids give a shit about none of that.
You
like,
might be
it's my
surprised.
kids.
Now,
Yeah.
you might actually be surprised because one of the things I treasure the most is now, mind you, I'm old. I know that. Like you can look at this. I got them crow's neck. But I actually have, which I'm trying to figure out how I can, because I have 4 kids. So I don't know how exactly I'm going to, maybe somebody in chat can help me figure it out. I actually have from my husband that my mother-in-law gave me years ago that I kept for my kids. 3 notes he wrote to his father, God rest his soul, when he was 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was, do you love me, Daddy? Why don't we go fishing? Check yes or no. And it's little notes that he wrote when he was like 6 years old. Now, mind you, my husband is 57 years old.
Right.
And I still have those notes preserved. And that is the most amazing thing to me, that I have something. But I mean, like I have 4 kids, so I don't know how, like maybe I should just put them in a photo and have them copied, or how I'm going to spread it out. Because, I mean, I can't give it to one and not the other. So I'm not really sure how to do it. So, but I mean, those things like that are so special for a child.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, when my mother passed away, I still keep her, which I turned into pillows. I had her nightgown, which was like at Christmas when she passed away. And I took that and I cut it and I turned it into little pillows for my kids. Just to have a piece of, like, I mean, even though we weren't close, I just wanted them to have just a little piece of something.
Right.
Maybe to feel special. But, you know, so I'm going to hush because, you know, I can get long-winded. But, well, you know I can, girl. I would say on the flip side, where we're all talking about how Robyn's gearing up to leave Kody, it is also plausible vice versa. Because, you know, what was it, last season maybe, that Kody was talking to the little wandering eye fellow. What was his name?
Oh, Nathan.
That's it. I mean, I wasn't being ugly, but I mean, he's got like that little wandering eye.
Right.
Like that. But he was talking to him about how he wanted to just up and run away.
Right.
And I'm sorry, but when Kody was having that conversation, he's like, okay, well, yeah, me talking and believing you only lasted 15, 20 minutes. But it happened more than once.
Right.
And my husband tell me that twice. I'll let you some bitch, your shit's on the porch, bye.
Right.
But it would not, like, even if Robyn's name's, and I love the one before, I can't remember, I went brain dead. But even if both their names are on that $2 million home, if Kody decides he's going to clear out the bank account, haul ass, maybe to, I wouldn't say Europe, I'd say Mexico. Because they do have, you know, that polygamous sect down there. Okay, yeah, Robyn, you got this house, you got no income. Figure that shit out.
Right.
So,
well,
I mean,
still paying
it
for the
could be
house,
just vice versa. Where, okay, yeah, he could start selling off items, go in there, pop that bank account, haul ass. Yeah, you sitting in the house, now how you going to pay the utility bill? All that shit.
Right.
Meanwhile, he's hiding low in Mexico. I don't see him going to Europe, but I do see him going to Mexico.
Right.
In a heartbeat.
Right. Well, because I would say with him leaving, I could see him leaving, not necessarily because he's tired of Robyn or he's angry with Robyn, but because he's scared. Like, I think if he leaves Robyn, it's because he's scared and he's afraid that she's going to figure out or find out that he's not the man he pretended to be all these years. Because part of what his persona is with her is that he's the knight in shining armor. He's the Prince Charming that came along and saved her from a wretched existence of being a single mom or whatever, divorcee single mom. And here he came and he was able to furnish her with all these nice things. And he's starting to realize that a lot of that luster is starting to fade. And she's starting to see the actual him because he can no longer hide behind, the oppression of his wives and the OG3 and how they're so taxing on him. Now that they're gone and your problems supposedly are gone, it's only you left. But a lot of those problems still exist. So it wasn't them. It was always you. And I think that's what he's struggling with, is that she's starting to see him for who he is.
That, and I think he really feels emasculated because, I mean, like, when have you ever heard him talk about, like, even when, like, in the beginning, they really didn't delve into the sex life, and they actually made it kind of seem like taboo to even talk about it. And then now all of a sudden he's talking about his experience in college. And then he's talking about Mary. So, I mean, like, he really is putting it out there. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, give me a break, Casanova.
Might be advertising. You know how that goes. Like
well, I don't know, but it'd be like, like, where is this coming from after all these years? Now you're going to talk about it?
Right.
Like, it just makes no sense. Other than he's taking that little blue pill.
Well, because I would say it's weird that you would, if this is such a big secret, like you only told Mary and you only told Robyn, and now you're sitting on a couch telling the world. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big jump. Like, this is such a bad secret that I'm only going to tell 2 people in existence, but then I'm gonna get on national TV and tell everybody my big secret. So I think that is weird. Like, that is crazy weird.
Well, it's also bullshit because not only is he telling the world, but he's literally telling his whole family, his brothers, and one of which is still in, a polygamous marriage. So it just makes no sense. Like, unless he's feeling really emasculated and like his humanity is gone from him because he can't be the he-man. Like, I mean, like, you know what? When you get a certain age, it's like, hell with that. Give me a fishing pole and some catfish, and I'm just as good.
Right.
A nice pecan pie will make up for it. Well, I won't keep you because I said I would shut up. But please be safe. Love you to death. So it'll be my short one this time because I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. Don't always work, but
trying to be good for the year, right?
I'm trying, but it ain't all. But be safe in the snow because it just started coming down here about maybe an hour ago, and we're already up to like 1.5 inches. It was 1 inch, and now it's just steady coming down, girl.
Oh yeah, be careful. Yeah, be careful for everybody. Be careful out there trying to shovel. If you're somewhere where it's snowing, be careful out there shoveling because snow will kill your ass. Like, you get out there and get to shoveling it, and you can't.
Yeah, I know. I was having a heart attack and didn't know it, and I steadily shoveling out the car.
Yeah.
Like, I can't breathe. Well, no shit, dumbass.
You're killing yourself.
Not anymore. Now I'm like, it ain't even worth it. I don't need no coffee that damn bad.
Right.
I can walk. Ba-doop. I'm gonna walk if I got to get coffee now. I got to have that coffee. With the hot chocolate, I just need that caffeine. Probably not tonight, but
I heard.
But you have a wonderful evening, sweetheart. Be safe.
All right, you too. You take it easy.
All right, night, baby.
All right, night. Awesomeness. Next up, folks, we got let me just check. All right, we got Kody. Kody, what's going on?
Hey, not too much. I just want to let you guys know that 1.5 inches is nothing up here. So
Yeah.
not saying that it's not bad or anything because that could be a huge problem, but
it just started. That's what she said.
Yeah.
It just started. It's already up to 1 inch, almost blowing 2 inches.
Yeah.
So we might get dumped.
Another thing is that I want to also say to Brittany, congratulations, girl.
Yeah.
And I do have a couple of things to talk about. One of them happens to be the t-shirt thing.
Mhm.
Mary was too nice. I swear, if it was me, that thing would have been shredded up, bleached, and on fire.
That's what I mean. It would have been a tattered mess.
Oh, Kody wouldn't even know where to find it.
Yep.
And this is why I brought this up, because story time, just a quick one, is I had an ex-boyfriend who was very abusive, and we finally decided to call it quits. I
Mhm.
found out maybe a few days after he broke up with me that he was cheating on me with not just one girl, but multiple. And I decided to destroy his bike at the same time.
Mm.
And it wasn't like a motorcycle or anything. It was a little bike. It was like a bike with the the little rings and the little spiel. But that bike was beyond recognition after I was done with it.
That's what I mean. Like Cody's different. He's a different dude. I mean, all
Mhm.
of them are really, because
Oh yeah.
patience of the saints. Patience of the
Oh,
saints.
no, I mean, I applaud I applaud Mary, because if she was me back then, girl, that blanket would not be recognized. Another thing is though too is about Avalon. That was absolutely terrifying. Um, that was actually, what was it? That that story came about maybe around the same time as Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They weren't that far from that place. It didn't look like it anyway. And thinking about like Avalon being missing,
Mm.
that was the first thing that came to my mind. It was, when was that? How long ago was that? There were crazy people, and I would have been scared to death if that was my child. Because being in Utah, for one, you don't know what kind of crazy people you got there.
Mm.
And for another, for people like I said, like 8 passengers, Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrand, those women were crazy.
Yeah.
And hearing the story about the kids and how they came out to being, nah, nah. I would have had that kid right now on my hip throughout the entire time we practiced. So
Yeah.
those are my two things.
No, I appreciate that. Like, I just didn't understand like how the with Avalon, like, if you guys are like, I mean, hindsight is 2020, obviously,
Oh yeah,
but
yeah,
it's just, looking at it, this is why it's good sometimes to have these kind of conversations. If you know that you're going to be tied up with something, then or either arrange a space or area where you can have the kids, have them supervised, but you know that they're in
mhm,
a safe area and all the kids are together, especially if they
yeah,
don't have anything to do with, say, the part that you're working on or whatever, and they don't have
yeah.
anything to do with it, then they could be off somewhere. If they're safely in the area playing with supervision, then it's a great way for you to keep them distracted and keep
Oh
them
yeah,
safe. But
oh yeah, definitely.
for everybody to pretend like you're watching the kids and you're doing something and you're marching down to the altar or to the platform or whatever, and your kid is
Yeah.
supposed to stay up on the hill and not move, like, you're insane. You're insane.
No.
Like, that's not even a matter of like a good kid or bad kid. They're just
Mhm.
kids. Like, no kid is going to stand there while you're walking down, and they got all that green grass and the hills and the rocks and all that. And water is always dangerous for children because,
Oh
you
God,
know, for whatever reason, they think they're better swimmers than they actually are. And that's usually how they wind up finding themselves in really hard situations. So,
yeah.
like, we just got to
Yeah.
be smarter than a 5-year-old. That's all it comes down to.
Oh yeah, and definitely. Like, I mean, my mom had when I was a small child, and my mama had to have like everybody keep an eye on me because I would try and run to the lake every chance I got. That's the
Mhm.
only reason. So I mean, yeah, I can totally understand that. And now with me being a mom, I'm totally I'm I'm watching my kids like a damn hawk. I'm
Right.
sorry. I go and tell people all the time, I'm like, okay, if that's what you want to do, fine. I'm not participating in nothing. I am watching my kids. I don't give a damn.
Mhm. Yeah, because like I said, if something happens, you'll never forget yourself, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why when I realized when it was during that time of the year, I was like, that's during the time of like Jody and Ruby being out in full like almost in full force, and that's scary on its own because they were actually neglecting and abusing children.
Right.
And having someone like that being around, no, no. So, but I thought I let you. I thought I would, tell you those because like I figured, from from a mom's point of view or from somebody who had been through a really nasty separation,
Right.
those are the things that I would have thought.
Right. Right. No, I can appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, because
Yeah,
like I said, Mary's just, she's a one in a million. You're one in a
she's a
million, Mary.
yeah, no, she's a saint. That's
Yeah.
all I got to say right now. She's a saint compared to what I would have done.
Yeah, most people, that blanket wouldn't have survived the evening. Because if you call them up, the worst thing you could do in that situation, for my fellas out there, fellas, the worst thing you could do is call up and remind her that she has the blanket. If you want the blanket to survive, don't call up and tell her, oh shit, I forgot I had that damn blanket. Let me go up to the attic or down to the basement where I have it stored and go get it. And do
Yeah,
things
she
to
might
the
call.
blanket.
She might do a video call back and go, You want to know where that blanket is now?"
Yeah, right. Oh,
All
you want
right,
this
I
blanket?
am going to let you guys go. Have a great night, guys. I'll be in chat.
All right, take it easy. Thanks so much. Awesome. Next up, we got Carmel Kitters. What's going on?
Good evening.
There
First time on camera tonight, so I thought
you
I'd just
go.
be a little different.
All right, moving different for the new year. I got you.
Yeah, just a little bit. Listening to some of the past callers, I've been taking notes, got my pen handy and whatnot, on top of the notes that I took while watching the show, which once we got to the scene with Kody and Robyn, I kind of just put my pen down to listen.
Mm-hmm.
But it just brings me back to season one when it was the whole secret about I picked the dress. And it seemed like Christine was leaning in that it was a secret that Robyn was coming into the family because she didn't know. And it's yet again another secret that, Kody had whatever he had in college, which I find it kind of hard to believe. But hey, if he says it happened, it happened.
Mm.
But the fact that he's harping that Janelle's not safe, Christine's not safe, but Robyn was safe a month into courting to give this information to.
Right.
Mary, at one point, was safe to give this information to. And I know that he's played the women against each other. So in Mary's case, it just seems like it's been many years that he's dangled the carrot and snatched it back, dangled it a little more, snatched it back. And it doesn't, to me, make sense when she says, oh, I got the hint or I got the point or whatever verbiage she used of the things that Kody throws out there. Hey, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna keep it real. There's no way in hell a man could ever tell me I was evil to him for 20 years. So now I have to endure 20 years of him doing it back to me.
Right.
That's the
Right.
case, I'm out. I don't care about polygamy. I don't care about the religion. God won't have to forgive me because I'm out.
Right. Right.
And even seeing the preview for next week when Mary's like, "Oh, I've only really been divorced for about a year now." Sweetie, you was divorced legally 12 years before that, 10 years before that.
Mm-hmm.
And for somebody who modern day walks around talking about she's worthied up and she left because she wanted to leave and she had the courage to do what she needed to do, not because Christine and Janelle left, not because she played follow the leader, because Mary was strong enough to finally decide, I'm done. I don't think Mary's fully healed. I don't think Mary has gotten over the hump of truly letting Kody go. I think she's still holding on to the shoulda, coulda, wouldas between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason, he not coming back. He told you that before. His actions, like my grandma has always taught me, people will show you how they feel about you. Just pay
Right.
attention. When they show you who they really are, believe them. And
Mm-hmm.
Kody has been showing Mary who he really was all this time. And I don't know why she just didn't believe him. And I get it because she's like, well, he spits things out of his mouth all the time. Baby, even in the joke, something in there's the truth. And I don't know
Right.
why she can't figure that out.
Right.
So,
Well, I mean, there's a rule too that when it comes to humor, the funniest jokes tend to have the most truth. So
mhm,
that's what makes them funny. They resonate. So I think
yeah,
that when he's sitting there saying, like you said, that if he's telling you for years that he doesn't want you, first off, rule number one, don't have a man. This is what I tell him. So even told my daughter, I heard it for years. Don't have people tell you more than once that they don't want you. Because
that part.
and I always say, like, even when I talk to my daughter about it, like if somebody have to tell you more than once that they don't want you, the second time they tell you is going to be rougher than the first time, and by the time the fifth or sixth time they tell you, it's going to be crazy.
Yep.
So don't let them just get to that point where they're getting there, because the first time they're kind of feeling the ground a little bit. The fifth,
Hmm.
sixth time, it's just gonna come out like, would you want some eggs? How you want your egg? I don't like your ass. Like what?
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you got to cut that off in the beginning. And then for her, like I think that like there has to be some ownership. You don't have to be, there's always this thing, especially now with the way things kind of are in like social media and everything, everybody has to be the hero.
Mm.
Acknowledge the fact that, yeah, I'm not in that relationship. If you're married, acknowledge the fact you're not in that relationship, not because you chose to leave it, but because Kody chose not to be with you anymore. He changed
Yep.
his mind. You got kicked out. It is what it is. People get dumped. Just because you get dumped doesn't mean that you're a bad person. The
Right.
best of us have been dumped. Shit, I've been dumped. Like it is what it is. I can't see no more. It is what it is. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But you don't have to be a hero in every step of your life. And even with Worthy Up, like I don't know what a program is or whatever the case may be, but I would just think that if you're going to have that type of motivational arena or forum, that the best motivation you could provide is not just to tell people about your wins, but tell them about your losses and tell them how
Right.
you dealt with your losses and your setbacks. Because it's easy
Right.
to deal with wins. Everybody can win. Who the hell can't win? It's when you lose and you keep yourself going and you keep yourself moving forward and you stay positive after losing. That's what makes you, it makes you more compelling, and it makes it a better, you know what I mean? It makes it more of a lesson if that's what you're trying to do. So,
True. You're right. I agree with what you're saying. And it just leads me into the whole Kody and Robyn conversation. I'm not gonna lie. When she fell off the ATV, I laughed. And when I rewound it, I laughed again. Not because I laugh at people's pain,
right, right,
just because it's Robyn out of all
right,
people. And she definitely puts on that, oh, my kids can't do anything without going out in the world with bubble wrap on them. But yet she talks about how she's adventurous and she likes being on motorized vehicles or whatever else. And she failed. But
mm,
she also laid there for what seemed like a cool minute so that, Kody she was a damsel in distress. And here comes Kody running to make sure she was okay. And the comment he said about the flight, like needing a medevac basically to come get her if something was broken or any point of pain. And I'm sitting here thinking, you don't have no insurance.
Right.
You don't have no money. So how are you gonna get the medevac to come pick her up if it's that serious? Which it wasn't, thank goodness.
Right. Right.
But the
Well, actually,
conversation that they had kind of made me laugh too, because she always plays that, well, I don't understand. I don't remember. Are you sure Janelle doesn't want to do that? You know damn well Janelle don't want that man no more.
right.
You know damn well he don't want Janelle no more. So why play it up for the camera? Just
Mhm.
like Mary can't own her truth, Robyn and Kody will never own their truth.
Right.
And it's
Right.
annoying.
No, I agree. I agree. Well, because even with the like the life flight thing, that might have been why he ran up there and snatched that helmet up off her head. Because he need her to be okay, because he don't have insurance. Because normally, if you saw that kind of thing, like somebody you cared about, and they came off of a motorcycle or some kind of power sport vehicle, you don't move, call the
Nope.
doctor. We need to get
Yep.
somebody to come get you and check you out. I'm not trying to get you hurt. That's if you have insurance. If you don't have
Yeah.
insurance, grab that Robitussin, grab the Tussin.
Here's a couple Advil.
We gonna figure it out, Put
Yeah.
some onions in your socks and you'll be okay. You know what I mean? Put some
Wiggle your foot. Put your hand up real quick. I think you're okay. You'll
yeah,
make it back to the house.
right. Give him a shot of that apple cider vinegar. He'll be okay. Like, his back is
Right.
broke.
Yeah, that one, at first it was comedy just to see her fall and how she fell,
Mm,
especially when he played it back and it was in slow mo. My 15-year-old watches with me and he just looks over at me like, Mom, for real? I was like, yeah, she fell. So, but like she said, with my kids, I'm extra careful.
right.
And it got me to thinking because I remember reading a tweet shortly after Dayton had graduated high school, and she tweeted how he went on a 2-week road trip by himself. Then I've read on Reddit or somewhere that the girls during COVID were going out and partying, and then the pictures I guess were leaked. So Kody and Robyn basically had an attorney attack the parents and tell them they had to take the pictures down and whatever else and sign an NDA so that that information wouldn't leak out there to the viewers. And
Mm,
I'm like, for her to always keep her kids so safe and so secluded, we all believe they don't live life, they don't go anywhere, but it does seem like they get out quite
right.
often. They just
Mhm.
don't put it on camera.
Which is possible. Yeah. Yeah. Well, because if anything, that would be consistent with like Cody's little story about how he hooked up with somebody at the in college and nobody knew about it. So you're
Hmm.
doing dirt. It's just that you're keeping it a secret. So you're keeping everything
Right.
in the closet. So I could see that. I could see that.
I mean, but it's no different than his massive COVID rules, but yet we're seeing pictures of them at the Scottsdale Mall walking around with Victoria's Secret bags with no masks on. But you
Right.
can't be around your family, but y'all could be out shopping at the mall with no mask. Like,
Right.
it's just the whole, some of us are, I guess, are conspiracy theorists, and we know that they're full of it, and they're not fooling nobody anymore. And it's to the point. It's like, just be real. We all
Mhm.
know. Just admit it. But we know Kody and Robyn can't take accountability to save their life. So
Right.
we'll finish out this season and possibly another season of them still trying to do the redemption arc and whatever else. But I mean, I know we all have touched on it tonight regarding that blanket. It wouldn't have been me. That's all I gotta say. I wouldn't have cut it up nicely. I wouldn't have sent it back to Kody. I would have burned it, ran it over with my car, dropped it off a bridge. All of the above. He wouldn't have got it back if it was me. But then again, Kody wouldn't have had a lot of things if it was me, because during that legal divorce, he would have been paying the alimony that he would have owed me and everything else. So
Right. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
Mary's a different kind of special.
Right. Right. Well, to be determined what kind of special that is. But yeah, yeah, she's different. She's different. She's built different. And I get,
Yeah,
like I said, I give her credit. I mean, I'll say this. I'll say this in her defense, what she did was a very mature thing to do.
extremely.
You know, and I'll give you that. Like I'm willing to acknowledge that that's my personal shortcoming, that I probably wouldn't be that mature in that situation. And I'm an old ass dude. I wouldn't have been
No,
that mature, because you don't get to run me down for like, 15, 20 years and then come back and ask me for a favor. Like, we're not doing that. Like, I'm just not
nope,
doing it. I'm not
nope.
doing it. So
Yeah, I'm not that nice, especially
yeah,
the
I
people
take
who
that hit.
screwed me over. Not that
Right.
nice.
I just have to take that hit. Like,
My
oh
mouth is
well,
real slick, right? So I'm already not friends with your wife. So at the end of the
right,
day, let me just iron this out all the way around. Screw
right,
you, the kids, her, him, them, your mama, your daddy, and everybody in between. Yeah, I'm
right.
not that nice.
If you don't like it,
But
you come over and see me.
yeah,
I just couldn't do it. And it's, and the way he did it, it just, like I said it with one of the previous callers, it just seems like he's stripping it away. Like, everything that she has that might be special or she might still have, like, it's almost like he's trying to stick up for every piece of jewelry ever bought her. If there's any memorabilia that he might thinks that she's holding on to that's from him or involving him, he wants that back. So, what are you going to do? Like, it's not even like it's full t-shirts.
yeah.
It looks like it's like she cut the shirts basically into squares, and that's how
Hmm.
she formulated the blanket. So it's not even like you could say, okay, give me that t-shirt that I wore, my jersey from high school, because I want to give it to Solomon so he could wear it or he can appreciate it. I'm gonna give him basically a hand towel with
A
a
little
number on it.
handkerchief.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean anything to him. So what are we doing? Like, what are you going to do with it? Because Mary is the one who was stitching stuff. Like, she's the seamstress. Robyn isn't a seamstress. So if you give them
No.
back the t-shirts, what are you doing with them pile of rags? Because that's what
But you
they
know
are
what it
now.
is? It's to hurt her. He
Mhm.
hits them where he know it hurts. And
Right.
Mary is the more sentimental one. She holds her family's furniture. She keeps things like, I think the LuLaRoe shirts that her mom got from her. She had them turned into teddy bears. Like, that's what Mary does. And so for him, it's not just bad enough he's digging at her anytime he can, and he's saying the slick comments because he knows, the mean stuff he said online, it doesn't hurt her as much as I want my blanket back.
Mm,
You get what I'm saying? I wanted my
right.
ring back and I melted it down, or whatever the heck he did with it. That sentimental stuff is what's gonna hurt Mary.
Right. Right.
Like, he
Yeah.
can't hurt Christine with that because she said every few years she throws things away, gives it away, and doesn't care. So
Right.
he hits her with her weight. He hits Janelle with the kids or
Mm,
with her finances. That's how he gets to Mary.
right.
And
No, I
she
agree with that.
she falls for it hook, line, and sinker every time,
Right. Yeah. Well,
which is
I don't know. Some of that
just
just got to
sad.
be like, look, it's my stuff. Yeah, it is what it is.
If you
Sorry,
didn't take
sorry,
it
not
when we
sorry.
cleared the
Yeah.
house, you ain't getting it now. I got rid of it and just let it go.
Right. Right.
But
It was even worse. Like, what we not going to do is, I'm not going to take the stuff, have the stuff, because if I had a house and I separated from somebody and I have some of their stuff in my house, you can come and get your, especially like I said, depending on how we separate, you can come
mhm,
get your stuff. I don't want your stuff. You come get your stuff. If I move from the house I'm in that we shared, and then I move to a different house, anything I pack and I move, that's now my stuff. So,
yep,
you know what I mean? Like, if we going through the packing and stuff up and you see something that's yours and you want it back, by all means take it. But if it
yep,
leaves this location and I transport it to another location, please don't ask me for that. Or if you do ask me, it's up to me whether I give it to you or not. Like, I just, that's just the
right.
way it kind of is. Like, I don't think it's but like I said, I don't know. I don't know. It's just different.
But
Like, she's different.
Mary doesn't want to be the bitter ex-wife. I think she kind of gets a kick out of the fact that he calls her now the favorite ex-wife.
You're right.
So she still, for some whatever reason, wants to be in Kody and Robyn's good graces. More Kody than Robyn, of course, but she just won't hold it against him at this point. To hate him, to be mean to him, to talk about him negatively, even though he does all those things to her. she's not playing the tit for tat game. And if that makes her a very mature woman, I say more hats off. Hats off to her for being that mature. I ain't that mature. And there's only so much that you can hurt me before I put my foot down and start doing the same back.
Right, right, right.
So tonight's episode was very interesting on a lot of notes. The whole Avalon missing thing that irked me. I'm not gonna lie. There should be no reason you don't know where your 2-year-old is at, especially when you have that many family members or that many people are around. You should keep an eye out or know exactly where your child is at all times.
Hmm.
Couldn't have been me, wouldn't have been me, has never been me. And I've raised quite a few kids, including the 3 of my own. So
Hmm.
not happening. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Not especially by the water. But I've seen in the chat some people feel like it was staged or, they did it just for the storyline or for McKelty to get the attention that she desperately craves. I just feel like it was just dumb. And it may
Mhm.
be leftover footage that was cut from the actual wedding um, series that we saw last season. I
Right,
think again they're just plugging in bits and pieces here and there. I will end on this note. It was good to finally see Garrison on camera.
right,
I know that they've kind of been dodging or moving around or cutting him from scenes that we knew in the past he was in that they're re-showing. So it was good to finally see him, even though he was encouraging Christine to drink, with the sad case of how he passed but it was good to finally see him on camera.
right, right. Yeah, it
So
was good. It was good. But I like again, I said with Avalon, like my whole thing is, especially with even though we're all, we all family and David's people seem kind of cool and everybody's having fun, you know, if you don't know people, you gotta watch your babies. Gotta watch
definitely.
your babies, because you know them, but let's be honest, you don't really know them.
Oh,
So you want to keep an eye on because I mean, just statistically, like when things happen with kids, it's a lot of times it's people that they know.
yeah.
In some cases, people that they might even be related to, because
Yep.
they'll go with those folks. They trust them. So you just got to be careful. Like I don't know. Like when I saw that, my mind started racing. And again, I know that nothing happened because we saw the wedding and everything else. They wouldn't have went forward with the wedding if something would have happened to that little girl out there. But
Right.
it's just like when you see that kind of stuff, it's like a million things go through your mind, and it's like if she's with her grandmom, how come you didn't know she was with her grandma? Like
Right.
you
Exactly.
didn't did you and my thing is like if I know that I'm going to be doing something, and again, I don't want to come down too hard on parents because things happen and people get lost sometimes. So I don't want to go too crazy, but just my thing is that if I go somewhere and I know I'm going to be doing something and I have access to grandparents or I have access to family members or people that I trust, and I know I need to do something, I would easily say to somebody, "Hey, could you watch them while I go down here and do this little walk down or procession or whatever, and I'll be right back."
Hmm.
You know what I mean? But I would designate somebody to watch them. I just wouldn't trust the fact that there are other kids here. They'll play with the other kids, and I'm gonna walk off. Like you know what I mean? Again, that's just
Yeah.
my parenting style, and everybody may have different opinions on it. But just for me, I would want to make sure that I have an adult or at least somebody who is of age who's going to keep an eye on them. And I know that, like, I communicate to you, could you watch my kids for me? Could you watch them? Just to make sure they're okay. You don't have to do nothing crazy. Don't go out of your way, but just watch them. And, if you see where they're going, just keep up with them or whatever. And I'll be right back. You go do what you got to do. You come right back. But
Right.
it just seemed like everybody gets lost in the moment.
Well,
So,
it does seem like Tony and McKelty might be a little too trusting when it comes to their kids.
mhm.
They had David babysit and Christine tagged along, or maybe he had him at a time by himself, or however it works. But I'm not that lenient. I'm not that trusting especially when they're that little.
Right.
Avalon, I don't think even talks in full sentences yet. So if my kids can't fully tell me what's going
Yeah.
on, my list and circle of trust when it comes to who I left them with is real small. And the
Right.
fact that not only was it all her siblings, not only was it her husband, meaning Tony, and I don't remember Tony being a part of the wedding party. Like, I know McKelty was a bridesmaid, but I don't think Tony was a groomsman. So
Mm,
you got the husband's there, the mother-in-law's there. There's too many people to not know where your child was. And so for that,
right.
yeah, it didn't set well. And I'm thinking in my head, they're just grasping for straws at footage to put in at this point,
I hope so.
especially because we've already seen all of the wedding stuff already. So
Right.
it's just, I love Christine. I love her story, but I'm tired of seeing it at this point. I'm like, can we just get over this hump and get closer to current day? Because a lot of this we've already watched. Why do we have to see it again?
Right. Right.
But that's just my
Yeah.
opinion.
I agree. I agree.
Who am I? I ain't nobody. I just watch every Sunday night. And sometimes we'll recap and rewatch again. But yeah, I think I'm over it. But I won't keep you. I know I've been on for a minute.
No, I appreciate you calling in.
You have a
Thank
good
you so
night.
much. All right. You have a great night. Awesome. Thanks. Fantastic. Carmel Cuties, one of the moderators, hold it down for us. Did a fantastic job. And I agree with it. Like I don't know, like that Avalon. Like I said, I'm trying to be cool with it because I don't want to come down on them too much because shit happens, you know. Yeah, hindsight is 2020, and 99% of the time, like McKelty's probably watching her, and this is just the one time she got loose, and now all of a sudden we ready to go crazy on her. That's a possibility, but I just like my heart, like when I see that and that water is there and the animals, like you can't tell me with all that space and all that land that they don't have animals out there, even coyotes. You know, Avalon's so small, like a couple coyotes could take her down. So yeah, I just I just don't like it. I don't like it. Sarah K, what's going on? How you doing?
Hi, James. This is my first time calling into your show.
Awesome. Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
Thank you, and I really enjoy it. But you're right about Avalon. I would have people there that I could trust taking care of her, that I'd known where she was at all times, especially a wedding when it's that big. You know, you want to have somebody you really can trust. But I called because you know who Ben Brown is, Kody's nephew, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I've been watching some of the older stuff, and some things are kind of popping up to me. I'm wondering, before Kody even married Robyn, if they had this all planned, that Robyn would become the legal wife. You know, because she made Kody promise that that she had to spend he had to spend as much time as with the OJ3 with her and her children, that
Right.
he had to spend extra time with her children, and and the fact that Ben said that the term soulmate, that Robyn said in the beginning that Kody's my soulmate. Ben said a second, a third, and a fourth wife in polygamy do not refer to their spiritual husbands as soulmates. That's something the first wife does.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then you get, down into it more. I wonder if Robyn said, "Look, I want to marry you, but I won't. I will spiritually marry you, but I won't marry you unless you promise that I will be the legal wife and you will adopt my children." Because look what she gets in return. Not that just that he gets to adopt their children. She's going to get fame. She's going to get money, and she doesn't have to work. And plus, she had a nanny in Vegas. She had a nanny in Flagstaff, and stuff like that. They got rid of Mary. And then, if Kody's name had been on the other 3 houses, then shouldn't have Mary gotten half the estate when they divorced? She didn't take. She was so nice. She didn't. She, signed all her rights away.
Right.
Right. Okay. Now they moved to Flagstaff, and all the money from the houses goes into this mega mansion in Coyote. And then when Mary writes this big old check out, it should be just called Kody's past, because it's not, basically he owns everything.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, have they been, behind the scenes cohorting through this whole process and waiting to long term until they can get all the money out of the OG3s? And is Robyn really upset because of the money, or is she upset that they left because they didn't ask her permission to leave?
Right. Well, I think that she wanted I think she's okay with the polygamy aspect, because I think Robyn does enjoy her time
Okay.
without Kody, because that, like, if you think about the way it was set up, and this, because part of the reason, like, even the idea of, like, if she's so pressed about polygamy, why then is she still pushing these old women, not old women, but these old loves back onto Kody when he's clearly established that he doesn't want them? If you're all about polygamy, if he's open to it, then why don't you go out and try to find additional wives? Find new wives that you can shape and mold into the life that you want them to, or the family that you've created with Kody. The truth of it is that I think with new wives, there will be expectations of not only intimacy, we'll say it that way, but there also may be an expectation that he has to start making children and families with these other women.
Right.
Whereas with the OG3, she's relatively certain that when Kody goes over to those houses, he's just basically having a sleepover.
Right.
Because he's so enamored with Robyn, and he wants to be with Robyn so much that he's not going over getting intimate or physical with those ladies. He's just kind of hanging out at their houses for a night, and she just gets a night to rest, recover, recuperate, and recharge herself so she can get ready for when he comes back. And in that way, she could be the best customer.
So she doesn't have to do the deed. I would also wonder, do you think Robyn, they're going to church now, and do you think Robyn is trying to focus them to try to go into plural marriage, because I know in the AUB, if you bring in 2 new women, to get married, then Kody will be rewarded with another wife.
Well, because part of the problem, and this is the weird part, is that what I was saying earlier was Kody isn't in the AUB anymore.
No, but she is.
But she is. So if she leaves Kody, she's cool from my understanding, from what I understand, she's cool with the prophet, the person in charge of the AUB currently. So if she leaves Kody, then she's all but guaranteed to be given a release, which would allow her to go back into the AUB fold.
Okay.
And she can pretty much have her pick of a husband at that point. So she can get tied back in. So if she does that, like I was saying earlier, and I might make a video about it, but I think that it kind of has that feeling when she goes to the church, she inserts herself into the 2 daughters church experience, so that when the time comes, if she wants to go back to the AUB, she can sour them on that particular church experience and then push them into the AUB. Because technically, the fathers aren't the only ones who the fathers get rewarded if they bring in 2 young girls into the faith. They get a new wife. But the wives, you see that even with Mary. Like, let's take a step back. When Mary was having a problem with Kody, what was one of the things that she did to try to resolve her issue with Kody?
Bring in a woman.
She got Kody a woman. Exactly. So the women actually feel like they get rewarded by bringing people in as well. So I think that, you know, she might be setting it up so that she could take her daughters to the AUB, and it's not necessarily trying to turn them against or turn them on to polygamy, but just open them up to that particular faith or religion, so that way, you know, eventually, like, you know, like like the old timers used to say when I was a kid, if you hang out in a barbershop long enough, you're gonna get your hair cut. And if
Yeah.
you go hang out with a bunch of polygamists long enough, sooner or later you're gonna be in a polygamous marriage. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
she just got to get them in the church.
Yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense, you know. But you know, if she does, then she divorced. You know, his name is Mud, and as far as in the AUB, but then she's gonna, in position she's in herself right now, she gets she'll get more than half of Coyote Pass, that new mega mansion, and she could she'd be one of those women that can walk with all the money she wants, you know. And as you pointed out before, and that was a really good point, that the family fund, the person that controls, they can put the money in, but they can't take it out.
Right.
You know, it's like he writes them out of checks for their, you know, their utilities. Like when he told Christine she wants to go on vacation, take it out of her grocery money. You know, I still want to get myself one of Robyn's shirts that about the list of the grocery rules. I want to get a T-shirt with that list on it. Can you imagine if you wore that around Flagstaff?
Yeah, right. If you ran into them in Flagstaff, how about that?
Exactly. Oh, and we got snow yesterday. We got 5 inches, and that's not much for us. I live in South Dakota.
Oh, okay.
So I lived in Albuquerque for a while, and they were shutting the town down in New Mexico for 2 inches. And I'm like, this is nothing. And
Right.
people were having trouble driving in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I enjoy your show a lot. In fact, I watch it. I watch your show and IQ all the time. You're my,
Oh yeah.
You're both my favorite. You're factual you're factual. You know, you make sure that you're not putting something out there that's not true.
Right, right.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments. I do, and the community. So I just want to take a chance to actually call them and say thank you and say hi. You do darn good work.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it both ways. Dang and darn.
Dang and darn. Okay.
No, I'll just give you a hard time, but I appreciate it. I'm also in good company with IQ. I enjoy her channel as well. She's very informative. I actually had an opportunity to talk to her a few times. She's very polite. She's awesome. Just an awesome person.
I heard you on her show.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
it was a good time.
Good.
Thank you. It was a good time. I enjoy her. She's like, I watch a lot of her stuff, and she's very thorough with a lot of her opinions. I also appreciate the fact that she's very open-minded about it. So it's not that, like, because I'm kind of on that same page. Like, I don't want to make it sound like I'm an authority of Sister Wives. Like, I don't know for sure. Like, there's some things I put together based off of what I've seen, but we always have to be kind of a grain of salt everything, because everything we may not have all the information, and then on top of that, we only see what they allow us to see. So you know,
but
I want to be fair.
I like to go back and watch old episodes, because there's some things I actually picked up on that I haven't picked up on before. So, you know, like when Robyn was talking about being married, you know, spiritually married, and I want to find that one clip, because I know she said something about being at the top of the family. You know, if I can find that one clip, I just got to go back and look, you know. And some places they actually don't play the honeymoon on some channels, and some they do. Max has got the honeymoon, you know. I've got it on 3 different channels. I've got the TLC with Sister Wives. I'm a big Sister Wife nut, and I'm a 90-day fiance nut. But I wish they'd get somebody hardcore for the tell-alls.
Right.
You know, that could really spill the tea. Now, you and IQ would be great to be host for the tell-alls, you know, because Kody's never had a man interview the women, and I
Right.
think to have a man and a woman, that would be just, you know, and two people that follow the channel, you know, show it knows what's going on, and the fact that we've got a new producer, a new crew, maybe we'll get surprised.
Right. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping. Well, because I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of what we've seen this time around is very different than what we've seen historically from the channel and or more or less from TLC. Because they, like I said earlier, what they used to do, Kody would come out, he would say something, and we would know that that's factually incorrect because we watched the thing that he's describing happen on screen, but they would never check it. They would never ask him about it or whatever. But now he'll say something and they'll put the scene right next to what he said. Like even with Robyn tonight, when she said, you know, I love riding ATVs. That's what I'm about. I'm about that life. I'm a rider for all my life. And that's what I love doing. I'm a crazy person on it. I'm mad. You know, I'm Papa Willie and all that. Then she goes and crashes. Hey, you know what I mean? They didn't have to put those two things together, but they did it almost trolling her. You know what I mean? At that point. So.
Yeah. And I was surprised that the crew didn't come out. Are you all right, Robyn? Do we need to get some help? You know, it was only Kody. I mean, the crew, you know, I remember when reality show first started with the Osbournes. Remember when Ozzy got hurt so bad? You know, he couldn't move. He was all, you know, laid up for months.
Right.
I mean, Kody didn't know she could still have a concussion. You know, he doesn't know that, you know, and you can't let somebody go to sleep with a concussion. I'm not an MD, but I think I'd feel better if my loved one got hurt, that I had somebody out there that knew what they were doing, you know, and got some help, and I wouldn't care what it cost. Hey, they got Coyote passed. If they didn't have insurance, they sure could sell off some of Coyote Pass to pay for the emergency visit.
Right. Yeah, them damn ATVs cost them a fortune.
Yep.
So.
Exactly. I mean, and yeah, they could do that. They couldn't help with the surgery. They didn't. He didn't buy any presents for his other kids, and he can buy those expensive, but he can't pay child support for Trudy.
Yeah.
And then even Trudy's birthday party. I mean, what they used for decorations were leftover baby shower stuff.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And she's a vegetarian, you know, and he's cooking meat.
Chicken. Chicken.
Chicken, yeah. He doesn't even know his own daughter.
Or doesn't care. He's like, I don't care what you eat. You know, we eat chicken tonight. Like, what about vegetables? I'll take the vegetable side. We don't have no vegetables. You know, we have for sides chicken, you know.
And plus, he didn't even have enough to go around.
Well, maybe because TLC wasn't paying for it.
That's probably why TLC paid for Robyn's wedding and honeymoon.
Right.
And then when Mary divorced him, I mean, and he wanted to still be with her. Okay, why didn't you have a recommitment ceremony with Mary to make her feel better?
Yeah. Well, I mean, at that point, I think he was just happy to be out of the marriage.
Yeah, he was nice to her for 30 days until it was final.
Right. Yeah, I think once the papers were signed, he was just happy he was out.
Yep. Well, I really appreciate getting a chance to visit with you.
No, I appreciate the call in. I appreciate it. You take it easy. Stay out of trouble.
Oh, I'm trying to. I just got back from the heart hospital last week.
Oh, okay.
So,
hopefully everything went well.
Yep. This was my second one, and my first one, I didn't have any damage in my heart, luckily. They caught it just in time. So, but the first one, I didn't know I was having a heart attack. My back, I have a bad back and bad shoulders. I thought I had bronchitis, and if I hadn't gone in, I'd have been dead 6 years ago. That's what they told me.
Wow.
So I was glad I went in.
Yeah.
Don't mess around with chest pains. Even if you're not sure, go into the ER.
Yeah, get it looked at. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because you never know. Because if something break loose, that's it.
That's right. The Lord comes and takes you.
Right?
You know, and I'm not ready for the Lord to come and take me quite yet.
Yeah, right. I still got some work to do. Like,
Yep. Yep, I sure do. So, well, you take care, and you have a happy 2025.
all right, thank you so much. You have a good night. I appreciate you calling in.
You bet.
All right,
Bye.
bye-bye. Awesome. And look, I have just one more thing, and then we'll be getting a Necla 3. Hold on 1 second. We have Julie Kirsten with $4.99 super chat. It's all an act. She does not really want him to fix things with Janelle. She thinks it makes her look innocent of hogging Kody, destroying the family. I agree with that. I'll say this. I think that by her taking a position that she's trying to advocate for the other women, I agree that she thinks it makes her look like she's not intentionally taking the wives away. I do think that she enjoys the benefit of being a polygamist. And what do I mean by benefit of being a polygamist? Not so much that she has to share time, attention, and affection of her husband with other women, but the status that position provides for her. What do I mean by that? The status I'm referring to is when she goes into these certain settings in public, or she talks to people, all of them have always had like a perverse sense of pleasure in telling people that they were polygamous, that they share their husband, that they'll do kind of like these dirty jokes where they insinuate they're all jumping in the bed together, and then key. She also enjoys the fact that because she's a polygamist, when she became a polygamist, her life changed. Her financial situation drastically improved from where she was. Her social status improved from where she was. Her standing in the church improved from where she was, all by becoming a polygamist. So when I say that she enjoys the status of polygamy, it's not the fact that she enjoys her husband being in love and having a full genuine marriage and relationship with another woman. I think that she enjoys the status, position, and attention that status provides for her. But she just doesn't like practicing it. Like, she doesn't want to do it. Like, she likes her private time. Like, I do think that I still stand on the fact that I think when Kody goes away to Janelle's house, that gives her a break away from Kody. And then that gives her time to be able to, relax, do the things that she wants to do, watch her shows, live her life, and have her house and the benefit of everything that they put together. And then she's relatively sure that when he goes over to Janelle's house, he'll come back. He'll go over to Janelle's house. He'll come back and complain how he had a terrible time and they didn't do nothing and they don't really connect and why he got to go over there all the time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So she knows that he's not over there making any connections or having intimate times with her, but she got a break. And I think that what she misses now is the fact that she doesn't get to have a break. Like, when he comes home, he got used to Robyn treating him a certain way. So when he would come home from the other wives' houses, he'd be gone for 3-4 days. He'd come into Robyn's house. She would shower him with attention. What do you need? What do you want? What would you like to eat? Here's your favorite. Let me get your shoes. Let me get your slippers. Here's a beer. You want something else? Let me rub your shoulders. Let me draw you a bath. Let's go upstairs and do the freaky deaky and all that other stuff. So he had that benefit. And then when he goes away, she has 3 days. She gets to do whatever she wants. But now she comes in, when she sits down and watch TV, she watches his shows. He's always asking her to treat him the same way that she was treating him when he would go away and then come back. He wants that every day now. So he's probably in that house killing her ass So yeah, so from that respect, I think she might be wanting him to have the relationship with Janelle so that she could get a break. But I don't think that it has anything to do with she's hoping he falls in love with Janelle or he reinstitutes his marriage and see her as a full wife. But I could be wrong. I mean, I could see it the other way too, where where she's just trying to cover herself. But I don't know. I kind of get the feeling that she doesn't really care for Kody like that. But we will. Thank you so much, Julie. Oh, she wrote something else. Let's see. Julie Kirsten, 499 super chat. I'm not sure if she wanted him to leave or at least not for long because she uses Ari to guilt him and needs him back to help with them manipulating him. Yeah, but I think that's also part of the problem too, is that she's conflicted because in one instance she likes him out of the house, but then at the same time, if he's out the house, she has to do the kids by herself. So, like, what do you do? Like, I don't want him here. I don't want him here. But then at the same time, I need him here because I need him watch these kids for me because I don't want to do it by myself. And that was one of the weird things too, because even though she had the kids alone for a time after she got divorced, like she wasn't divorced or separated for that long before she got tied in with Kody. And then once she gets tied in with Kody, she had access to all the wives. And then once they get into Vegas, she ships in her cousin or her niece to start watching the kids for her and help her out. So she's always had help with the kids. So, you know, I agree. I don't know. Like I'm conflicted. Let's say I'm not sure she wanted to leave or she wanted him to leave, or at least not for long. Yeah, I can see that. Like I don't think she wanted him gone, but I think she enjoys her breaks. I think she enjoys her time alone. I mean, just the simple things. Like if you sit down, if you're used to being in the house by yourself and you can do the things you want to do, just simply sitting down and watching your shows on TV. Like say you like watching Sister Wives, and then your husband or boyfriend or whatever lover comes home and they take the controller because you know Kody's sitting there with the remote control in his hand. And now instead of you watching the shows or simple convenience, these simple things that you like doing for yourself, he now dominates all of it. And while he's there, he expects you not only to enjoy the fact that he's in the house in your presence and he's taking your TV over, he fully expects you to service him and serve him while he's dominating you with your simple pleasure. So, yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming, but yeah, I think she's conflicted. I do think there's a conflict there. But thank you so much. Let me give you a little something. Awesome. That's good point. Good points. Uh-oh, somebody else came back with what is this? Okay, Julie. Once again, down there in Super Chat. Robyn never lived polygamy. Kristen Brown. Yeah. I don't think she lived polygamy the way Kristen Brown expected her to live polygamy, because I think that there's an expectation from Christine and from the other sister wives that polygamy somehow meant equality. And that in order for you to be a true sister wife, everybody has to be equal. But those are two distinctly different things. You could have a sister wife. In Robyn's case, she likes having sister wives. She enjoys polygamy, but it's conditional on the fact that she's the first wife, she's the preferred wife, and she gets the things she wants the way she wants them. She's able to shape the culture of the family in her image and in what her vision of the family is. That's why she keeps talking. Like, if you listen to Robyn talk, even now, she talks a lot about, not what I wanted. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't how I wanted things to turn out. So essentially, when she joined the family, she usurped Mary's position as the first wife And when she became the legal wife, she became the head wife. Because even though Kody will say, I disagree, I don't have a head wife, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as he demonstrated tonight, she's pulling a lot of strings for somebody who doesn't have any power. It's felt like to me when he was standing out there on the side of the mountain, he was asking her permission to stop dating Janelle. I need you to stop. If you're the patriarch and you're the boss, why are you asking somebody who's supposed to be subservient to you whether you're going to go out and continue dating people? You wouldn't. You would just say, look, this is what we're doing. The patriarch has spoken, but he doesn't do that. So when Christine said that she never lived polygamy, I think Christine means in the purest sense of we were all equal wives. We were all sister wives. We were all equals. When Robyn wants to live polygamy, she wants to be the boss. She wants to be the person who sets the tone of the family and sets the culture of the family. I would take the position, especially as the fourth wife coming in, that when you come into a family that already has an established culture, it's on you to adjust to that culture. You should be conforming to the practices, policies, and culture of the family that you're joining. But Robyn changed the whole game. Like she threw out things that they used to do as a family for 15, 20 years before she got there. They don't do anymore because she didn't want to do them anymore. They started practicing things like when they said that they started practicing Easter for instance. All of a sudden they're doing Easter. They weren't doing Easter before. They did Easter because Robyn said that she wanted to celebrate Easter. Kody said, we don't celebrate Easter. She said, that's fine. I'm going to take me and my kids. We're going to my mom's house to celebrate Easter. Kody got scared and said, no. We'll celebrate Easter with you. And now the Brown family celebrates Easter. It's stuff like that, you know what I mean, where she was taking the family over. So, like, yeah, I don't think she appreciated polygamy in the sense that we're all equal sister wives, but I think she likes the polygamy in the sense that you have a husband with multiple wives, and the hierarchy of power is Robyn, Kody as the figurehead, then the sister wives underneath, the sister wives and other kids to serve her needs in that order. But yeah, I don't think Christine, Robyn, or Christine married Janelle. I don't think they were ever Robyn's equal as far as Robyn was concerned. So, like when she says she never lived polygamy, she never lived a lifestyle where you guys were equal. She, when she wanted Kody to come over to her house, it's not a problem. If she wanted Kody to take care of her kids and sit with her kids and tuck her kids in at night, not a problem. Because it's her stuff. But if Christine would have did that, I want Kody to come to my house. No, I can't give you more than I give the other wives. That was also a complaint that Kody had. Christine always wanted more than the other wives. Who got more though? Like, do you think that Christine got more? Or do you think Robyn got more? According to Kody, his disagreement with Christine was that she wanted more than everybody else. But if anything, she might have just been asking for equality. She wanted the same amount of time, same amount of attention that you were giving to Robyn. She wanted the same thing. Not more, just equal. But because it's Christine, it's more. It's more than you deserve. Not more than Robyn. It's just more than you deserve, or more than I'm willing to give you, because I want to give Robyn some more. But yeah, I think that's interesting. If you want to call in, you can call in, Julie. That's cool. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me get a little something. All right. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Points taken. Negla 3, what's going on, Negla? How you doing? Oh, damn it. What the hell? What the holy hell? Negla.
Oh, am I here? Okay. I said blessed New Year. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, first, just a really, really minor bit of housekeeping, and I don't know if it was covered before. I literally I fell asleep, so I did not watch this episode, but I do have some points to make. First, our family business. Blessed birthday to Michelle, for our sister from England. Okay, I don't know if it's already been said or what have you, but blessed birthday to her. She had a birthday on, it was like it was Friday her time, but Saturday our time or something, or whatever. But our sister from across the pond, she calls in very often, and I didn't put anything on the Facebook page, but I just wanted to say happy birthday to her. But okay, now to
hold on, happy birthday, Michelle! Happy birthday! throw some hearts in the chat for Michelle. Throw some hearts up there.
Yes,
Awesome, thank you.
That's our sis. And okay, now on to Lord Fauntleroy and the Holy Cow or Royal Cow. I can't remember. I think it's Royal Cow, right?
Yeah, Royal Cow.
But you hit the nail on the head. Well, not you. Well, not just you, but people have been finally understanding what I've been saying. Robyn never wanted to live plural marriage. She wanted to be top dog. And I promise you, DMX, he is turning over and it's great laughing because of what woman. Oh my gosh. And I don't understand why she would even be on a dirt bike. She knows what happened to her son in the electric fence when he was being unattended by Kody. So why would you even be on a, I don't want to cuss because I don't want to get you demonetized, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why would she be on that? It makes no sense. And she makes my hairs where they're not supposed to be hairs itch. Do you understand me? I just the both of them, and I've seen it from the beginning. She wants to be the homecoming princess with her royal court, and then he wants to be the king of the court, but ain't no court that likes you. The court left you long time ago, and it had nothing to do with Robert. It had nothing to do with anything. It had to do with the fact that you weren't. I kind of believe him when he says he genuinely wasn't in love with these women. He loved the women until a new shiny object came along. And if you look at the progression, that's what happened. He was with Mary, then he was with Jonelle, and then he was with Christine. And if you didn't like her, how did you make 6 babies with her? Or was it 6 or 7? I can't remember. I don't remember how many.
With Christine, she had 7.
7, yeah, but at least you liked. Oh yes, that's correct. At least you liked her 7 times.
Right.
I mean, and it would Mary, y'all kept trying, and then it took it came a point when you guys realized that there were some reproductive issues or what have you. So if for somebody that didn't like somebody so much, you just kept going back.
Right.
I'm not gonna make children with somebody I don't. I mean, well, when I was a one-night stand, but I only made one with that person. You understand?
Right.
You know what I mean? So I just I don't know. I just
well, actually, if anything, though, the crazy part is that for him, like I know a person like that. Like the crazy part is that I can see it's dumb. Let me preface it by saying that it's dumb.
Sure.
But I can see somebody doing that for the sheer arrogance of copying themselves. Like, oh, it's got to be more of me running around because I'm so awesome. Dumb as hell. That's a dumb reason to make babies with people. But
James, I'm going to share this with you.
Of like being a rocket scientist. I don't know.
So my grandparents were married. They got married when my grandmother was 16. They produced together 21 children. My grandfather, though, made it a fact to tell people that he had fathered 30 children, which actually was true. They never got divorced, and they lived together till the day my grandmother passed, and then my grandfather passed. But it was the, and I honestly, I never met them. I'm Negla 3. So grandma was Negla 1, my aunt's Negla 2, I'm Negla 3, my daughter is Negla 4. Okay, so it is a family. So that's why the 3 is important to me. Anyway, but the thing was, he wanted the number. He wanted to be able to say that he had that number. I'm not saying he didn't love, my daddy, aunts and uncles or what have you. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying he wanted that number to prove that, see, I still got, swimmers.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And so that's the thing that I guess I see a lot of my grandfather in him. I never met the man, but I hear stories and things like that. And I'm not taking away from him and the man that I love him as being my grandfather. I'm taking away from the fact that you were doing it just to, do it and to have more kids. I asked my dad one time, I said, Daddy, why did grandma and grandpa have so many daggone children? Literally, you cannot name a year in the 40s and 50s that she was not pregnant. I mean, I'm talking about 1940 to 1960. She was pregnant literally every single year and having babies. And he said, well, my mother was young and she was pretty, and I guess he just wanted to, and I was like, but then why did he have the others? And he was like, well, can't talk about that, and it was like a mentality. I don't know how to explain. I don't understand. I really don't fully understand it, but from stories that my aunts and uncles tell me, it was more of a, I got more kids than you type thing, and I'm taking care of these kids. My father was taking care of the kids. I mean, they lived at the house. He really was. My grandfather was really actively present in their life, but he was top dog, and everything stopped at him. Now, when he left the house, yeah, of course, my grandmother was in charge. But I think that's what, like, Kody has that type of mentality, and he can't get rid of it. I mean, I don't believe they were actually raised in polygamy. They were raised Mormon, but they weren't raised in polygamy. Am I wrong?
Well, he was raised in a Mormon church.
Sure.
He didn't encounter polygamy until after he came home from his mission.
From the mission, yes.
And his parents had switched over to polygamy.
I
Mary
see.
was raised in polygamy somewhat. Like she came into polygamy when she was a kid. Her parents switched to polygamy.
And Christine is
Christine is like she's one of the blue bloods, so she grew up in polygamy.
Right.
And then Robyn, her father, I guess, her stepfather, not her actual father, but her stepfather was a polygamist with her mom.
Oh, right. But her mom had a house in a whole different city. It was more like cheating. It wasn't, because I was listening to the story and I was like, no, he just had a whole nother.
Yeah, he just had a family.
Side family. He had a side family.
Yeah, it wasn't like polygamy, like they lived in the same town, forget same house. But yeah, she was just like the chick that lived, he would go see her.
The side chick.
Yeah, dad gonna disappear for the weekend, like he with his other family, He's on one of them business trips,
Oh my God. Okay, but either way though, the royal cow, she really she just wants to be top dog. She wants to be the homecoming queen. She wants to be the prom queen, and she wants to have her royal court celebrating her and Lord Fauntleroy. Like, there's no other family that was already in existence before you got here.
Right.
She moved to the high school district late, okay, at the last minute, and she expected it to be one way, and Kody made sure that it was going to be that way, because she never lived in a house with them ever.
Right.
Even when she was supposed to live, I think when they were in Utah, she lived in that house with them for about 5 minutes, and then Kody found that rental around the corner.
Yeah, I don't even think she stayed in the house. Like she moved from was it I forget where they were originally, but she moved from there to around the corner from Lehigh. Like she moved straight into that spot. Yeah, she never lived in Lehigh.
Remember, she used to have to drive 6 hours each way.
Yeah, yeah. Because if you recall,
So-
there was a point too
Yeah.
where, because what happened was Janelle being concerned about the money, because they were broke as shit.
Yes,
Like,
and
they
then she
were
said it
super
makes
broke.
no sense to pay $1,100 in rent for her to stay in a house when we have room in this house.
Right, because Janelle was actually going to cut, because Janelle had that whole left side, top and bottom,
Yes, and she said I don't need it. She
and she
said
was
I'm
going to
fine.
give it to her. She was going to give her half of it.
Yes.
But what did Robyn say? Robyn said, I don't think it's appropriate for me to live in a house with a man I'm not married to.
Yeah. Okay, but never mind. I was gonna say
Yeah.
something, and that would be really quick demonetization.
I mean, she stoned it on him. Like, apparently she was okay with him staying at her house, but she didn't
Of
want to.
course, of
Yeah.
course, and he had to stay the night to get to know her, and they had the longest courting period of any of them.
Right.
The other three, it was kind of like, I mean, they knew some of them knew each other growing up. I think Kody knew Mary growing up, Mary and Christine, right? They knew each other growing up, correct? I believe. And
Well, they grew up in the same church, but according to Christine, she had no idea who Mary was until she showed up with Kody.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it was weird like that, because that's one of the things that like, that's why I always said that the funny thing about Mary is that part of the reason why I think she over-identified with Kody is because she was so quiet when she was younger, that when she was with Kody, people started noticing her. So she came alive when she was with Kody, and so a lot of her personality and who she is tied into him.
See.
You know
That
what
makes
I mean?
sense. That makes sense, and especially at that young of an age. I know there were adults. Well, you know what I mean. Not,
She was 19 when she married him, so she was about 18 when she met him, 19
right.
when they got married. So yeah, you're right. I mean, they were adults technically, but
but at that age, you're still a kid. Yeah. So okay, so that makes much more sense. And her entire life has been spent around, and her only child. She only has one child. You get what I'm saying? So the one child that for her attached her to him.
Right.
Mentally, if you're thinking that way, that makes sense. So I get it. I get it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, not to mention, like, the fact that she was denied children because of her physical limitations, we'll say.
Correct. Yeah.
And the whole purpose in that church and in her community for women was to reproduce. Yeah.
Yes.
And keep babies coming. And so, not that I feel this way, but I can see where in that particular circumstance, she would feel like a failure because she's unable to do the one thing that she's supposed to do in a relationship. So she feels like a failure. Yeah. And the fact that Kody and Kody being Kody, if he's not sympathetic to her situation, and this all comes back to the whole premise that the failure in their marriages all stem and are rooted in Kody's fault. Like, it's all under him. It's his responsibility, because it's his job to make his wives feel safe and secure so that he's able to operate these multiple families. If they don't feel safe and secure, like, if you have a single wife, monogamous relationship, and your wife doesn't feel secure and she's not secure in herself, you can't do shit. Like, you come home, you gotta be on the phone talking to her all the time. You can't go to the store by yourself because she doesn't feel secure. If she feels secure, you can go away with the boys and she don't give a damn. Just pick up some bread when you come home. You know what I mean? But if you're trying to manage multiple wives and multiple families, it's your job to make them feel secure. And if she's feeling like she's failing, you have to take time to make sure that she's okay and that she's feeling secure in who she is. And the fact that she can't make a bunch of babies is fine. I just want you to be safe and happy. And had he said that, it might have been different.
But James, do you see how he turned that around and said it was Mary's fault for the divorce? do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying you disagree with me. I'm just saying, did you see how he turned it around? Because when he got the call from the elders saying, okay, you're spiritually divorced from her, he was like, no, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't make her feel like this. I didn't. And it was all on what he didn't do.
Right.
When's the last time you talked to Mary?
Right.
You actually picked up her phone or her phone call when she was on her way. And she said, do you want to come with me? You can explain your side. She gave him an opportunity. Because they would have filmed it. I know they would have filmed it. If they, if AUB, you know what I mean, would have let them film it. Like even them talking in the cars outside, not driving or what have you. But they would, he turned it around on them. He's like, well, Christine went and found another man. Now she's going to hell, basically, is what he said. That's basically what he said. And then, Mary, she done divorced me. I don't know what she's going to do. And, and then Janelle is up in the air. Right. And she's not up in the air. She is kind of up in the air. And I understand. She's been with that man for 20 plus years. Well, I 30. Understand. Yeah. Almost 30. Yeah. Well, yes, because she was second. Yes. 30 plus years. So I understand why she's up in the air. And he's not getting it. He's not getting that, like you said, you have to be the one. Look, I can't water my neighbor's flowers. I can only water mine. The ones that are sitting in front of my house, I can only water that. Well, snow covering them now, but you know what I mean? I'm the only one that can water those because it's my property. And I'm not equating the women to property or anything like that. But as in a marriage, if let's say my neighbor does something nice for my husband, that has nothing to do with Negla and Jack. That has to do with, you know what I mean, just a friend, you know what I mean, a friendship between the neighbors. Negla needs to be the one planting seed, or you know what I mean, not planting seeds, but you know what I mean, whatever, right. In her own garden. And he's not getting that. He's not understanding. He's like, well, if she wasn't happy, that's her fault. No, I do understand that in their denomination or what have you, the AUB, it does have to do with, you have to, as women, they have to live a life of lack in order to, receive, spiritual benefits or what have you. And I'm not questioning their religion. That's theirs. I don't subscribe to it, but that's their belief. But what did Robyn ever give up? Robyn never wanted to live with anybody, has she? Except for her kids and Kody. Robyn never wanted to share the family money, but she got all her bills paid off. Robyn never wanted to, you know what I mean? Like all of this stuff that she wanted, and she got it. And now the rest of the family is left in tatters. So that's why yes, I am hard on Lord Fauntleroy. Yes, I am hard on the royal cow. But there's a reason why. It's not just to beat up on them. Right. It's because there's a reason. And these are, these children are now becoming adults. And do you see that not a one of them has embraced polygamy? Not a one of them has embraced anything that their father stood for, believed in, or anything like that.
Right. Well, because I think there's also the point too, where especially with the older children, like they grew up.
Yes, mayonnaise sandwiches.
Show. Yeah,
mayonnaise sandwiches.
Yep. So they know what like when they see polygamy, like you could almost say that like Kody and the wives, when they presented on the show, they were buying houses. They basically bought a block out. They were, they're basically
the cul-de-sac.
So they're doing big things. But the children remember, we're struggling now, because even with Robyn coming into the family, we're struggling now. Before Robyn came into the family, Kody had actually considered selling the Lexus.
Yes.
In order to marry Robyn, because he had no money. Like they were broke. They were eating like they were eating syrup sandwich broke. You know what I mean?
And TLC paid for the wedding because he said it was a unification ceremony for all 4 wives.
Right. Well, I think TLC was going to pay for the wedding because they wanted to have the big event.
Yeah.
But it would like there's stuff that wouldn't have happened. Like the even the idea that when she came in, they're broke as hell. Like they broke.
Yes,
but,
they were. Remember, Christine was sitting the massive counter. She was making like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and that was breakfast. You know, and I'm not knocking. Look, I've been there, done that. I'm not knocking that.
Right.
You know, times were rough. That's why they got food stamp fraud. Christine had it. Christine had it, and so did Janelle.
Right. But I mean, they were broke. And when Robyn came into the family, she insisted that she have her own house that they had to pay for.
And Christine said, no, not Christine, but Janelle said, how are we going to pay for her rent?
Right.
How are we going to afford that rent? Right. It was like
$1,100 a month.
It was $1,100, but with bills it was $1,400. I remember 14. That for some reason that stuck in my head. And Janelle said it. She said, "Kody, we cannot afford this. She need to come to the house." And he was like, "Well, where's she gonna stay? I will give up some of my rooms, and my boys can double up." She said that. Am I wrong?
Right. Well, she had offered, because that's what I was saying before. She had offered to give up her section of the house. She was gonna cut it in half. And at that point, Robyn had said that it wouldn't be proper for her to live with a married man. And that was the excuse that she used. But at the same time, she still had Kody staying at her house.
Exactly.
She was around the corner because if you recall, it wasn't that much longer. I think it might have been the same maybe episode earlier. But she had talked about how she deserved to have equal time to a wife.
Yes.
Kody was staying over at her house. And Mary and Christine was like, I don't think it's appropriate that he's spending time with you because I'm losing time with my husband because he's over there dating you, and you're a girl a woman that he's courting. You're not a wife. And she was like,
and we paying your bills. I'm paying for my husband's girlfriend.
Right, exactly.
Come on, make that make sense.
Right. And that's why I think that, like I said, when Hunter didn't get happy, that's because they remember what it was like to be brokey broke. So they know what it's like to be brokies, and they sacrificed a lot. They wound up having to move from Utah to Las Vegas because Dad wanted to get married. And so a lot of the blame and animosity that they have towards Robyn, even though some of it is justified, a lot of it is rooted and is seated in the ground because of the way they handled her coming into the family. Like, you had these kids suffer by her coming into the family. The same way Robyn feels so much joy and so much love about polygamy and joining the Brown family because her life changed. And that's why she looks back and has these fine memories of polygamy and what it was like to join the Brown family, because her life changed.
Because she only sees her life. She doesn't see the other 20 plus members that are affected.
Right. But
because she's happy.
Right, exactly. But what I'm saying is the same way she sees happiness when she remembers what it was like when she came into the family. A lot of the family sees nothing but misery, poverty, desolation, and financial destruction, because when she came into the family, she sucked out a lot of those resources. And the kids that suffered the most were Christine's kids and Janelle's kids. The ironic part is,
No, let me ask you real quick.
Right.
How do you think Christine's kids felt when they watched that episode when their mother is in labor with their youngest sister, or at that time it was the youngest baby, and he is actively asking the doctor, "Well, I have a wife that she's infertile. Can you plant a baby in my other wife, and then we have that baby and that be hers?"
Right.
That goes to what you're saying. What I'm saying is that goes to what you're saying. These kids see that. These kids were there for that.
Well, I think what might have hurt them a little more was the fact that their mom had almost died the baby before from a miscarriage.
And he got her pregnant right back.
Well, he got her pregnant right back. But even when she was pregnant and in labor, he still took time out to go sit at Robyn's house. That's
that's right. Because he left. That's right. He left from the hospital or for the hospital from Robyn. He was like, oh, Mary's Christine's in labor. And she was like, okay, well, do you have your peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Give me a second and let me make it.
Yeah, he said, oh, the baby's coming. Because he left her in the hospital. She was already in labor.
Yes.
The baby
he
was
left
coming.
the house when she was in labor, and he was like, oh, I'll be back in the morning, and you won't have a baby before the morning. No, they don't work that way. I'm sorry.
Baby can come. The baby, like you got baby coming and baby here by the time you get to the hospital. He never should have left. I mean, the whole point is he never should have left. He never should have left.
James, with my daughter, I promise you, the doctor was like, okay, we're going to suit up and then we'll be back in 15 minutes and we'll go ahead and deliver her. And I was like, okay, before the door closed, I said, something just dropped. They were like, oh, that's a head and chest. Okay. You know what I mean? They didn't even have time to suit up. You understand? Yeah. That's how babies come. You know that. You got babies yourself.
Yeah, it can come quick. It can come quick. It can take hours. It can take days. Or you can just be sitting there 1 minute. You don't even finish the paperwork.
Oh my God.
He's still working on the interest paperwork. And here you are trying to fill out the baby. You know, like, let me get that. You go ahead and fill out this birth certificate.
Right. Right. Because forget about the paperwork. We'll be past that now.
Yeah, right.
We are on a whole nother. But like I said, that's why I blame both of them. I really just do, because they didn't. There was no consideration for it. Was kind of like no Vaseline. I'll put it that way. No Vaseline.
Right.
You know, and it was like shoved down their throats, and it was like either take it or leave it, and they left it, and it was like, hold up, no. Why'd you call my bluff? You know, It was like a bluff, and they called it, and now they're mad. I don't get it. Oh my gosh, there's it's a photo. It's like this woman, she's looking like, what do you want from me? No. What do you want from me? No, I can't do it anymore. And I don't think that they're understanding like the mental and physical toll that this is taking on the other parent as well. They're just not understanding it, let alone Robyn's children's father, who really did want them and really was, was trying to do his best, and they really just dispossessed him of his children, all three of his children.
Right.
I wonder if they're reaching out to him. I mean, I think that I know the son is, but I wonder if the two daughters are.
I don't know. And Ariana. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that I'd heard that Dayton was still trying to contact them or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, like, if he's still talking to the daughters or, like, I mean, like, parent poisoning their children against parents is a real thing. So, I mean, it'd be unfortunate if she did that to them. You know, your dad don't want you, that whole thing.
You don't do that. I have one particular child, and I said, your dad, and he thought his dad was Superman, and I didn't say anything because, you don't do that to your child. You don't speak negatively about the other parent. You let them grow up and find that out. And some of his cousins had said something about his father and the place he was staying, which was taxpayer paid. We'll put it that way. You know what I mean? But you know what? That wasn't me that wasn't my story to tell. That was for him to talk to his father about. So when he talked to his father about it, and his father explained to him, yes, I was there for XYZ, and that's between them. That has nothing to do with me. For me, yes, if you think your daddy is Superman, yes, your daddy is Superman. At that age, you don't speak negatively about your father. And it felt like on the show, that's what they were doing about the three kids' biological father. And I didn't like it because there was something weird, just like with the Mary agreeing to divorce him. There was just something off about it. Right. And it was like 2 and 2 did not make 4. They made 3. Actually, not even 3, 2.5.
Well,
2 and 2 make 2.
Either
You
way, it
know.
was coming up short.
Yeah, exactly.
I
And
got
you know, and yeah, I was missing some change, and so
you.
you know, and but that's the way. And I have to say, I don't necessarily totally blame them. I blame part of it on TLC because I think that the way that they're doing this is wrong. And I said, what was it? It was either last week or Christmas. I don't know, but I remember I wished you a Merry Christmas when I said it. But I blame them partially because they're showing this stuff like a year late, and we have a whole year. We're coming up on the anniversary, 1 year anniversary of Garrison, and you still have not addressed Garrison. You've just cut him out of stuff selectively because he's in some stuff and some stuff he's not. And you know what I mean? You're not giving us the like it's supposed to be True Life Channel. If I'm not, isn't that what TLC stands for? True Life True Life Channel. If it's truly their life, then I do understand giving a period of time for the family to mourn or what have you, but you cannot tell me that they're waiting a whole year because they want to get it over with. I think they would. I would think they would.
Right.
So
yeah,
anyway.
well, I think it'll be towards the end. But let me jump to the next person. Negla.
All right,
I
dear.
appreciate you calling in. Thank
James,
you so much.
again, a blessed and prosperous new year, and I wish you the best.
You as well. Thank you so
All right.
much. Have
Bye,
a good
dear.
night. Bye.
You too.
All right, we have Abby. She'll be the last caller. Appreciate you guys for calling in and everything. Let's talk to Abby. What's going on?
Hi.
Hey.
This is
How
the
you
first
doing?
time I've ever called in anywhere.
Okay, well, welcome aboard.
Okay, but I wanted to talk about how Robyn was being like delusional about thinking that that Kody and Janelle could still make it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does she not know? We've known for like a year and a half.
Right.
Well, I mean, like a year and a half in like TV time where we're at right now. But it's been like 2 or 3 years.
Right.
How does she...
Well, because I think it's willful ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
Like she just ignores facts, reality, because it doesn't comport to what she wants. Like, so it's all about, I guess, maybe was it mind over matter, or the willpower that she's just going to will it to be her way. You guys are going to work it out and everything will be fine. Like, it will not be fine. Like,
and she was pushing Kody to even like still try and make it work with Mary.
Right.
And I don't understand that because Mary had literally gotten the legal divorce. It's been like months since she got the legal divorce, and she's still thinking they can work things out, or the spiritual divorce.
Right. Trying to push her into it.
Yeah.
Which is terrible in itself. Like that, like the whole thing is, what makes it worse to me is that the whole time Robyn has been saying how she's Mary's friend and she cares so much for Mary. But one of the most neglectful things, and probably one of the more cruel things she's done to Mary, is make Mary think that her relationship with Kody is somehow going to get better. And there's going to be a time when the two of them fall back in love with each other and they're going to, enter into a full marriage again. Like, that was never happening. And Kody is saying it's never going to happen. Like, I don't understand why you would do that to your friend. Like, you're just dragging her out.
She pushed the relationship along so that she could keep that LuLaRoe money.
Yeah. She like cashing them checks. I mean, that's most likely what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just such a bad look. Like, that's supposed to be your friend. And if you do that to your friends, I hate to see what you do to your enemies.
Your sister wife, I mean.
Right.
But it just made me so mad when she was like asking him if things are gonna work out with Janelle, or if he thinks he could get back with Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the boat scene, where Christine's going down the boat and she's doing all them high fives, and then we get like that tiny little clip of Garrison.
Right.
Yeah, that was cute.
Yeah. He was
around.
Sad, yeah. He was around for a lot of that. And
Mhm.
so every now and again you can see him in the background.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah,
Like
it's
at the
kind of rough.
engagement party.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can see him in the background and he's having a good time. So it's just unfortunate. It's a
Yeah.
sad situation, you know.
And the caller that you had on before, she was talking about like how they haven't talked about the Garrison situation at all besides that one tiny clip in the beginning of the season.
Hmm.
That also has made me mad too. I
Right.
mean, I know they're gonna. I mean, do we know that they're gonna talk about it at all in the show?
Yes. Yeah, they said that they'll most likely it'll come towards the end of this season.
The end of this season.
Yeah. So I think the season's going to go until March this year. So most likely it'll be towards the end of the season because they'll catch us up and then they're shooting this year for next season. So I think
Oh
they're trying
yeah,
to catch us up. That's why they have the extended season this year.
yeah. Did you see
What I
that
understand.
video of Mary filming in some cafe or something?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it was on TikTok. Some lady posted it, and it was in, I don't know where it was in Utah. I don't think it was in Parowan, but she was in Utah filming at a cafe.
Oh, okay.
I think that was like right before Christmas, maybe.
Yeah, maybe she's living her life. Like, maybe she'll have like what was that boy Amos, her boyfriend
Oh
Amos?
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he'll be on. He might make an appearance. You never know.
I don't
So
know. I don't know if they will because they broke up.
yeah, well, I think he was still with her when they were filming this season.
Yeah, they did
So
it for like a couple months, right?
yeah.
Because they were dating in January. Because she posted him in January,
Hmm.
I think.
Well, because she posted him right after the wedding, so it was like January, and then I think they broke up before Garrison passed, which was in March.
Yeah.
So I think the way it'll work, they'll have like that, and that might be what they're going to do. Maybe they're because he passed away in March. So now that I think about it, put it together, they might have his section around the anniversary of his passing.
Oh
Because
yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that
that might
sounds
make more
right.
sense. Yeah.
What are
But
they gonna fill? I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
What are they gonna fill like the rest of the rest of the season until then with?
Well, I can see there's going to be the story arc of the trouble between Kody and Robyn, and I could even see a scenario where they do a thing with Kody and Robyn, kind of resolving their troubles or their problems and struggles with being in a monogamous relationship so that they can move forward. So,
They've been
yeah,
basically living monogamy for like 10 years. What's the problem?
right. Well, they haven't lived open monogamy because they're
Yeah.
all pretend. Because Kody and Robyn, this is actually the first episode. Tonight is actually the first episode where Kody even pretended like he was approaching or broaching the subject with Robyn about being a
Mm-hmm.
monogamist. Because prior to that, both of them had been singing a song about, I want to be the polygamist. I'm still angry that my big picture has been destroyed and I want to have my big family. Like, so they've been pushing that the whole time. But this is the first episode. That's why I'm saying, like, a lot of the stuff, it's not like big fireworks stuff that's happening on the show, but it's very subtle and nuanced changes that are going on the show that we're seeing for the first time. Like today, like for instance, the first time we've ever seen Kody and Robyn genuinely have an argument where they disagree with each other. Like Kody Kody basically said things are one way, and then Robyn says, no, in my mind is this way, or no, I never said that. You've been telling me that I got to work it out with Mary. I never said you had to work it out with Mary. You couldn't leave her. And he started laughing like, yes, you did. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is the first time you ever saw them have that kind of disagreement.
They're trying to gaslight each other. It's not working.
Right. Yeah, because that's what I was saying in my video today, is that the funny part about what we watched tonight was, for once, you had them try to use their typical their personal type of manipulation. Like, cause so Kody does a thing where he triangulates, he try to shift blame to somebody else. But since they're a couple, he doesn't have anybody really to shift blame on to. And then, of course, Robyn, she has to be the victim. But you can't be the victim unless there's an aggressor. And because they're a couple, the only person who can be the aggressor is Kody. Whereas normally she would blame the OG3.
Yeah.
So they have, like, they're trying to trick each other, manipulate each other, but they don't want to, you know, have that direct clash where they're actually blaming one another. So it's like, I think that that's interesting. Like, they're trying to do the thing, but they can't do the thing, because if they do it, then they're actually going to insult somebody.
It kind of felt like the argument that they had in the snow outside in the driveway a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was rehearsed.
Right. Yeah,
to make it look like they're having marital troubles.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, like, they're just fine, and it looks like they're putting a show on.
Right. Yeah, the stuff they were arguing about, the thing that kind of got me was the things that they were arguing about weren't really things, like there wasn't really a conflict. So Robyn basically said, you know, you got to be a good dad. And then Kody said, I want to be a good dad. Like, that's not a conflict. Like, you guys aren't disagreeing. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you don't understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you say, James, I want you to do a live. And I say, I want to do a live. Like, we're not disagreeing just because we talk loud or we, you know, be aggressive. We're not disagreeing. And that's kind of where they were, at least then. Like, I didn't hear the disagreement. Like, I don't see what you guys are arguing about. Unless you say, Kody, you're crap dad. Yeah. I mean, and he said, like she said, you need to be around your kids. Kody said, I'm trying to call them, but they're not picking up the phone. I want to be around them, but they need you. I want to be around them, but they won't talk to me. You know, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But when he says that he calls the kids, I feel like that's not true.
Right.
At all.
Yeah. Well, if he calls them, like Garrett, I think Gabe had the perfect thing. He said that Kody called him, and he said he asked Gabe to ask for his forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Gabe said that he wasn't going to ask for his forgiveness. So Kody called him and said, well, I forgive you if you forgive, like,
yeah,
you know, I'll forgive you if you forgive me or whatever. If you forgive me, I'll forgive you.
Mm-hmm.
What am I asking for forgiveness for? I didn't do anything wrong. So what are we talking about? Like, that kind of thing. So yeah, you're not getting a phone call back. You know what I mean? So I think that that's kind of where Gabe was.
Mm-hmm. I think most of the kids have like moved on because they realize that he's narcissistic and he's gonna keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Right. Yeah,
and
nothing
it's sad,
is
but like,
yeah.
But I mean, like, also, I mean, obviously we know that from the wedding special that McKelty is calling David her stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it feels really soon, like, for David and Christine to be married already.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know it's been like a year now, but like in the season we're in right now, like half of her story is that half of the kids think it's too soon for them to get married. But then McKelty's just like really happy to be there and on camera. So she's excited to do whatever she needs to do to get on the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to make it happen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I can see that. But I think that like, as far as him being a stepdad, the second he marries Christine, he's the kid's stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just by definition. To be considered like a trusted parent figure, that requires work. But, you know, like, you can become a husband just by getting married. That doesn't mean that you are fulfilling the husbandly duties. It's just,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? It's just kind of the title that you are, designation.
I think that Truly has like actually has a good relationship with David, because she never really had that father figure with Kody. I mean, she'd probably had a father figure with any of the older boys, but now she has like a, how do I say it, like, it's not like a father figure, it's like a,
well, I mean, technically he would be a father figure, and if anything, he's more consistent and he's more steady in her
than the
life
boys, yeah.
than anything that she's had prior.
Mm-hmm.
Because the young men that were around were her brothers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And there's a difference. Like, you know, you could say, like, as a sibling, there are siblings who raise their younger siblings or whatever, they take responsibility for them, but they're not necessarily their parent. And so, like, with that distinction, you know, even with having Kody around, there are things that David is doing that Kody never did, that she's experiencing for the first time, and even the older siblings are seeing for the first time. Like, they didn't grow up in a household where the father was around all the time. You know what I mean? Or available. Or when they go, you know, you go to you wake up in the morning, dad is there. You go to school, you come home. Oh, she just got disconnected. You go to school, you come home, and dad is still there. You go to bed, dad is there. You wake up in the morning, guess what? Dad is still there. So it's a new experience for them. So I can appreciate that. But thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Last call, Pete, real quick. What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you tonight?
Doing very well.
So I think it's very interesting, just as a former Mormon, one of the things that is pushed out to justify polygamy in the LDS church is that each wife had their own domicile and each wife was in charge of it. So there was never, how do I say it? Like, it's never explained as anyone cohabitated. Like, there was never supposed to be two wives in one house in the olden days. Now, I don't know, because that was always one of the things that I had a hang up about. I'm like, I'm not sharing somebody. But it just seems really weird that it switched. And I think it stopped being around the Brigham Young time. But I just find that odd that it seems like all of the FLDS, they all share homes. And it's unusual when the wives are split off into their own homes. So it's kind of like the reverse of what's going on.
Right.
Or what is usually said to make the previous polygamy in the history of the LDS church okay. So.
No, because I think that I think that there's a few factors that might have played if I hazard a guess. And some of them might just be as simple as economics, you know, like, because it's not easy to maintain 4 or 5 houses.
And that's true, but that was one of the things that in the original LDS church, to be able to have a second wife, you had to be able to support one wife singularly, and then you could have another one as long as you can maintain her a house of her own.
Right.
So,
well, but wouldn't that make it like because even then I would just say that as you're trying to grow your faith or grow your religion, if you say one of the perks of this particular practice is that you get to have more than one wife, but then you say only select members of the parish or of the community can have more than one wife, and because you exclude people, you could start losing members. So I can see them. Well, guys, we need to start relaxing some of these rules, because I noticed that not only is the congregation getting short, but the tithes are starting to come up a little short too. Because as the people leave, the money is going with them. So, you know, I'm just speculating.
I totally see exactly where you're coming from, because then the only people who really could afford to have more than one wife would be your elite in your religion, like your church founders and your, royalty, or so to say. But no, I totally understand that. the other thing that I was listening is everybody is talking about how quick Christine and David are getting married. Now, I don't know, but I know most Mormons, you got to be married before you can start knocking boots.
Mhm.
So there is usually, especially with younger Mormons, there's a rush to the altar usually.
Right.
They meet 6 months later, they're married. And, these are young kids, and a lot of times they don't get a chance to even really get to know the person they're marrying.
Right.
So it's, I don't know, you just see it a lot. Like, I can't have what I really want, so let's go get the piece of paper, get sealed, do all that good stuff.
Right. Well,
And
the only thing with that though is that Christine and David were already spending the night at each other's houses.
oh, well,
Yeah. But I mean, I think that, but I mean, to support your point, I would say that if you grow up in a community where a certain thing happens, regardless of why it happens,
mhm,
that becomes normative for your courtships and your dating, the way you apply yourself to your dating procedures. So,
yeah,
in light of that, like we would in the secular world, in the mainstream world, whatever we call ourselves, like we might look at it and say, wow, you've only been dating this person for 3 months and you trying to rush down the aisle, that's a little soon, ain't it? But
yeah,
like you said, if you grow up in a community where everybody gets married after 2 or 3 months, even if you're older,
yeah,
and whether a person gets divorced or they're a widower or whatever the case may be, and they go to get married, they're more likely to follow those norms from the community that they're from than the norms from outside the community, regardless of age. So,
yeah.
I mean, I can see your point. I see your point.
Well, and also if you're still in a group or in that type of community and you've surrounded yourself with those people, it would be one of those, well, when are you guys going to get married?
Right.
You guys are all together and lovey-dovey. When are you guys going to get married?
Yeah, I noticed that you've been staying at our house. So
Uh-huh.
when are we gonna fix this? When are we gonna make it
Yeah.
right?
When are you going to make it official? That
Right,
kind of thing.
exactly.
No, you're completely right. I mean, and I started out secular, uh, LDS for a while, and now I'm back to being secular. But I can tell you, there's because I think I understood that a lot of Cody's children stayed, possibly, I think they stayed with the LDS church, even though they didn't stay fundamentalist. I think I understood that at one point, but
Mm,
um, or some of them did. The ones that have, talked about it, like, is it Maddie who's in North Carolina?
yes.
I think that was one of the things she said. But the the other thing, the reason that he got so upset probably for getting divorced, this is just a speculation, but even if they do not live together, like let's just say people get divorced, you don't always get a temple divorce.
Hmm.
So technically he can still have that many people on the other side.
Right. Right.
So all it did was it shortened how many people he could have in his harem
Right.
when he got divorced from Mary. So he's still got 2 open slots, even if it's not Janelle and Christine. He still has those 2 open slots for other people who, let's just say, they never got married.
Mm,
It's a weird thing to believe, to view it as after death you can get married.
right. No, well, I mean, it makes sense, especially when you take into account the like the children who are in heaven that
Mhm.
were assigned to you before they were actually born. So
Yeah.
it would make sense that you could do it on the back end. But I
Yeah.
think there's also the component with the separation, or the not separation, but what do they call it? The when
Disillusion of
yeah, the
marriage.
solution of the marriage for Kody, when Mary was granted that, I think what really stuck in Cody's craw was the fact that the church had declared that he had abandoned Mary as a cause for the separation. And
Okay.
so Kody is a person that doesn't like to take responsibility for anything that he does. And essentially what the church did was, by finding that he actually abandoned Mary, they squarely placed responsibility on his shoulders as to the reason why the marriage didn't work. It did. So basically, the church took away all of his excuses, all of the times that he got on TV and said that, yeah, the reason why me and Mary aren't working out is because when we were kids, she was so nasty to me, she was so mean, and she's a horrible wife and a horrible person. They basically said, yeah, that's not the reason. The reason why you guys aren't together is because you abandoned her. So it's
I
all
gotcha.
on you. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that I think that's the part that, because I even said in a video earlier that I put out today, that I think part of the reason why he's mad at Robyn is because he sees the fact that Robyn asked him to stay in a relationship with Mary, and he kept her around as long as he did, that it puts Mary in a situation where she could do that to him. And now he's embarrassed because, you told me to keep her around, and now I kept her around. And then now the church is saying that I abandoned her, and I
I
never
gotcha.
abandoned her. I kept her around. I never divorced her. I never left her, because to him, abandonment isn't me not coming around servicing you, whether your needs, attention or emotions or physically. Abandonment means I divorced you and I
Yeah.
rejected you. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. Like, I
And
think that that's the weird part about, like, his understanding. Like, I
yeah.
appreciate what you're saying, because I do
Oh
think
no.
that that's part of the faith. Like, I do believe
Yeah.
when you say that's part of the faith. But I think that what really tweaked his what really chapped his panties was the fact that they said that, because even when years ago in season 16, Suki had said to him, well, you basically abandoned Mary. And he said, abandoned, please. No, take that back, because I never abandoned her. That you can't say that I
Oh.
abandoned her. He got really worked up about the word abandoned. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Well,
I think that killed him.
if he I guess the other reason is, I mean, he's got obviously a very large ego problem.
Mm,
But the other thing is, if he abandoned them, that means he actually has to admit that he was favoring someone.
right, right.
So it's like it rewrites his whole narrative up to, that point.
Right, exactly, exactly. And
So, okay.
even in tandem to what you're saying, to add on to what you're saying, if you think about it from respect of, he spent the last 18 seasons saying that he was equal to the wives, they all received equal treatment, that he is a good husband and a good man, and essentially the church said, yeah, none of that is true. You abandoned your wife.
Yeah.
You know what I
You
mean?
know, it's interesting that Christine, you're absolutely right. It's interesting that Christine did not want to get that release as well, because I can guarantee you if the church would give Mary that release, they especially would have given it to Christine.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I mean,
actually, the one young lady who is with Notes to Self 444, she's a
mhm.
daughter of the current prophet,
Okay.
and she said her father was saying that if either one of the wives showed up, Janelle or Christine, if they ever came in there and said we want to release, he said he would grant it to them for the
Oh,
same reason. Yeah, so I mean, it's just a
I
matter
would
of
have
whether they
been
want to do it.
I would have been a road runner. Nothing but
Yeah.
dust on my heels, man, as I ran in there.
Yeah, so I mean, I get why I understand why they didn't do it, because for Christine, like, she would have to acknowledge that she still believes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So she might not do it, because then she would have to go and acknowledge that the church still has authority over her, and she does not a part of the church, and she kind of
I I
backed away
can
from the church.
I
So
totally can see that. I guess for me, because I'm also doing something similar to that because I'm not a member, um, I'm doing it not for the church having power over me, but if the church has power over him,
mm,
it takes me outside of his bubble. Like, if that's what he believes, awesome, whatever, but it removes me from any of his thinking.
right,
It removes me because a lot of times people worry that the children you have in that spiritual marriage are not going to stay with you if you do get divorced and you do get that release, but that's not true. Any child born of the covenant stays with attached to the person who stays. So
Right.
I know that was also something that has been brought up to me as well. Your kids won't be attached to him anymore, and I was like, that's up to my kids what they believe.
Right.
But if I can remove myself from that his bubble, awesome,
Right.
And I would
Right.
think that would be something. I don't know. That's just me personally, but you're right. She would acknowledging that does also give it power.
Right. Well, I think that like I'm not in the church, so
No.
I get it. But I would just say that like the petty side of me might do it just because I know it would piss them off.
Oh, exactly.
What I mean?
That's why that is 100% why I'm doing it.
Right.
Removing me from that bubble is a petty thing,
Right. Like I know it doesn't do anything for me, but I want to do something for you. So guess what we doing?
Exactly.
I can see that, but I also can understand like the sad part is that, and it occurred to me, I'll probably throw it in a video at some point, maybe. But the sad part is that as we're talking about it with Mary got the release. It is clear she has the release, right?
Mhm.
And it's been deemed that he abandoned her. He says he doesn't want her. She asked for and received the release. Their relationship is Dunsky. In spite of all that, Robyn is still going back and saying, "Are you sure it's over with you and Mary?" Like this is the level of delusion that these people have.
Wow.
So I don't know. Like you would think that like once you go that far, it's clear that it's over. But
Yeah,
obviously
that's
it's not. Like they got to do something else because they just don't get it.
I mean, that's a pretty big bridge to burn. That's a pretty big FU too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to have somebody sitting there going, "Are you sure you're not going to come back?" That's weird because the other thing that struck me when you said that, um, her getting a release means she still believes,
Mhm.
and she is now eligible to be remarried.
Right. Right.
So,
Yeah, she can be bound in the church. Like she can go
yeah,
and go to the temple and get somebody in the faith. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. She's Mary's open now. Like, so,
abs
so she might get
hey,
some phone calls. She might get somebody slide. Well, I don't know what the equivalent of sliding in the DMs is in
oh, it's
the
still the same.
okay.
You'd be very amazed. Like everyone thinks that the Mormon culture is very buttoned up, but I'm here to tell you there is a lot of shady. I'm good. I appear to be an angel, but I am really not an angel
Right.
going on in that whole culture. It's almost part of it, really.
Right. Well, it's the what is it, lady in the streets, freak in the sheets
Mm-hmm.
mentality. Because you see a lot of that. That's what the essentially that's what the what's that show Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. That's where
Yes,
that pivots from. Is
that
the
is. I can't say that there's a lot of that that's not true.
mm,
And a lot of those people are your more affluent people. Like the more
right,
affluent you are, the more you think, it's okay if I drink alcohol and don't tell my bishop and then I go do my religious stuff. They don't need to know that.
right,
That's between me and God, right? But and that there are a lot of so okay. There is a school in Provo, and the joke is that the guys go there to get a degree, the women go there to get an MRS. And
MRS.
most, yep, get married.
Oh, okay.
And most of them will end up getting married after 2 years of being there.
Oh wow.
So some of them never even finish, a lot of them, from what I understand, don't even finish that degree. But there's a lot of like subculture in that as well.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that part of the allure of like even with the like the shows like was it Secret Lives of Mormon Wives? One, I think
Hmm.
the allure is the fact that it's the forbidden fruit. there's an assumption. It pivots on the assumption that these are holy people who have turned their back on the doctrines that they believe in for more sinful lifestyles. Like that's the whole pivot
Oh,
to it.
interesting.
But I think that the like ultimately it's like any culture. People are people regardless, and people are going
Mhm.
to have those desires regardless of what religious texts they have or what social norms are present in their community. The only difference is how open they are about it. And then when these things are discovered, it takes on a whole new life because you're not supposed to be that person.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because what you see on like that show, you could watch. Hell, they've been doing that for 30 or 40 years on Big Brother and was it Real World or
Mhm.
Jersey Shore or like any number of uh these reality shows. They've had so much more worse stuff than what the girls are talking about for the TikTok moms. Way
Okay.
worse. But because they're supposed to be of a certain caliber and everybody assumes that they are different, they get a lot more traction and they get a lot more attention. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's all it is. Like you know, truth be told, like if you've ever seen like the statistics as far as like the adult entertainment, there's a lot of adult entertainment that runs through Utah,
Oh, yeah.
you know. So
Yeah.
it's it's not as it's not as it's they're not as
What do they call
conservative
it?
as
Po
they
Pornhub is real popular, right?
exactly. Yeah, their numbers. I saw a news article on that, and they were like, "Yeah, the number one thing in that." Like, what?
At one
Utah?
Yeah.
You
I
would
could
think it'd be like Miami, Sin City, but nope, nope.
Yeah, I can say that it's very hard to meet that perfect standard, and a lot of
Mm,
people do fake it, you know?
right,
It's
right,
everybody jokes around, "Fake it till you make it," right? Brodsky and everything, but
right,
the the real problem is that everybody's trying to be perfect, and it's killing them.
right, right.
You gotta hide your reality because, you're supposed to be perfect, shiny. We call them Molly Mormons, but well, Molly, because most Mormon relationships, the husband is no quote unquote the breadwinner because they
Right.
went and they did the degree, they go out, you have 4 or 5 kids, you're the wife, you're not going anywhere.
Mhm.
So usually your education, and even if you were a career person, once you have that many children, your career falls to the wayside just by for a time that you
Right.
stay home. So it's a very you become Molly Mormon, you became a professional housewife.
Mm.
So you're doing everything perfect. Or at
Right.
least you make it look that way. So that when you go to church on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, no, Mondays are off, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it looks good. So,
Yeah. Well, part of the problem with that though is that in that uh like any in those repressive societies where people feel like they need to be perfect or there's a call for like even complete sexual uh uh, abstention where you're never doing stuff, you're supposed to be perfect and pure. A
mhm.
lot of times because you are so repressed, it pushes you into uh more dramatic experiences than you
Look up
normally would have because
oh,
you're trying to get something out of it. You know what I mean?
yeah. So I did not originally grow up in the faith. I joined later because that's what my ex was. And
Mhm.
there are some interesting look up soaking.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like there's these coin terms that you talk about. I also find it interesting that we have bars, we go drink alcohol like reasonable, responsible adults. They
Uh,
have soda bars.
right.
where they
Right.
get dirty Coke, dirty, dirty Dr. Peppers and everything. And it's like, what the heck? It's that immolation of a culture,
Right.
you know? So
Yeah, it's
it's,
the sodas mixed up like they'll take
yeah.
like a Pepsi and mix it with like a Mountain Dew and M&Ms or something.
So one of my favorites, Dirty Dr. Pepper, is Dr. Pepper, um, coconut flavor and cream.
Oh, okay.
And they do all kinds like that.
Mm,
It's interesting. It actually comes out tasting like there's a flavor of Dr. Pepper now called cherries and or strawberries and cream.
right.
They do that, but it's just they do it as the bar, and they call them bars, soda bars.
Right. Right.
So it's I don't know. I now look at it. I'm like, huh, interesting. You don't want to because they call it being of the world. Some of the terms are very strange. I call it behind the Zion curtain now because that's Zion.
Mm,
But um, the, there's so many things within the culture that is made so that they can still indulge in the appearance of being involved in your um, your drinking culture, your corn culture, your all of the other cultures that it
right.
still allows them that illusion. And it's weird, you know. So
Well, because there's also what is it like they were having was it a lot of MDMA usage and other things, other substances
yes,
that they were using heavy, but they were like, "Oh, we can't drink, but we can do this." Like, what?
well, that's it falls back to with that one, and I never understood all that either. But when I may live in one of the states close to there that has the legal green,
Mhm.
and as soon as that happened, there were so many people I know in the church who were like, "Well, it's legal."
Right,
And
right.
I had to go, "Well, yeah, so is coffee, tea, and, um, alcohol,
Alcohol.
but y'all
Right,
don't do it."
right, right.
Right? And there was an instance in my state where one, uh, I guess, Mormon gentleman, he got ripped, and police were called. He may have done some illegal things, and that was bad enough that it made our news,
Wow.
and oh, yeah. But and of course, the stigma was, "Oh, well, gosh, it was a Mormon. He doesn't know what he's doing."
Mm,
That's, he's never experienced anything in his life before, but here you give him some, you know, Snoop grade stuff.
right.
He didn't know how to handle that edible. But and it's I yeah. It comes out to be the whole culture of that repression is so interesting to me now. At the time, I was just like, whatever. You believe what you believe,
Mm,
but now I just sometimes it's hard to look at and be like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome."
right, right.
But I definitely can see even in like Christine, her her jumping off point where she went, "I'm getting a tattoo, I'm getting, I'm going drinking, I'm doing all these things, I'm going to get married, I'm going to have premarital sex, all this other stuff." Yeah, that kind of tracks. That's pretty normal for
Right,
anybody who steps away from the faith. It's like I've got 50 years I need to catch up on, or 40 years, 40
right,
some
right.
years. So it's a it's a fast fuse.
Well, because I think too, you have the you feel like you went out that long and you missed out on something,
Yes.
and so she's just trying to recapture. So even like with the wedding dress and a lot of the things that we're seeing as far as her wedding preparation, she keeps reminding us that she never had this before. When she did it the first time, she didn't
Mhm.
have the full experience because Kody wasn't really into it. So it's her trying to relive a lot of things that she felt like she should have experienced at a younger age. And I
Yeah.
think that that's some of the things that you see. Again, it goes back to the idea of them being such a repressed community that they feel like they want to experience some of the secular world to be normalized, but they don't want to take that next step because somehow it makes them dirty. So yeah, with the like you have the soda bars, but you don't. It's okay for you to go drink like 32 ounces of Dr. Pepper, but if you have
Mhm.
a 12-ounce, can of beer, all of a sudden, yo, what are you doing? you know,
Exactly.
or you could
Oh,
have these parties where you're all doing substances, but if you go down and get a big, you go down to Starbucks and get a big cup of coffee, oh, you're going too far with it. So it's
yeah.
just weird
Well, that's
place.
kinda so the whole reason theoretically, the whole reason that polygamy stopped within the LDS Church is because it was deemed by the US government to be illegal.
Right.
And one of the tenets is you always follow the law of the land.
Hmm.
Interestingly, the church itself is pretty much worldwide. We send people, or they send people out on missions pretty much everywhere except Russia, the Middle
Hmm.
East. There's certain parts of Africa, but we even go to China.
Hmm.
And the interesting thing with that is as long as we follow their laws while we're there, they don't care,
Right.
and that's that is the interesting part of like the Mormon mission stuff. It, I was always shocked we never went to Russia, but I hear that there was some kind of uh, murdering that happened out that way,
Right.
and there's a
Right.
whole documentary on it. I've never watched it because that's not for me, but
Yeah.
that's why they do not go to Russia to find.
Yeah, some places they can be a lot more dangerous. Like the Middle
Oh,
East would be
oh,
crazy, but yeah, they won't
I
play that.
everyone tells me they're like, "Oh, I think I would go there." And I'm like, "No, I'm the wrong gender, one.
Yeah,
And two, uh, I'm gonna break Sharia law. I'm gonna look at some water, die of thirst, drink it, and I'm stoned to death. No,
right, right.
I
Yeah,
can't."
well, because a lot of them are theocracies as well,
Mhm.
so it would literally be against the law for you to go and try to convert somebody to your
Yep.
faith. So yeah, it'd just be a bad time all the way around. Bad decisions are being made if they try to send you there.
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah.
if you're a married man, they're trying to get your wife. Like, they pulling a David on your ass.
Yes, very much so. I mean, just me even visiting there, I don't think I could ever I can't. I don't think I could ever go somewhere that was under Sharia law
Right.
just because I'm the wrong gender to do that. I'm likely to get stuck. But um no, and I will get off of here so that you can speak with other people. I mean, I enjoy that you guys run so long because this is my Sunday night into Monday night work night. So I enjoy the heck out of this.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for calling in. You give us some insight that is always appreciated. Getting different perspectives, especially people who live in the community. It's always nice to hear from folks who actually on the ground, boots on the ground, if you will.
Yeah. Pretty soon my information is going to be kind of little old, but because
That's
I'm
right.
not.
Experience is experience, can't be replaced.
Yes, that's true. All right. Thank you so much
All
for
right.
allowing me.
Thank you. Have a great night or a great
Thanks.
morning, whichever.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. my time.
Oh yeah, we're running late. So
Yeah.
yeah. But thank you so much. Have a
All
good
right,
night.
dear.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Awesomeness, awesomeness. Thank you so much to everybody who called in. Lizzie B in the house holding me down with the posting of the videos. I appreciate you. Oh, I had one super chat that I wanted to get to before I let you guys go. Neglet 3 with the $2 super chat. Where is she at? Oh, here we go. Neglet 3 with the $2 super chat. Like Islam, as many wives as you can support. What she's referring to is when we were talking about you having to be able to support the wives in their own individual homes. This was actually a practice when we was talking about like Islam practitioners saying that they believe in polygamy or having more than one wife, that was one of the tenets for you to be able to have more than one wife, much like what the caller was saying, Peeps was saying about having people in older Mormon faiths believing in polygamy. You had to be able to support them in their own households. So it's not just a matter of you picking up 5 or 6 women and throwing them in one house. They had to have their own households. And if they worked, their money that they earned at their job was their money. As the husband, it was your responsibility to provide for them 100% food, shelter, clothes, everything that they need for them and their children. Then you could adopt and get another wife, and you had to provide the same thing for them. And if either one of those wives or both those wives decided they want to go out and get a job or work or whatever, if they make $10 million, that's their money. So I'm sure they would probably try to take the property, but you know, it is what it is. But by the tenet of the rule is supposed to be you are responsible to take care of your family. All right. But thank you so much, Negla. Let me give you a little something because I appreciate you. Negla holding it down, calling in on the super chats, commenting the whole time. No Limit Soldier. All right. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. And thank you guys for everybody who participated tonight. We have all the super chats that came in. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much. Everybody who participated in the chat, as well as everybody who called in to give their perspective and their point of view. I think that that's important because so many times, even as we content creators, we get so wrapped up in what we think and what we observe on the show. We sometimes don't give an opportunity to the audience or the fans to be able to say, look, this is what I saw. And you would be amazed at how many times, you know, you guys say something. I'm like, wow, that makes some points, or that connects here or there, or, you know, I see something differently. So you guys are helping me out, and hopefully we can all kind of help each other through these hard times, as well as take some of the things that we see on the show and apply it to different circumstances. If we have friends or coworkers or buddies or families or whatever, and they're going through similar or like situations, you know, hopefully we have the foundation and we'll be able to talk to them about those situations and give them good advice or give them good counsel, or just be able to sit there and listen and understand that different people are going through different things. So I appreciate everybody who called in. Before we go, I want to make sure I give a huge shout out to the moderators. We had Lizzie B, we had Carmel Cuties, and we had Brittany, not Brittany, in the house, holding me down, making sure that everything went well. For everybody who was here, I want to make sure that I give you guys all a special thank you. And thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I know it was a long one tonight, but I appreciate you guys. We had some fun times. We have Sister Lives tomorrow with Sarah. That's going to be a good time. Looking forward to seeing you, see your perspective. I saw you in there. We got to hook up because I want to get you back on again so we can talk some sister wives. So looking forward to that. Going to have some big things coming up this year, hopefully. And I'm so excited to have you guys come along for the ride. So thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. That's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out.
Yeah.